on another level right now.
And two players that are in the conversation for the best duelist in Valorant.
Yeah.
I think clearly Sentinels have been slumping a bit. That was clear in stage 1. It was clear at the end of stage 2 as well. But despite that, the numbers Zekken has been putting up continue to be ridiculous. This guy has not skipped a beat since lifting that trophy against Gen G back in Madrid.
He is insane. Like
hello.
This year, he is still putting up numbers. He's still fragging. He's an incredible player. He has awesome individual skill, especially with rifling. I think he's one of the best rifling duelists in the world right now. I think Texter, you know, on the other side of the coin, is one of the best oppers in the world right now. So that's kind of one of the bigger, more interesting styles.
7 minutes. Oh boy. Well, I'm excited. I'm a little nervous. You know.
Some insane mechanics that he has. Great
how's it going?
Instincts in those moments. Whereas Zekken is really good in just about every situation you put him into, whether it be just leading the charge, clutches, all these things throughout the year. He has been nearly infallible.
Yeah. I think the biggest strength for Zekken is as
there we go.
Player,
Match the focus a bit.
I think his pathing on the attack side on entries is really good, and he plays
going, Finn.
his team's utility almost perfectly. I think the strength for Texture is defensive side. When he gets an op in his hand.
Oh boy. Oh, sorry, that was really loud.
Yeah, but of course, you know, you got the Sentinels here. This is a squad that's in a bit of a weird spot right now. They started off the season high.
How's it going, everybody? We are gonna
they were on the grind and the
be watching.
Results counted. And let's not forget, we had an opportunity here to catch up, as a matter of fact, with Zekken. I don't know if we have the audio for this, but let's see if we can check this out real fast.
We're in good form. We're all really excited to be here and really happy.
bit of a hiccup there.
Gen G won the last event. They look incredibly strong.
We're gonna be watching from the POV of Gen G. What are my predictions?
Good luck.
I predict Gen G to win this one.
So there you have it. I mean, of course, they're excited to play here, but as I was mentioning before, Paper Thin, I mean, this is a Sentinels team that's coming into this, you know, not in the form that they were in Madrid, right? In Madrid, they were world beaters. But here, this is, they squeaked by. You know?
Yeah, it looks like some of that form that they had started to falter a little bit. When I watched their tape coming into this, some of the things that kind of stood out to me were they tried to play for some hero plays, especially on the defender side, when I think maybe the better play is to be a little bit more cautious.
Hold on, I have to relay something real quick.
Wait for some reinforcements before you go to try to go for those big duels. But because their players are so good on this team, they can get away with it. Like some of those moments with Saucy on Haven against 100 Thieves, he was just like shutting down that ISO, like shields up, and he's just like bang, bang, double headshot, you're dead on the way through. So like things like that, they're still good enough to get over, you know, some of those maybe positional mistakes that I was seeing.
Yeah, well, Coach Kaplan actually had some words about this as well. They're saying that they were grateful that they clinched a spot in champs thanks to the early success in the years we had noted before. And of course, our team is best at international events. Can't wait to get there and get grinding.
One second. Hello, everyone.
But without a doubt, I mean, Sentinels know that this is not the same situation that they found themselves
in. Give me 1 second. I just have to find a timestamp real quick.
Close to the heights they had at the beginning of the year in kickoff in Madrid, lifting the trophies in both of those events.
Oh my, dude, Twitter is so bad.
With more time to practice, with a reset after those 2 games they lost to miss out on the playoffs, there is a question mark. Is it the Sentinels who was struggling, whose team play looked a little bit off, who didn't look as structured as we would expect from this team? Or is it that Sentinels again, who can beat a team like Gen G, who's the only squad who has done that this year?
Yeah, of course. We'll see how this all unfolds, and we're still minutes away from our opening match of Champion Seoul with Sentinels versus Gen G. So let's go ahead and hear what sort of Korean trash talk Lakia had to teach Zelsis in this episode of Smack Talk Academy. Let's take a look.
Hello everybody, Achilleos here. I'm joined once again by Jen, and we have Zelsis as well as the Lakia of Valorant himself.
The Lakia of Valorant.
We're going to be going through what I think is maybe the most difficult segment that
we're
on this broadcast. We're going to be teaching Zelsis some Korean trash talk.
Oh boy, Lakia's teaching trash talk?
Feelings at the end of the day. So
weak. Lakia's too nice.
Now that you're here in Korea while you're playing ranked. So the way this is going to work, I'm going to pose a scenario to Lakia. He's going to say what he would say to somebody on the enemy team. And then
I thought you weren't available to stream the opening matches. I can stream today's, but not the next 3 days.
Lakia, you've just hit an ace clutch, the 1v5 to close out a map.
Dude, I don't jinx anybody.
Saying to the enemy team.
1대5 클러치를 해냈어요. 네. 그럼 이제 상대한테 도발 어떻게 할 건가요?
You just clutched 1v5?
개 못하네, 뭐하냐? 라고 할 것 같습니다. It's mean like you guys so bad. What are you doing? What are you doing, guys? Yeah, right.
It's like it's a little bit worse than so bad, but not.
개 못하네.
I'm surprised I guess it goes out on broadcast when they say it on stage.
뭐하냐. 야.
Kemotane is like, you guys are dog water. It's K is literally dog, so it's not so much a swear word, but it's definitely not like you wouldn't say it on like an official TV broadcast.
You guys so bad.
Yeah. Kemotane is all I need.
Yeah. 너네.
Zelsa's gonna use it today. I can tell.
Means you guys 뭐하냐.
Like it's like teaching actual Korean.
개 못하네.
Kemotane do mohana.
Yeah, good.
Mohana.
I didn't get the stamp of approval for that one. Okay, next scenario. You've just won champions.
Yeah.
You've taken down Sentinels in the grand final. What are you yelling across the stage to Zelsis?
I don't like trash talk, but
Yeah, Lakia's not a trash talker.
One guy you can trash talk. Don't worry.
Lakia's not a trash talker. He's too nice.
너네 쉽다?
너네 쉽다?
Yeah, 쉽다.
쉽다.
Yeah, 쉽다 means
Easy.
Easy?
Yeah.
Easy?
There you go.
쉽다. 쉽다. Genji in Madrid was 쉽다.
Yeah. 차라리 헤어진 쉽다. 쉽다.
Genji in Madrid was easy.
Go ahead and call it there before we get into
Zelsis is so good for
that we
these.
might already be in. But thank you guys for joining me. Zelsis, I hope that this will be of great use for you while you're in solo queue. And Lakia, thank you for being our...
No, Munchkin's a trash talker. Munchkin's a trash talker. He does it, but he does it very intentionally. Like he's not like a born toxic person, but Munchkin's definitely a trash talker.
You guys came out for Americas, but I think look, there are a lot of Pacific believers, but no one believing in VCT China.
It's 4 in the morning.
Yeah.
On the East Coast, and the America's voters are showing
Wait,
up.
it's 4 in the morning in the East Coast, which means it's 1 a.m. back in LA, right?
Probably.
So, oh my word, it's so
Fretting Sentinels. Here's the thing, it's not crazy, I don't think.
All right. Well, I also didn't expect this
The
one
thing
here,
is,
but,
I mean, this group, the reason this group is so hard is because
raising the roof to me currently.
is because at their peak, any of them can beat any of each other pretty confidently, right? It's really who shows up at their peak, quite frankly. It's just that Genji's been the most consistent out of all 4 teams.
And they're playing Heretics.
And they're playing Heretics.
They pushed them 2-1 the last time.
Exactly.
Oh yeah, I gotta tweet it out, I guess.
Both games are going to be fantastic. This is exactly what you want to see. I mean, it doesn't get any better than this. It's literally a rematch of Madrid.
It's all 3 of our finalists in one group from each of these Masters tournaments.
Yeah, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick things off here at Champion Seoul. And we're finally here. So let's go ahead and kick off this bad boy with the biggest event of the year. Genji versus Sentinels, FPX versus Heretics. Day 1 of Champions starts right now.
Well, as we're watching this, if you haven't watched it, the opening tease is really nice. Valorant champions. Dude, that's so sick.
누군가는 시간은 반복된다고 말합니다. 우리의 우주가 끝을 맞이하게 되면 시간의 흐름은 또다시 반복될 것입니다.
I'm pretty sure the vines have to do with the new agent because there's like plant stuff in Abyss as well. There's an Easter egg here, by the way. See if any of you guys know your K culture. Yeah, what's up, Quack? Yeah, that's Suhyun.
선생님이 장래희망을 묻는 종이를 주셨었어요.
장래희망 적을 거예요.
저는 게임을
Actually, I wonder if is this music gonna get me copyright? I guess I just won't be able to monetize it.
저는 작은 동네에서 자랐어요. 학교가 끝나면 저는 친구들과 PC방에 가곤 했습니다. 어떤 게임이든 제가 진심으로 마음을
Yeah, the Easter egg is that these are actually my VHS tapes when I was a kid, but we like upscaled it to 4K.
형이 e스포츠에 대해
I guess none of you guys know the background music right now.
게임을 하는 직업을 가질 수 있는 방법이 있다고.
Na, na, na. This song
저는 제 길을 보았습니다.
is the song that Meteor would choose as his entrance song, and it's called Meteor. I thought that was sick. At least for the Korean fans, it's pretty sick.
제가 챔피언스를 우승하게 된다면
It's a very, very famous song a couple years back.
어떤 꿈이든 이룰 수 있다는 걸 모두에게 보여주고 싶습니다.
As soon as I heard it, I was like, that's kind of sick. No, they don't. But when they had asked, this is on social media. Like when they had asked people what they would choose as their entrance song, Meteor said he would use Meteor.
I'm gonna have Faker come out and sell the Sentinel.
Dude, if they got, dude, if Zelsis somehow got Faker to come and sell the Sentinel, that would be so sick. This is Suhyun's voice.
These are the superstars of Valorant, and I cannot wait to see them compete on the global stage.
A few years ago, I was burnt out, but Valorant gave me a new hope and motivation for myself. It's been a dream ever since I started Valorant to lift the trophy.
They really went hard on the color filters for the video. Ah, yes, the bowling alley, the most popular recreation spot of Korea.
Last year, I wanted to make that achievement.
Dude, this is sick.
Go for 3 trophies. We taken our foot off the pedal on the tournament that matters the most. This year we started slow, but I think there's a certain energy that we haven't felt since Lock-In or Tokyo Masters, or even now that we're at Champs, it almost feels like we're hungrier than ever.
I thought this was really well done, Boaster's part. Dude, Berlin's so charismatic. Such a big fanboy of Berlin.
Legacy. People talk about these greats in games. If I'm able to go back to back and achieve the same heights that I did the year before, then that just proves the legacy I'm leaving behind as well.
It's painful, coming so close to getting the trophy. I remember looking at Jing's face.
Dude, what a heartbreak moment.
I felt it too. They're like my family. I don't want this to happen again. This year, I'm gonna finish what we started.
Me and Kong already lifted the trophy one time. The other 3 guys want to do as well. So we're gonna give out that we got.
Dude, Calm going for a back-to-back Champs trophy at Champs Seoul is also kind of, I don't know, just something about it is kind of cool.
No matter what.
The music selection is good.
e스포츠로서 한국이 얼만큼 위대한 나라인지 전 세계에게 알리고 싶습니다.
Yeah, those are nice cars. They might actually be cars of, like, some people at Gen G or something. Otherwise, I don't know how you would get them. So for those who are asking, this is the same... it is the same venue that was used for VCT Pacific, but obviously they've done a whole new stage job on it. And it is 5 p.m. on a weekday. People will probably file in. I mean, it's sold out, so should be sold out. There you go. Oh.
It's a juggernaut.
People were probably shopping at the Riot store outside.
Final rematch. You got Sentinels going up against Gen G. The kickoff here at Champions 2024.
All right. All right. Okay.
Facing off against one another, and this matchup is going to be awesome.
These are the only
Vito. Oh, we're just gonna show it. Okay. That way we don't have to waste time waiting for solo.
Up against each other in the first round.
Okay, not surprised. Not surprised. The Haven pick is not surprising at all. Gen G picking Ascent is reasonable. The Icebox ban and the Sunset ban, I think, are totally expected. And then leaving the Abyss open, though. So Gen G banning out the Lotus is interesting to me. I'm surprised that they're banning it, but to me, that tells me that they want to win this match no matter what.
It's really interesting to me. It shows that they're working on Abyss.
Curious what we're going to get on Haven.
Because the thing is you don't want to deal with trying to figure out if they're playing the Cypher Lock combo or not on Lotus, and you probably haven't. I mean, I'm sure you would have gotten a scrim on it now that you've seen they play it, but if you haven't played against it, just the timing of it's annoying. And on paper, that's a style that's a composition that actually should work well against Gen G. I don't think they would fall for it, but it should. But then on top of that, I actually think it would have been scarier if Sentinels would have gone back to the Breach compositions, or just the older compositions on Lotus. So I was a little worried about that. So Gen G's actually going to ban that out and just take him out to Ascent or to Abyss, and they're still going to stick with the Viper Omen.
For Sentinels, but yeah, Gen G.
And the Cypher is a good switch up for this because there's not many ways for Gen G to break that.
They don't go away from it, even though DRX did take them down on Haven in the grand finals in the very first map. Other than that, they've looked good in the two other.
I mean,
for Gen G, I think you should be watching out for how they play their defenses.
It's tough.
Viper. Having that
it's tough.
On the
but here's the thing: is that
it gives you a lot of potential to have
the faith we should have in Gen G is that you're so comfortable with this that you know exactly the limits.
Sentinels isn't ready for it.
Yeah, and of course, Sentinels, a lot's going to be leaning on Zen.
Yeah, but the Cypher util is going to be tough. No Sova. Yeah, it's just the Nanoswarms, and I don't think you're using Nanoswarms to break Cypher traps. Not confidently, at least.
For the Breach, for the Sova, how that's going to play, as you had mentioned before, Mimi going up against that.
So,
Gen G is going to really
the thing is they're starting on defense. That's the good news. That's the good news. So, Gen G starting on defense. I think they actually need to get, like, 7, because it's going to take a while for them to really figure out how to pressure the Cypher.
It's now time to get ready for map 1.
All right, let's get into it. Just as a heads up, we are going to be looking at it from the POV of Gen G as much as possible. Obviously, since we can see the minimap, I'll be explaining things that Sen's doing as well. But I'll try to keep in mind.
Thank you very much, guys. Yeah, let's get to this one. GB's already
what we need to watch out for.
These two teams, where honestly, both of them peaking at sort of the right times, but drastically different trajectories in terms of where they've landed over the course of 2024.
I would totally agree with that. You're looking at the two teams that have lifted
trophies, but Gen G have gone from
success to success, while Sentinels had that Super Bowl hangover that we often see from very good teams. I will say, though, when it specifically comes to Haven, paper thin, talking about it on the desk, that A lobby control was so important for the
you see the Cypher cage
end up dropping on this map. I think that's
and drone early. So you know they've committed to A. Oh, they don't check that at all. Good paranoia still, though.
We'll be able to get too much done here. And Gen G not able to flood defense in time. Smokes up. Might be looking for a bit of a contact play, but a call for the pause is made by Sen. They're just going to wait this one out for the util. Still holding it down. Go spam it away. Still adjustment from Sassy. It's good.
And he checks the flank immediately after.
Leaves it just down immediate. 1v3 here for our pistol. Can he do it?
He's actually got a chance.
Removed. Plenty more where that came from, though. Revealed up just on the last few
but if Tens just doesn't show himself the whole time, then
Catches one of the contacts, but
Yeah, I mean, they have so much time.
to give them too much of a fight here. Sassy's so wide out into the open. 14.
He's got a chance. One shot. Told you. Let's freaking go, Meteor. Dude, Ten's tanked that turret for way too long, man.
was the MVP for Shanghai.
Oh, I think they're trying to figure out, do I go... Tenz was caught trying to figure out if he needs to go save him or not.
The early control.
That's rough.
Into sight. Gen.G rattled, unable to get that flood retake working. And what did we just witness?
Yeah, as soon as he got the first shot on Dezolsis, it was like, well, now you can pick out 1v1. So the problem with holding off-site on A is that you have so much distance, so it's hard for them to clear you, but also you trying to time a pinch on a 2v1 is really hard, too. I actually think they should have stuck together.
Starting it up. Conversion to the bonuses. Joshua chewed my ear about it. Off in the green room, you know, we're talking about how good this Gen.G team is.
Lakia is going to be pushing out of A main. You got the smoke, so this way he can just watch it safely with the better weaponry. Meteor, you're stuck, but he only has a Sheriff, so he's fine just trying to hold on to the site. And now you've already flooded it. Aftershock. It's a lot of people, but Texture's on.
And should be all good.
And it should be, yeah. Sealed up here. Spikes drop down. Zeltis, not much chances for him. He might go around the world to farm up some orbs, but...
And so, look, Meteor is going to have enough to buy up a rifle in the next round. They've got 2 Guardians, Bulldog rifles.
Get comfortable because you're not staying long.
The #1 team at Champions in terms of converting these bonus rounds in round 3, round 15, where you've won the pistol and the follow-up. And I think part of that is because they take them so seriously. They have such incredible aimers. If they have a Guardian or a Sheriff in their hands, first bullet accuracy on almost all of these guys on Gen.G is remarkably good.
So the anti-eco, or their eco, I guess.
Bit of a Easter
just a
egg,
C hit.
things to come.
Garage flood.
30 seconds left. I think he's just looking to give away his body at the final moment. I mean, he has.
Let me know if the game audio is too loud, like the casters are too loud or too soft, by the way, because I just have it mostly soft for me.
To be honest, he's not too far away.
It's tough because I don't want to hear the casters too much, but obviously you have to hear the game.
Inevitable here, but now we can start.
So Sentinel, something that they've been struggling with, in my opinion, is actually post plants.
They are.
Well, actually, just post plants and retakes overall. It just hasn't been as clean as it was in the beginning of the year. And that pistol earlier is a bit concerning for them.
What they've seen from the VODs from Gen.G.
Said if he'll be posting an edited version of these matches, or will it mainly be VODs? I was considering mostly VODs.
And they have 2 different Viper walls. This one, the most standard, which he's going to throw towards A, and then he has an aggressive.
But do you guys think
which I thought they might pull out.
You'd want it in recordings?
Try to punish anybody that takes a peek mid.
Spam damage, just lay it down into the wall.
Early guiding light doesn't tag anything. The smoke covers us up, so push out mid. That's fine. And then the Trailblazer. This is going to make Texture real comfy. Did he get spotted? He does.
Straight to the back. Now, potentially an opening for Sentinels.
Gen.G should just group mid and just look to fight. If Sentinels commits to this, this actually gives Gen.G a chance. Well, Meteor's stuck, but they're in a choke point. Dude, if Sentinel commits to this, Gen.G can actually win this. Oh, okay. Oh. What?
It is chaos incarnate. Down to that 1v2.
Lakia?
Munchkin. Upgrade in hand. Now he's going to make the most of this one here. Sentinels cannot afford to throw away these player advantage situations. Not like how the pistol round got started for them.
I mean, it's already a good round.
Spots out Munchkin now, but he's
Munchkin should go for it. There you go.
Molly at the feet. Sassy.
He can't peek out now. Or he's stuck. He was thinking about, do I go take the 1v1 or not? But he's not sure where this guy would be, so...
Not able to, not against Sentinels there. In this instance, the discipline finally reigning supreme.
Like a spark. I was thinking about that. I was thinking about it. Okay, we'll see if I can do it. I just don't know if I'll have the turnaround time to do that plus like analyzing the opponents, but we'll see if we can do it. We'll try to figure something out.
You can't really run big C execs against Gen.G. That's the power of the Viper Orb at the top there that they run. But it does make their A-holds weaker, I think. And the way that DRX was able to beat them on this map just recently in Pacific,
That's a hearty laugh from both of them.
Very consistently. you've always got John there with the cam to make sure if Gen G push down.
So we're currently smoking off a lobby and then guiding. We're using so much to hold to check if A main has been taken or not.
But maybe they've got something very different in mind. It looks like they're setting up for another one.
Immediately Trailblazer as well. So this is the big change, is we're investing literally everything we have to just ignore A.
They don't actually know where it is. It's been shifted and moved along, so none of those bullets will be landing. Drone up through C. Makes it feel like there is some pressure being put.
I mean, so far it's helping, but we'll see if Sentinels catches on to that soon. Sentinels is doing a good job of using not too much util.
Fairly early with a snake bite. They're trying to go back towards garage.
Texture. Oh, he's trying to play an off-angle.
The textures, yeah, he's just trying to play off of the turret. Okay, double. Spike down and the paranoia as well. Good hit from John QT though. Gen G is so split. We're so split. Lakia needs to try to get a bit more space. Either he needs to push out further or he needs to just hide in A main.
Munchkin was not ready for that. Ferrari Peak in action here.
30 seconds left.
Tap.
A little late for this. He expects it. Yeah. Lakia's checking his corners way too close today.
1v3. A miracle round for him on the pistol round that he did convert, but this one is a little bit more, at least tougher to chew through, isn't it? Contact's caught by John, and he will deliver him the round.
2 huge kills there from Sentinels. One from John, the other from Zekken, both in B main. And I think those are the 2 that really turned that in favor of Sen. After Texture got a double kill, most of the time I think that should be Raps.
Yeah.
And yet, really strong, quick aim coming out from John Cutie and Zekken to be able to pick off players on Gen G.
I feel like Gen G, Gen G, we need to... Like, Sentinels is revolving around Garage right now. It's either Garage to see with C main or it's Garage, you know, to see with B. Like, that's how they make sure that they have a 2-pronged attack. And now that it's an eco, they're going to try to go for an all-in, but Gen G doesn't know that yet.
Heavy favorites. That's understandable considering Sentinels was slacking a little bit towards the end of stage 2. Ended up falling off a little bit, of course. Texture with the knives in his hands with the Blade Storm. Might be able to return at least some of it, but tagged up by the drone. You got to respect that. Backing away. It's a bait and switch, though. Got to make the most of it. Meteor's back in there, too. Orb in their face.
This is good. Gen G.
Meteor is just out in the open, and this slow, cautious tail that's really being told by Sen across the map. It's working.
So they show Meteor to show that they've filled the site, and then you want it to rotate to A, but where the Gen G defense is. Now that you've been spotted, you're kind of just weak across the board. So now the positions are just held to try to get cheeky kills. And since Lakia's on a bucket, you're just gonna keep Lakia there. Just a cyber cage. Oh boy. Oh boy. Well, hey, checking the close corners pays off now. But that should be the sign. Good Poison Cloud. Oh, you draw out the Rolling Thunder. That's not bad. Oh, and he's still alive. They heard it, but they're not confident yet. Oh no, 14 seconds. Let's go. Oh, guiding light, guiding light. Oh, Lakia, you win these. He wants to get the spike planter. He started rushing in.
Recovered there towards the end for Sentinels. But I'm really not liking the way that they're setting themselves up in some of these situations. Because they're not taking A control early on, they limit themselves so drastically in the late round.
Yeah.
Yes, they're able to barrel their way through there. And yes, it doesn't matter too much that John goes down to the bucky in short, but that got close and it had
no, but I think it's actually, this is very intentional because of how Gen G wants to play A main. Because here's the thing is that while C's retake is easier, Gen G doesn't have a great retake comp. And now you have Op though. Uh-oh. Oh,
it's all supplemented. TP up into heaven. Tens is there for the backstab just in case, but Sassy was the one to clean it all.
This is so good from Sen. Dude, they don't hit A single time after the pistol. 4 rounds in a row. All they care about is Garage. And then the round the Op comes out, they hit A because it's one of 2 things. Either Gen G's scared and they put the Op on C and they avoid it, or they have the Hunter's Fury and they catch him. I mean, it helps that Zekken doesn't get hit by it, but...
This time, Sen come out on top and Zekken's got that killer instinct just to rush him down early.
The vines are they're a bit much. I mean, I like that it's all thematic and it's building up towards the agent, but what I assume to be the agent.
It
has to be a timeout after this.
Just the teamwork, coordination, their rifle aim, everything's looking very clean right now for Sen. And that A take inspired a lot of confidence in me. So far, it's Gen G firmly on the back foot here.
Yeah. Sentinel's coming out swinging as well. Don't let that 4th seed in Americas fool you. Or the finalized finish as well.
I would love to see a timeout, but they might not. Solo usually seems to try to wait as much as possible.
Yeah, it's something that.
But what would you talk about in a timeout?
Ignominiously from playoffs, and they'd lost to G2 right before the playoffs as well. But they're still a competent team, and if you catch them on a good day, woe betide you.
Yeah.
I mean, either if you're taking util for A, I would want to see more people on A. Okay, so they're going to change the toxic screen as well. Okay, so yeah, I would just rather take more aggressive space on A. Did they hear this? No, they haven't. Dude, what an adjustment from Sen. But yeah, that's what I would have said in the timeout is just take the space on A. That way at least we get a double-pronged retake on C. And then watch garage heavily, which is what the alarm bot's doing, and then textures there to make sure they don't dig all the way through the window. Gen G's sluggish today. I mean, Gen G's slow starters, but
now offloaded here just for that extra information. But Sentinels are still working with about a minute on the clock here. They can afford to just slow it all the way down. But Meteor, again, the risks have to be taken. He's the one pushed past and forward.
Meister, don't say that. That's messed up.
He needs to find a kill from it.
Surely he has a free one on Tens.
Backs to it. He's watching the wrong angle, but yeah, Tens unaware.
both teams have some sloppy moments today, but Gen G is definitely a bit sloppier.
Speed ahead over towards the C site.
And without Munchkin alive, no Viper Orb, C becomes much easier to hit. But there's always going to be that lockdown.
You have the lockdown, yeah. Oh, okay. Push them into texture. Makes it look like they're all coming from main. But the drone. Only show one of you guys. Only show one. There you go. Oh. Huge. Just keep them at bay. Meteor's coming. There you go. Dude, sick lockdown. Sick lockdown from Meteor.
Beautiful work.
So good.
Well. I can't say that I've really seen too many people.
Dude, the flash dodges too, but dude, that lockdown was sick. I mean, Sentinels, the drone was smart. The drone was smart, but...
And Lakia's flash as well. He's spinning his crosshair left and right just to try to keep his vision intact so that he can help on the retake. But that's the first one with rifles in hand that Gen G get on the board. And it wasn't looking great for them until Meteor made that play walking down mid. When you're in a player disadvantaged spot, sometimes you got to take risks like that.
Of course.
And it's clear that Sentinels understands that Gen G is going to want to fight to re-clear areas. Like, Sentinels stayed in A main really long.
To take some A lobby control.
TP though, Lakia side by side. Him and Caron not ready for that one.
Dude, both teams. There are some moments on both sides right now.
You see that Tens went for the same teleport again, so every time the Viper Wall's been in this spot, Tens has tried to TP into this cubby.
This Viper Wall does have a cubby.
Munchkin wasn't just sat
in
the open picking up an ult orb. They
here. Don't know if they're ever going to condition to use that. Don't know if it'll ever be needed, but...
Slow and steady. This time Gen G not needing to take too many risky plays, wandering forwards here. The pit is going to be dropped at the minute.
Okay, pit used...
Lovely. Supplements the
nice and early, because you've already given up A main, but you don't want to push out elsewhere blindly.
Say that, but actually Karen, having gone on top here, is still going to be able to get info down short. So it keeps.
And just close it off. But the thing is he has to stay, because that pit, it's tough to hold alone unless he just goes and hides in A main.
You haven't gone garage. You haven't broken the Killjoy utility.
Meteor, the peek out is good, but he needs to bail. He needs to bail.
Yeah, almost there with a punish.
And I think at this point, I would love to see Gen G just delay on B, but empty it. Lakia's playing huge risk right now. Oh, Lakia, you are playing so risky. And now Meteor's going to die for it too.
Oh. He's got to get a handle onto most of this one. Caron pressing forward, smokes. Watch for Gen G have toppled.
So obviously we're seeing the mini-map, but what I would have loved to see from Gen G is you spotted two guys here. They were shooting at you. You have to empty, right? You're not in a position to work off of your turret anymore, so just hold C site, right? because you can't like hold garages hard anymore. So it's not like you're going to empty C and fill B, because A is stuck in the pit. A is stuck in the pit. So you can still hold A, right? So you can hold A and C, and then you can try to go for a retake. But I think it's just a habit of Gen G thinking that they can call for backup, right? Lakia doesn't get hit by the paranoia, and he thinks he's fine.
Like there's weaknesses to exploit on Gen G's side. I would have to agree. When I was watching, it looked like one of the weaker maps for Gen G. Surprisingly, it was my overall hot take coming into the event that felt like the map pool wasn't quite as shored up as people were making.
I don't know if Gen G will call the timeout though.
I feel like we've seen Haven so little.
Because here's the thing, I wouldn't like this round. I wouldn't call a timeout because it's like it's a mistake. It's shaky, but I don't know. Maybe you call it because of that former round you didn't call it on. But
other teams play like Sentinels here. But you know, Sen had only played it once before this into 100 Thieves.
Doesn't look like they will.
Convincingly.
So it's hard to tell, right?
It's really tough to tell.
Size, yeah.
But this one is, I mean, it's a mistake, but like you can't just call it. You only get 2. And it's honestly, it's on Haven, right? You're on defense. It's been messy, but it's not like the game's running away from you. Not yet.
The decider, if we got there.
Oh, for sure. I mean, I think sloppy day ones are great. They should be sloppy. It'd be weird if everyone played perfectly on day 1. Okay, so this is okay, so finally it's going to be op on C and Killjoy set up A and B. Sen reads this. They suspect the op. They just hit B, which they haven't in a while. But they are trapped. Trapwires to make sure that they're not getting flanked, though. The Rolling Thunder to push, but Munchkin already gets the kill, and now Genji's already in sight. Very systematic retake. Oh! Oh, Meteor, thank you.
This time, it's Sentinels drifting back to that spectator seat, and Gen G maybe one step closer to making it equalized at the half.
And Gen G one step ahead there too. Notice how Sentinels were spamming into the smoke.
That was really good from Gen G.
To be set up for that pre-take, for that flood defend. And instead Gen G hold a little further back. Not much.
Well, it's not so much that, like, it's not like Gen G had like huge momentum and then got crushed. You know what I mean? Also, obviously, coaches can hear the comms, so maybe the players already identified what the mistake was. But yeah, the thing is, you have to understand that coaches are hearing all the comms. I think that's part of it, and also like you have to have faith because again, you only get 2. So I think like small minor mistakes, you just have to have faith that your players are, unless like 2 rounds pass and no one's mentioning it. I think you have to have faith.
Made every single final so far this year. That's an accolade that not many teams at all.
And now the op on A. Trailblazers deep. Makes it look like it's just Lakia holding as usual. You're in deep. What is going on? Dude, there was something in this area, man. Everybody's confused.
There are no chances left for Sassy.
Another spot where you feel like a Gen G player's caught dead to rights, being double swung essentially. And the leader in terms of any rookie of the year.
So weird. Like neither team. I mean, Sentinels was doing okay in the beginning, checking corners, and now neither team is checking corners.
Shake off a few bullets.
Yeah.
Watching Karen is a delight.
Dude, I like the new Champs Phantom, by the way. I like it. Happy to go back to the Phantom now, too. I've been using the Vandal too long. I started as a Phantom user.
I mean, there's not many that can really hold a candle to them. One of them is in this server with him.
Yeah. I mean, John would be probably second. Maybe Woot. It depends what your argument would be. But they're both so far behind Karen, they can't even see him in the race. Yeah. He's sprinted off into the distance, over the horizon. It would take one of those guys like John or Woot, winning champs, honestly, to overtake him for Rookie of the Year. Like you said, Gen G have been in every finals.
I hard agree with that. Karon's definitely Rookie of the Year. There's no contest. I mean, like the other, like they mentioned, like John and Moot are great players, but
big recovery from Gen G. Yes, they got the pistol, but it looked like Sentinels were in control in these rifle rounds up until recently. Sen going for a few too many plants on B.
So the smoke denies texture, holding main. So it's going to be the Trailblazer to come back. They're making noise right at that time as well.
One of them held. Up angle, Meteor's caught on the cross though.
Meteor gets a little curious. Oh. Okay, very good fast reclear from Lakia. And now you know these are all going. They're still going. And you see that there's not getting broken, so you know it wasn't close. So Lakia reclears. The rotates coming in from texture.
Sentinels really don't have too
This
many
is very good. You do have Hunter's Fury, but... Oh, the drone gets denied. Oh, Karen still gets caught.
Are meeting their match. It's Gen.G happily able to just try and fight this one.
Oh, dude, how did Second get that?
Behind Texture follows up with a shot and still got to deal with these players. 2v2 now. 36 seconds.
Oh!
Not enough with the offset of the movement. Lakia will be dropped. Texture 3 HP.
30 seconds left.
This way,
NT.
Which way to look.
NT.
Point, but at least the spike isn't down. It's the one thing working for him.
Oh my god.
Plant from Zelsis stuck.
Oh my
Committed.
god.
He held out here. Weak players all around. It's all about this first shot that lands. Finally, needs a second one. Dash now active. Doesn't know where he is, and it's wrapped all the way.
Oh!
Texture! You absolute
Texture's so damn good.
He's such an incredible player.
Dude, how does he... Dude, how does he clutch that with the op in his hand? What the hell?
Killed the healthy player, realizes he's wrong, still has time, even when he guesses the angle incorrectly first, to readjust. It's just
holy crap.
These guys play sometimes.
Individual game IQ, it's off the charts.
It really is. You know, we can see, we've got a mini-map.
Yeah.
He's operating fully in the dark in this spot, and he's got a perfect read on that timing.
I feel like that reaction was for Lakia, not the clutch.
What a delivery. Straight up a gift.
Is it easier to plant or defuse on this map?
From the hands of Texture and still now
towards
it, the final round.
I mean, wait, plant or defuse, or you mean attack or defend? Plant or, I've never heard the question plant or defuse.
All right, Sentinels have only been going A when they want to finish A. I think that's another flaw a little bit with the way that they've been doing their attack side call.
I mean, plant, I guess, but it depends on the site. C site's relatively easier to defuse if you know what you're doing. A site, if it gets planted, it's giga hard to defuse.
Trailblazer broken, doesn't get concrete information. Just being held here.
Yeah, if it's attack defense, it's generally attack sided just because it's a 3-site map more than anything, and also if you do get the plant on A, then it's really hard to retake. So that alone forces defense to have to focus around A site a lot of the times, like you're seeing right now, because you want to try to delay and make sure that they don't have as much util in the post plant, even if they do get in. 4-man stack though on A, and Gen.G hasn't done this in a while, but it's the last round of the half. So in classic Gen.G fashion,
hardest of hard reads, a Munchkin classic.
Yep, I love it. It's a Gen.G classic. Someone needs to break that. They're gonna check it, hold the off angle. So good, Lakia. Oh, Lakia, you've grown so much. Okay, well, I mean, you were a little greedy on that one. No. Are you? Oh. Oh, oh, he still gets it. What the? Oh, my. Time. Meteor just hot. All right.
No time on the clock to play with. 7-5 will be what we stare at.
Incredible end to the half there. The time ended up being the
I mean, listen, Sentinels, it was Gen.G looking like slugs in the first couple rounds. Let's be honest.
Way to open our first game at Champs. I feel like this rematch of Masters Madrid Finals is delivering. We've seen some awesome stuff.
We certainly have. This has just been dominant, and what a return of the fight.
Okay, so Gen.G.
Slow beginning, honestly, but unorthodox, but they are in the driving seat here for Haven.
The biggest thing that Gen.G needs to discuss is what's the plan now that it's a Cypher on defense, right? So on your attack, rather, I mean. What? Oh, commercial time, right? I forgot internationals and everywhere but Pacific does like commercial stuff during halftime.
Only on Verizon.
Red Bull gives you wings.
I mean, honestly though, here's the thing. As annoying as it can be, running commercials in halftime is like, that's guaranteed sponsorship money. You know what I mean? Like, you should be doing this. You should be doing this 100%. So I think I've always thought it was very smart how America's did it. And then sometimes you do death segments. So overall, it's pretty solid. I mean, honestly, the first half stabilized fine. I don't know if there's nothing too much to talk about there. I think the players correctly identified that Sentinels was targeting Gen G, like re-clearing. And once you got the op, you had really good ways to play around that.
Well, we're going to find out as well if Gen G can keep that momentum moving forwards. Be potentially a tough ask, honestly. Depends what Sentinels have got prepped up on their defense half. That's the trouble of a team that is coming into a tournament.
What map did Gen G ban? Sunset. Sunset.
Honestly, the case for a lot of teams.
Which I think is very reasonable.
Okay, am I being baited? Is that real?
I mean, it's looking real. We'll see. We'll see.
What's real? Oh, tech paw?
Whatever's happened down there. Going into the next half, though, again, this is going to be on pistols. I feel like Sentinels. So I talked a little bit earlier about how good Gen G are in the pistol rounds, and how important that is. That's one of the big reasons that Vitality have surged forwards in EMEA as well, are those pistol rounds, bonus rounds. Sentinels right now, of all the teams apart from the Chinese,
I forgot to update the command as well. Sorry, chat. I got too immersed.
Out of 16 in terms of their pistol round win rate for all of the teams in Pacific, EMEA, and Americas. So that's really rough. If they can't get pistol rounds on the board in this series, it actually might not matter how good their Haven is, how good their Abyss is if they wanted to close it out maps 1 and 3. You still need those rounds to be able to get your halves off to a good start.
Yeah. Take away one of those win cons from this Gen G squad that's, I mean, they are determined. They're on a bloody warpath, man, to try and essentially lay claim to a dynasty, I would say, heading into champs. This is a squad that, like we already mentioned, they've made every single finals this year that they could, possibly even make. And past that point, they've already lifted a trophy.
Yeah, no, Gen G had a good recovery. I hate it when teams, their narrative is that they're slow starters, but Gen G players are slow starters.
We heard earlier today talking about Legacy because he's going for that champions back-to-back.
They had that slow start against DRX too.
Also looking for 2 champions trophies, one of only 4 players in this
In fact, on Haven.
But on the side of Gen G, I think if they win champs, maybe if they even...
The other thing is this comp really punishes you if you have a slow start, but it was a good recovery.
All-time team. And that's with Fnatic still in this tournament with a very similar roster to the squad that won back-to-back.
But Gen G, the players identified that they want to do. So Munchkin looking to pressure A a little bit early on. Sees the spam. See if they push into it.
It's all slow for now.
Because here's the thing, is that either you have to use a recon or you have to push out. Otherwise, Sentinels just doesn't have any idea if people are already into sewers. Oh, that trip.
Couple of stray shots. Yeah, you flying it away. A tap as well for the reaction.
You can see that the Texture was intending to updraft.
Dude, the tap and then Munchkin moves in, and they're still going C. Oh, Meteor getting caught is rough, though. That cam, cross-map cam, is huge.
We'll push back that. Ooh. The timing that's taken, Munchkin.
Oh my gosh, Munchkin, please, 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 please. Thank you. Oh my gosh.
Fake C, walk in on A.
Dude, what a round, though. What a round call by Munchkin. Planting A, they don't push out. They don't use their util until it's too late. You've already tried to hit B. That pushes over their weight. And then you hit C as well to really make them commit. And that's when Munchkin clears the site.
They're worried about these flanking players as well. Might find it difficult to get through, at least with this orb, but as soon as it goes down, you might see them take that timing.
I'm just doing content as if I'm part of the team. Is there a problem with that?
Now the time to strike.
I'm being as objective as I would be if I was part of Gen G. Uh-oh, double ping. Oh, see? Hey, look at this. Gen G not making the same mistake. I'm looking to double up. Oh, Charon checks the spike. He knows it's not being held. Now there's no time, so you just peek out.
Almost inevitable that they claim once more another pistol round here.
Honestly, if I wasn't doing... I will tell you this, though. Just by me doing the series, I am actually much more immersed, like, from Gen G's POV. You know that in the past watch parties, I've done my best to try to be objective for the most part until, like, the winning moment. But I'm gonna be honest, like now that I'm trying to think from purely Genji's POV, like I get why Solo and HSK are like dying in their coaching booth. I get it. I get it. It's friggin' nerve-wracking.
Smoke and textures inside of it. Every part of that worked beautifully.
Yeah.
The small details are hammered out so well.
All right, you hold for the eco. See if there's a push out. But Genji, I love this setup, by the way, because the screen on the alarm, but you could go A or the other side, and they still provide value.
Pistol round. Taking it nice and slow, hoping that Sentinels...
Sentinel's just never going to show themselves. So Genji's just going to have to pick and choose. You're going to have to use your Trailblazer if you really want to go in safely.
Further back in the previous round, it's going to be getting them good information on this side of the map.
Yeah, Trailblazer. Just a check in case there are
Oh, okay. But if you haven't seen anybody there, it's fishy. Yeah, it's fishy. But it probably wouldn't have been a 5-man stack, that's for sure. But you don't know if they're window. You don't know if they would have been back platform because you didn't see that. They could have been in C main as well.
No snakebite to work with, but double nano swarms as long as Meteor
Oh,
stays
hello.
alive.
Everybody's looking all over the place here. Still Sassy's way ahead of the rest of his team.
He only has a ghost, so he's going to see him fight.
He's right there behind him.
Yikes. Perfectly played.
It's flawless on their anti-eco. Again, looking towards that bonus round. It's going to be more than healthy. Our kill leader of Texture looking just very much...
If we take into account Senna and Team Heretics formed during Stage 2 and play of his Group B, even considered Group of Death. I mean, if Sentinels and Heretics play... Even FPX, if they play the average of what they played in Stage 2, then no. It might still be a group of death between those three teams, but then Gen G should have an easy way in. But the thing is the scary thing about these teams, I think, is just that their foundation is so good that one switch clicks and they could be back in form, right? It's like the same thing with Gen G. Like, they don't look good during their group stage in Pacific, and then it clicks, and then they're back. So...
There's no way.
Can't believe they didn't give it away there.
There's no way. They don't even spam. They're just all the way.
Dude, yeah, they just want to hide it all the way. What a call from Munchkin. Nice crouch. Huge from Tens.
He's magnanimous. This guy will not be stopped. He denies any attempt to take that A site.
All right, make them peek. Make them use util. Make them peek, Karon. If you get 2 kills. Oh, Saucy, he's going to hold. Really? You're going to hold this? Dude, wow, I'm impressed. Sentinel's just saying, you want to take the spike, take it. Like, whatever. We got Cam, we got Trips.
That's what Sentinels needed.
Very smart. Very smart from Sen.
Steady, giving up most of the A sites. Rifles are swapped around, noise is being made. Plants not even pushed back here, so Karon will be able to get that extension into the round. And got a feel with Gen G. That's sometimes dangerous. You don't want to give them those options and opportunities. Karon inside the smoke, not being cleared out, dodging, weaving.
Whoa, 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 whoa. a little overly ambitious. Oh!
Landed. The transfer almost intact, but eventually
I could never coach a team. This is so bad for my health. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Shoot the rocks, you goofballs.
Not too bad for the Sen economy, but they're going to take a tactical timeout here.
It's the first one of the match.
Really beautiful play from Tens.
No, Tens friggin' held it.
Second is struggling.
Dude, the committal.
At this point, to be honest with you, because I felt like he was getting into sights fairly well, but he's 5 and 13.
Yeah, struggling quite a bit.
And Zekan's
Yeah, 5-13 is rough, actually.
Yeah, from a map-to-map basis, maybe you could argue he's slightly inconsistent. Only slightly. But to be honest, in every
it's, to me, honestly, I find it hard to rate Zekan.
And he's actually gone up in terms of his ACS.
Because, like, he is so good, but
from kickoff to Madrid to stage 2.
the thing is I don't think Sentinels is built to play, like, around him, if that makes sense.
I think that's something you've got to be taking a look at here, is whether Sen
but I don't know.
To get an op into his hands.
Anyway,
whether they can from an economy perspective
dude, trying to talk during these timeouts is tough because this is like usually the chance to talk with chat when you're co-streaming. This is hard. I'll try to get into the zone.
Slip in quite tight for them in terms of them just trying to get that operator. You can see opting even for the outlaw here. you know, getting that sniper into the hands of at least a Jet player. It's tried
9-6. They have money to buy. You got to expect that they're going to buy something.
But yeah, it's a bit of a bargain bin buy.
They are going to actually just going to buy down, though, which I don't know if you expect that with the haphazard econ.
What is this path thing that's been pinged down by Gen G? It's going all the way.
But Gen G wants to go for a hit onto C.
See if they make a go of it. Of course, not running a killjoy.
It's going to be the same play from pistol. It's going to be the same play. You're going to hit garage. You're going to hit B. See if there's a reaction. If there isn't, dude, Munchkin hides from the recon as well. He's going to push in deeper. Nope, pull them away, and that's when Munchkin hits. Tens is expecting it, but Munchkin waits even further. I think Munchkin might have caught a glimpse of him. No, he hasn't. Not yet. Dude, what is this patience? What from... Dude, what? Munchkin, you're a magician. Holy... Oh, and you send the spike with the ult, so now everybody can just hold on the rotates. Dude.
You completely opened up uncertainty into the back of Sentinel's minds, but they want to go to this one thick and fast. Playing forward here, at least with the dart in hand, and the rifles are not doing enough. It's Sassy and Zelsis.
I mean, yeah, just hold on the site until the backup arrives. And now there's too many. He needs to save. The team doesn't have money.
That is a
the thing is if they save here, do they buy again?
Not one that they could have won at all, but their economy's going to be in a really rough state. Zelsis has got a bit of money.
Would I be surprised if FPX made it through playoff?
Think about the way that
I mean, a little bit, but not really. Just because I think I put a bit more weight into Heretics than the other two teams. The style that they play, I think, is built to come back, but...
In fact, you might even get bad info and think it's cleared when it's not. So they need a
kind of like Jing in 22 where they... Yeah, maybe. But the thing is like, I don't know if Sen... It's not like Sen is like specifically playing around any one person. It's just that I don't think they play around second. So therefore it's a little hard. Like Gen G doesn't play only around texture, but they do a damn good job of making sure he's comfortable. Right? Like Lakia is like at his hip whenever texture wants to make a play.
Or if they can figure it out mid-game.
Spam for the push out. He's still going to do it. Make it look like it's not him. Just a sheriff over on B. Gen G doesn't like it. You know, there's no reason. I mean, you know it's either an eco or a complete force, so...
You might want to just give the gun over to your teammate. It's rough, though, because...
And then this is the round you hit C. You haven't done it in a while. You still don't see anybody. You knew there was one B.
Another perfect read.
That fake smoke does nothing because you already have back sight. And then texture, he's in that zone, man. The back-to-back triple kill.
Attack side, he finds the gap so often.
These looks on top of it, it's all coming together. This guy
was an orb first.
He's a beast right now. This entire
and then Charon, his smoke should be coming up soon, I think. They usually are pretty good about timing this. Oh, he has a paranoia first. Okay, use it to buy time. Cloud burst to fill. Oh, Charon dies though. Dude, he doesn't get his ace.
You gotta feel for it. This has been happening in Pacific over and over.
Oh my god.
The ace that Texture got was in April, man. He's had 12 4Ks.
Oh, so funny.
Since his last ace.
Oh my gosh.
This one should have been it. The draft should have finally ended. He's so funny.
Oh my gosh.
But can Sentinels find an answer? Now that
is the champs mode out? It should be out now, right? I think it came out like a couple hours ago.
It's almost looking insurmountable. It has to be now.
It has to shift now.
And then it's the C hit again. I don't mind it. Because here's the thing, Gen G, they pull off. This is where they throw curveballs, and this is the difference between Gen G. Hold on. Clear backside, clear backside. There you go. Very good. And Texture is holding further up this time. They don't expect that.
Desperation does not work out for Sentinels.
Gen G's comfy again. Gen G's comfy again. So I think the big difference between Gen G and some of the other teams that play with very good protocol is that like they have set moments where they'll just throw a hard curveball. So for instance, G2 kind of does this, where G2 that video is coming up later tonight / tomorrow morning, but G2 will do this where they will actually go hard in the paint when the opponents are in an eco. Like that's when they choose. It's actually dude, there's so many similarities to G2 to the old DRX, but that's where they'll throw a curveball. And Gen G, they did this for the first half of the year, and then they kind of stopped for a while. Okay, I was about to say surely Solo is not doing the disrespect timeout in the first game.
Their weaponry is so poor.
But they didn't do it for a while, but they used to do it where they'll start to do something different, and then right before a match point is where they throw a Hail Mary. And if it sticks, it sticks. If not, if they have enough of a lead. If it doesn't, then whatever, now you've planted that seed of doubt.
There's just so many questions being thrown at them. They do not have the answers on this side of the map.
Yeah, I'm not seeing it. Not just the fact that Sentinels have now got to do it with, again, weaker weaponry, knocked down to half armor. It's Bulldogs, it's Guardians in play.
No, they don't have good econ.
That you were mentioning. You know, they can't contest with Munchkin. He's been able to
the C retakes haven't been good. So there's one of two things that I would expect Sentinels to do. They've tried pushing out mid as well. That's not going to happen. So either they're going to hold C with garage control, or you just pressure Viper Wall in A like nice and early, and then you pressure the flank, and then you have someone holding C link with B.
Very smart, but also very aware that you can have that Viper Wall dropped on you at any moment.
So they are going to empty C. Oh no, they're going to go back to set it up. Gen G doesn't know this. Really, you're just going to hold? You're just going to hold a default? No, you are going to hold garage control. Okay, they're shifting over. Yeah, a three-man stack on A, but not to push out with Jet would have been detrimental. So you're going to hold C with garage and link control, right? All the trips on C. So you're watching out for either that or the push out of A. But this time, you're saying if they push out of A, we just go B. So we go B either way, right? Because either they're doing push out of A or they're holding C. So it's one of two choices. You draw out all the util, and now you can empty it. But now you've gotten them. Now you've gotten behind them.
Meteor dashing and backing away, still with his B-side control. Texture, he's put straight past.
No way! Dude, if he had gotten that second kill, that would have been depressing. But you still have Alarm Bot watching A push. You still have Turret watching C push and Garage. So they can just fill. Meteor's the only one that has to stay slightly outside. Oh, the Rolling Thunder. You gave him too much space for the Rolling Thunder, though. Meteor's close. Oh, nice check from Saucy. No, knew the timing. Dude, Saucy and Zelsis.
Around exactly when they needed it. Just as Gen G had got up to map point. We saw the same level of ideas from Gen G.
Doesn't Paper X also always push against you mean against ecos? Paper X does this as well. But so here's the thing is that Paper X just pushes all the time. That's why it's kind of bad. And also Paper X will they'll ego it. They'll jump into window when the opponents are in eco. G2 will go fast, but they'll go fast through a main, just clear the one cubby, and then they won't even touch sewers. You know what I mean? That's the difference where they'll do it just to plant the seed of different tempo, but they're still very well aware that they don't want to take fights in close quarters. Whereas Paper X is like, yo, dude, watch this. And then they go in and throw it.
The fact that we haven't really seen Zekken in those spots is a bit concerning.
Okay, but right, so now you're imagining Sentinel is going to go back to default, which they did. Why? Because now they're back to having guns, and now that they've pressured you to do something else because they won a round. So now Gen G goes back to rotating. The thing is you haven't actually gotten enough because you've been denied information. So they were trying to fish for more. Munchkin doesn't have a timing yet, and Sentinels, they're safe for it. So Munchkin's just going to make a call. He just wants to go for it. So they're going to get close. And then Meteor's going to make a move, and then they're going to hit A because they don't have a jet. Lakia just shows him. That's the timing for Munchkin, but... Oh, Sentinel's getting crispy. Oh, dude. Oh! Oh my gosh.
C at the same time.
Well, that smoke kind of gives the tell. Oh, okay.
Trip broken. Meteor has got an open side for them.
Dude, what a sneak in from Meteor.
3v5 though, Brent. They're not going to close out the map here, surely.
But it's Gen G. You never know.
You don't have Rolling Thunder.
They really should.
You don't have Hunter's Fury. But you do have to be ready to push out.
Sassy's going to have recon coming back.
You have to be ready to fight in C-Link, or you have to just buy a lot of time. Like, Karen has to do such an amazing job of getting kills and leaving. Huge paranoia. Lakia's so low. Meteor dying early is rough. Now they know. Yeah, that's rough.
Fully intends there to defend him. Sentinels are still alive in this map. They're not going to be going down one map just yet.
Yeah, old DRX used to do that. The problem with old DRX was at some point you run out of the playbook.
Sentinels pick up 2 retakes, both times.
Ooh, we'll do champs skin ranks after the game.
Making sure that they deal with any extraneous threats. I mean, in this situation, they had a big player advantage too. It was a nice shot from Zekken.
Oh,
he's going to now pick up the operator
nice.
Heading into round 21. This is, I think, the first time that we've seen him with an op in hand, right?
Yeah.
He had 2 outlaws earlier.
I like the C call, because in my head I was like, I guess Gen G it'd be a good timing to go A, and I'm like, no, that's too obvious. So pressuring C first to see if there's an op or not would be a good call. Because what they would expect you to do is try to clear A because of the toxic screen, and it would make it easier.
They got to know that the money is available for that operator. It should be at the back of their mind.
You do have the lockdown as well.
That flash, down A short, and now the Trailblazer indicating that Munchkin did not find an early timing. Sentinels were not sure, but now they should have a good idea.
You're pressuring for the lockdown, but you have to imagine... Oh, you're going to use it early, okay. Just to push them back. Doesn't really clear much of it. What set play do you have to take over? Snake bite to cut them off. Huge. And the poison cloud. Dude, Ten's actually taking the shot there. Made it easier for Gen G.
And Tenz has got to make a play. He's already found it, whipping it around. Meteor, rifle in hand, leaving it to the 2. And only the Blade Storm. A rifle for John QT.
Okay, Meteor watches with the turret outside. That's fine. Good close out.
A 4K to finish up the map. Haven is theirs.
Sentinels with a map pick that I think made some degree of sense. They had the VOD advantage, the tape advantage.
I mean, the Haven's a good pick. The Haven's one of the best picks you could have had against current Gen G. It's either that or Abyss. But Abyss, you don't know what they've cooked up, so it's risky on both sides.
Yeah, unreal performance by Texture, who's looking to really just grab not just another trophy, but also that undisputed title. We've still got plenty more of the series. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Your caster volume, the caster's on site? I can bring it up for you. Yeah, I have it overall very soft, so I can't tell. So just let me know in chat if it's like, if the game and caster sounds are too soft. I guess I don't have to raise it right now during the commercials. How would I rate the champ? Someone was asking on YouTube. Champ skins. Honestly, probably. I actually don't have the first one, so I like. But the first one I like didn't really care for, and then I kind of wished I had, but then I got over it, and I was like, eh. First Phantom, second Vandal. Honestly, I think I'm gonna really like this new Vandal though. Probably, or new Phantom. Probably new Phantom, old Phantom, new Vandal, old Vandal, probably. Fandom bias is strong. Let me go to the bathroom real quick.
First map.
What?
Now, Solo, we know that Gen.G is known for very amazing energy on stage, but today they were a bit more serious. How differently did the team prepare for this particular match? We have Jen to help with some translation.
감독님 오늘 선수들 표정만 봐도 뭔가 평소 때는 굉장히 즐겁게 게임을 하는데 오늘은 좀 더 진지하게 좀 몰입을 하는 모습이었거든요. 센티넬 상대로 특별히 준비했던 부분이나 마음가짐의 변화가 있을까요?
확실히 챔스기도 하고 저희가 또 서울에서 하는 것만큼 유일하게 저희가 센티넬한테만 졌기 때문에 그래서 무조건 이기고 싶다? 뭐 그런 게 좀 진지해 무조건 이겨야겠다는 생각이 있어요. 개막전이기도 하니까.
Yeah, of course, we were taking things more seriously because it's champions, also the first match of the champions in front of the home crowd and our home ground. So we are motivated, and they're the only team that beat us at a global event. So for us, we really, really wanted this win. So yeah, everybody's just getting their focus in, having their serious face on.
A lot riding on this match. Let's see if Gen.G can close it out.
Yeah, I mean, the Korean fans wouldn't have it any other way.
To be able to do so with that victory on Haven, as Sentinels picked that map, thinking maybe they had a little bit of a read based on what they saw.
I think he's chewing gum. I think he's chewing like a caffeine gum or something.
Sideshow said they ironed everything out, they managed to plug the holes, and they walk away with the win.
And I think we did see those issues to start. I think Sentinels had a lot better solutions to A lobby.
So going over to Ascent,
they were getting a lot of early advantages because of that. But then it was these Gen.G.
Honestly, I feel like if they bring out the Cypher Lock comp, Gen.G wins pretty easily.
They do a really good job of coming up with unique ideas.
If the Cypher Lock comes out, I think Gen.G wins pretty easily.
From angles you're not expecting
at the same time sometimes.
Yes, exactly. Like they're really good.
I think Sentinels has to go meta or something else.
In their arsenal is that they are
because the thing is the Cypher Lock comp has to, especially on Ascent, like you're attacking, you have to get into the site in such a tough way.
One of the things that has made them so good.
And most of it revolves around taking contact. And the thing is Gen.G knows, like if you watch how they play against Paper Race, they just know how to ruin your day if you're trying to take contact in A main or B main.
Where they were leaning into those set retakes on B, on C, that were also really.
What am I having? It's like peanut crumble bread. It's called soboropang. It's a very like common, just like one of the most basic common breads you can get at a Korean bakery.
One thing, when we swapped sides though, when we were seeing Munchkin with those lurks, I mean that was devious.
Oh, yo, yeah. Can we talk briefly about Ascension? Dude, Ascension Pacific's lineup is insane. The Ascension's actually gonna be so fire.
It's more like
it's gonna be so fire.
Like some of the maps where he has a little bit more room to maneuver, kind of thing.
Dude, Ascension's gonna be so fire.
He works his absolute butt off studying these teams. Like they talked about it in Shanghai, where everybody else is playing ranked and grinding, and he's out there with an iPad just watching.
Cypher Denlog is the one comp where tier 2 teams played amazingly, but tier 1 teams don't quite get it. I mean, I agree. So first of all, I don't think as many tier 1 Deadlock players play play the deadlock specifically well, but there's also an argument to be had that if you are the stronger team in Tier 2, you're going to have a much easier time just taking contact, right? So I think it's probably half and half.
If those two clutches didn't come through, this would have been a lot closer a game, and I think would have given a lot more opportunities for Sentinels to build some momentum into this.
Yeah.
Are you going to watch Ascension? I hope I'm casting it. I hope. I mean, we don't know yet, but if not, I hope to watch party it for sure, just because I've been following along Challenger's career all year.
He's the one peeking those angles with the ops, too. They're holding in one case. Tens is just holding that angle, and Texture still wins that battle. That's
But yeah, the thing with the Cypher deadlock is
moments like that is what make this team so difficult to go against, because you can be as prepared as you want.
You have a limited number of things you can use before you attack, like on the attack, before you attack. Oh, they're still doing the guess and gain on the Korean side. I guess they're not doing it for the global broadcast. That's unfortunate. That was so fun.
In their two matches that they ended up losing, they only won 2 pistol rounds.
The thing is you can use like the grav net. You can use the grav net to get onto the site.
Getting the opening picks and setting, I think, Zekken up for
you can use the cyber cages. That's fine.
And this is a really scary prospect, I think, now going into a map 2 against a team.
And then you have, I mean, you can dump your initiator util. You can, but you probably want to save at least one, or you want to have like your info one at least for timing.
Necessarily from him, but it was what you were saying.
But the thing is Ascent, I think, has less lineups than something like Bind, right? Or even Lotus. So
we praise him for his consistency, but something you noted was he never really had an opportunity to like get going, you know. And I think that again is just another credit to Gen G for being able to identify that, shut it down, and handle business.
Yeah, I mean, there were rounds, like,
I have no idea when we would find out, but quite frankly, probably not until like the later part of Champions.
Doing such a good job of picking players apart, finding those early picks.
I mean, hopefully they would let us know before the end of Champions, right? Going yes or no.
It's not just Texture, it's everybody on
but I assume it will take a little while just because, you know, the communications are probably delayed now that Champions is going on. I'll definitely do a ranking video for Pacific Ascension though, for sure, for sure.
Scrambling to try to find answers.
Yeah, no, of course. I mean, I think it goes without saying that this Gen G team is so.
We'll do like we'll do a power ranking video, and I might do like a kind of journey to get there for Ascension, just because I think it's important to highlight players in Tier 2. But we won't be doing like this. We won't be doing this. Well, if we aren't casting, we'll watch party it and we'll just break it down. But
again, you know, you look at this, you look at Gen G and the way that they're playing. I mean, this is dangerous territory right now for Sen.
It certainly is, but Sen is starting on the defense. I think the biggest win conditions for them to get online here.
So they are starting on defense. Not surprising. What is it? Cypher lock.
Operator online. If he gets into the groove, that's make or break. But the other question is, what comp are they going to
take a look at the screen.
Because they were experimenting with a lot of the deadlock ideas in stage 2. Some of it, I think, was.
No, I appreciate it. I appreciate everyone liking the content so far.
A little bit more work. You compare him to a team like Leviathan,
it's been really nice because I know it.
And I felt like they didn't have the
I'm very greedy about like quality, not necessarily like high tech like editing or whatever, but just overall quality, like the scripting, etc., etc. But so I want it to be a lot better. But the support you guys show me gives me a lot of motivation to just take it step by step and be committed to it. So I appreciate it a lot.
Please don't. But no, I mean, like, they're the best team.
Gen G should win Ascend. And it's Cypher Lock. They're playing Cypher Lock. So Gen G should absolutely win Ascend.
For Sentinels, I think for me, the biggest thing about Deadlock is you have to be so smart with how and when
I think Gen G should absolutely be winning this. It is going to be tougher because I think defense. I think this comp actually Ascent is where it does best on defense. I mean, haha, because Ascent is very defense sided, but also it's just much easier to like plant util here, be on the other side, avoid the KO. You know, you can really mix it up a lot more. I think in the setups. And then the sonic sensors, I think it's also much easier to use those to trap people.
Breaking it down. I think Gen G is good at that, but Sentinels have a lot of tools. This is a comp that only has one VOD out of it for Sentinels.
But as long as the spacing is good, which Gen G is very good at, they should be okay.
To be able to climb their way back into this series, but for Gen G, They're right there to be able to get that revenge against a team that, you know, has been their kryptonite from time to time, at least once.
We heard it from the coach. The only team who has beaten Gen.G at a
No, I agree. I agree. The thing is I don't really have a good way to do that with my camera setup right now with the script, but and sometimes I don't have a script. I'm just looking at like data on my other screen, but
Pull it off in front of the home crowd and send it back over to your casters, Brennan Sideshow.
And Gen.G are the heavy favorites here. I mean, this is an Ascent map that they are potentially
they've done some anti-KO setups some rounds, but
they look so damn good. And for Sentinels, as much as there's not been a lot of tape on them with this comp, it is not a good map right now for them. They have to come out with some miracles, and it has to start here with the pistol round.
all right, waiting for a mid push out. Turret's gonna spot it. Dude, what
Double fight out through straight from
in the world? Okay, early barrier. But here's the thing, is that while the barrier is tough on pistols, if you spent it before the minute mark, it dies out before the round's over, like well before it's over.
It's a decent counter to what Munchkin was doing on the previous map, but also the fact that the wall is used so early, generally,
yeah,
you
you just have to work. You just have to wait. So unless Zelsis pushes out of A, I mean, they can try to stack, but the numbers are favoring Gen.G. Oh, the drone.
A grab net.
Okay.
Slow down the approach here. There's a flash overhead as well, but now
only one gets pinged. Backup is here, but numbers advantage for Gen. You still have paranoia as well. Dude, look at the spacing from Gen.G.
What can he do? A lot of players now here in the drop down, skipping a hop right through, and it does
Bunny hop. Just trade 1 for 1.
Straight in there. Now the plant.
Do they have a timer? Watch the back. Texture's worried about it. Now Munchkin's watching it. Now that you have Texture watching over to CT. Munchkin getting caught is rough.
Texture dropping back and away. Texture and care on.
Yeah, I think you both back up. I think you have to play this together.
Once more, got to stand to the
oh, very good. Dude,
Just
Charon plays so good.
Only 4 HP and a dream it will just remain to be. It's a pistol round for Gen.G. Nothing out of the ordinary for this squad.
Not at all.
Fun fact, every best of 3 Gen.G has lost was 1-2, and every BO5 they lost was 2-3. Yeah, true. True.
Came down to the pistol rounds. I think Gen.G were the better team there. But an entire series where you don't win pistols is almost impossible to win. Sen need to be working on these. They didn't get a good beginning to it, and Gen.G managed to close it out there towards the end as well, just hitting good shots. Double body shots.
What did he tell Texture? Why does Texture look so...
Gamble here by Sentinels.
He looks so sad.
Knife not dodged, just
He looks wronged.
The only one who looks like
Okay, free orb. No, it's just a trap play. Sentinels just cutting noise. But I mean, at this point, Gen.G, all you need to do is just play default and slowly creep up and keep teasing for util. Keep the spike back and then just rotate it to wherever there isn't a trap play. If they're being this quiet.
You're expecting trap plays to be run off the Cypher cam usually, and this one's off deadlock contact. So I think there's a chance that it gets value, especially considering Munchkin and Karen's positioning. But right now, they're not taking an inch.
No.
I think Munchkin was probably saying something about like watching, like how they were watching main or whatever.
And as Tens takes contact, this whole trap.
They still don't have the spike. They're still waiting for a trap play. Okay, but nobody follows up. Isn't that a little weird? It's a little weird. There's the grab net. Oh, Karen, he just sits there.
Goodness me.
Dude, imagine being a coach for Charon, man.
It's still not good enough.
Dude, just imagine.
Show it from his POV or something, man. I mean,
the amount of 4Ks that we're seeing coming out from Gen.G as well, where one player just steps up and takes over the round.
It's so crazy. Dude, he couldn't move. He was crouched. There was no jiggling.
That means they've got 3 rifles for the bonus.
It's literally just
take a look at these shots.
aim training.
Comes out.
Listen,
Oh.
I mean, come on. I know it's against an eco, but still, as a grab net, down in place.
Yeah.
That jump from John is unfortunate. He ends up landing exactly in the same position. His jump was a bit too short, and it's a bit too late.
To get through right now. A nice shock dart from Lakia as well, getting rid of that sonic sensor. I don't think John pulled it back in time. B looks devastatingly difficult to hit, though. Especially if Sassy
Gen G is going to have to, they have to figure out the setups though. Now here's the thing is that Sentinel, the other thing Sentinel does a lot is they double up Sonic Sensor and Tripwire a lot. Like they invest so much of this double Senti util just to guarantee trap kills. And I think that really weakens the variety they can have, like the pressure they can have.
Tags onto Zelsis, the setup is going to be dropped down and away.
Well, and the 0 point ruins that. Good Odin though.
Spam damage.
But that means you still have that timing to get through.
Access though to that B site, so Plant will be online and inside for them second. Biding his time, hoping that somebody will just open themselves up, but as the doors drop down, Texture.
Oh, dude!
You're joking! You're not allowed to do that! There's no
Oh
way.
yeah, Texture, let's go.
Inside the cloudburst.
Good, just shift over from Meteor. Good smoke as well.
4v4.
Nobody's watching main again though. Oh, but they're smoking it off, so either it's a fake or... Very good.
Rips them all away.
Dismantling all of the trap setups here, taking out the cam early, making sure that Sassy doesn't have that wallbang spot. He goes over, gets a kill in the other side, and then
Dude,
GG
I will say this though.
out of really unexpected spots. The one from
If Sentinels loses today, I hope they go back to meta comps. I really do. I think they would do a lot better.
It's so nice. They've got Karen ready to back him up if indeed he needed it.
Yeah.
Texture is also there playing aggro. It's not just a solo play that.
Like the way they've been playing,
And yet,
like this comp forces second in so many unfortunate situations. They double down on the Sentinel util.
Got such a nice read on the game.
That's just a hope, just because I could be wrong. Maybe that just hasn't been working for them, and that's why. So then I would just be wrong. But anyway, to recon and swing out, that's good.
And a brain to match.
Yeah, and a team as well that's just right there beside him, all on the same page.
And that's both the SOA and the Jet.
Aware of just any obstacles that might face them as well. You can see it just the way that they even approach.
And you break the cam.
It's against an eco round.
So now somebody has to come over to B if they want information.
Full disrespect, but Gen G, they slow it down. They make sure that they can methodically try and pick apart what.
But Sentinels is not a hard re-clear team. Especially not with this comp on defense.
I think about Gen G potentially being shaky in home soil and a home crowd. Listen, that was kind of pushed back at Shanghai when they were literally the villains. All the way through, it's an open side again over towards A.
What?
Yeah, what incredible
Heron, nice.
range of emotions that they will have experienced in their last two international events. Madrid,
Why do I want the opponent to do better? I just want...
Shanghai, a crowd that disdain them, I think.
I really think the Sentinels team can be so good. It was so good. It is so good. Obviously, they've been dealing with a bunch of stuff out of the game as well, but like all individually. But
you know, thing to come. It's not like Gen G announced what time they were going to arrive at the venue.
Yeah.
People, fans from Seoul, clustered watching them exit the van, screaming at the Gen G players.
dude, I'm sorry. As much as I love Izu becoming the Faker of Valorant, that dream is over. He could become a great player, but
if we can dare to dream, if they can dare to dream,
Karon though, he's in the running for sure.
Already done it once. First time it's been done for Pacific. That was Gen G who did it.
Set play, no
Despite the
reaction.
expectations, I think most of us were probably looking towards a team like PaperX maybe.
But you're all inning right now. You've got lockdown.
To be that team, but
So you clear wine.
had a crazy
Clear out traps. Haven't cleared the first one. Texture is stunned. You need to fill the sun. Oh!
Adjustment and expectation for Texture, but he's already in through the side.
Oh man, the aggro from Texture. Okay, but you successfully keep the lockdown, which is huge against this team because like they don't exactly have the most going on for retakes.
Drone broken, slide tag, double faced up and out, but just
Now you gotta save, especially with the out. And Gen G knows this. Oh no! Go Texture, go! Texture, go! Texture, go! Oh, he doesn't want to greet it. He doesn't want to greet it. Very good, very good, very good that he didn't greet it. It was too late. He started running too late.
Potentially. Inside. There's still time here for Sentinels to make a play towards this one. The second retake, but the operator again adds another level of difficulty. It's all about how they manage this one as
Yeah,
well.
they now that Texture's dead, they actually have a chance.
Sticking out onto the fuse,
This is not good. This is...
dropping him.
There is no
Dude, the half-assed chase, man.
Just one around where all three of the retakers.
You either chase all the way or you don't.
No way that I just watched that. There's no chance. I must have got something wrong. Surely that was John Cutie's ultimate. What? The brain is baffled and befuddled.
It all started with tens. This guy here.
Now, this is what happens when a team that doesn't Paper X thinks about Paper Xing.
As soon as the detainment wasn't followed
This is what happens.
Offered up an easy kill onto Texture.
I mean,
The fans are not amused.
No, so far away.
All right, so that's a bizarre round for Sentinels to get on the board. I don't think you'll ever see anything like that one again. Certainly not replicable, if you want to talk about that.
All right, you tagged the Cypher. They're in mid. So try to take more space. Try to clear out traps in mid. This is your one chance. This is your big chance to try to clear that stuff. Nothing quite showing up. Market Recon, very good. Still no reaction.
Still a few shots fired off as well. That drone has to be broken. Zelsis locks it
Oh,
down.
huge kill from Zelsis. This is... Oh, Gen G's a bit overcommitted.
That is it. Sentinels, complete control of this B site. Spike dropped down, and with the trip.
Okay, trip and tree.
Exactly to where Munchkin's presence is. It's another round that's inevitable here for Sentinels, and at least that second one, Justin Flick missed, at least with the op.
It is inevitable.
It should be. Unless you give him the ones. We're blinded up. Ten's happy to just jump on the chance and pounces straight into mid. So maybe this is what we were looking for from Sentinels.
Depending on what's in the comms, I would want to hold on a timeout, but that could be, for a lot of teams, that could be a timeout round from Gen G.
I think most of the time you're going to be wanting to try to hit them as they come through choke points or as they hit your utility. You're looking to follow up on trips, on stuns, to op them or Odin them before they even exit and get into the site. That's one of the rounds where we actually see Sentinels comp functioning. And because
But yeah, I'm fine with holding it. That's why I said I wouldn't, but I could see it happen.
It's going to be Zekken looking towards top mid, hoping they can get a cheeky one at the beginning against somebody like Meteor.
Because now mid is going to have to be covered. Oh, and the op gets spotted. No one else gets tagged for backup, but you have to know. But that means the Cypher wasn't tagged, so you're going to try to clear trips. Nothing hit. The trip is very far forward. This is smart from Sen. Because Gen G wants to play slow and creep up and clear out as many trips as possible, figure out where everything is before they hit. Big stuns coming out, huge ultimate. Alright, good break though. Oh.
Happy to fight them straight back at you. Second,
3v2. Stay calm. Yep, plant under. You still have main control.
2v3. Dart fired off. No reveals inside, but jumps
oh.
through.
No, don't peek lock, yeah. You just wait. You have Hunter's Fury.
At least with that Hunter's Fury, he's got that backup plan and policy.
Dude, I wonder if Karon considers ulting here just to buy time. Oh, he's going to use the Shrouded Step. He just used it just to buy more time.
Sentinels now making a call to double up. They don't have a dart. It's 20 seconds until that arrives, and it's going to be too
They
late.
need to clear Hell, and they need to clear main. They know the Hunter's Fury is online.
Smoke is just mind games from
They're going to split? Really?
And they got to stick this one here, and they still haven't found it. WinCons are just dashed away to the win. Time? And there is no time. Ticking at this point. Sassy knows it.
Okay, you win the round, but what a way to line up. What a way to give vision for the Hunter's Fury.
Watching Lakia be taking out Karon with the Hunter's Fury towards the end, but just making sure that Silver Ult was in play.
But he backed out far enough to waste enough time, so that's good. I mean, Sentinels, the split was the only option they had.
Gen G take another one. And this is a round where it looked like Sentinels, again, their system was working. They got the Annihilation off. It grabbed a player with the spike. But I don't think they were anticipating as heavily that it was an A split and someone could retrieve that player. Pulled out of Shelob's grasp at the final moment. And we're into the next round.
Gen G still going to hit mid.
I think is the player to watch here. That null command is spectacular.
Imagining that this might be a timing for a push out. Can't have a strong tiles crunch though. You have null command. So you're imagining a split between the two. Between the two Sentinels.
In some sense, Zelsis is the bait here. He kind of wants to be seen, be shown, and then you run into A and forget about the deadlock util.
Right here. Knife over the top.
Okay, Dunlock gets tagged.
Tag out through main darts. Meteor barely alive.
Okay, so you know the Denlock and the Silva's on this side.
Drop down to 8 health.
But that means Deadlock Traps should be on A. Sonic Sensor should be on A.
A split, null command. Watch out for these sensors.
Yeah. The pressure's going to be on immediately. What have they got to even answer this? Flash clear. Cam over the top here, no command as well as the dart. Does reveal all. Both players, in fact. Tenzin Zelsis, the position is noted, recognized, stunned up, but there's no follow-up.
Sensor's still online, but they're hiding. Not everyone's stunned.
He's worried about it. He swung from main as well, picked it apart. I mean, methodical is what you call that. Gen G. There was no easy
Well played.
No fair fight to be taken for the anchor.
Oh, and they're going to take the time to give it.
Dodging and weaving the entire way through.
The Gen G protocols on attack, when they hit the A site, they're magnificent. They're always guns out, not scaling too deep into the site, holding, waiting for that peek from the defender, holding heaven, waiting for the backup to arrive. You know, making sure that they're not caught in transition, running forward, trying to rush things.
It's the little jiggles of movement, just trying to bait them out, and it just makes the anchoring players feel so alone.
Yeah. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from left side, from right side Jenny. You don't know if someone's going to run at you from Dice. And the whole time, Genji are actually just making you afraid.
The thing is you can really start to imagine how players will, how teams will play one side, depending on how they play the other side, right?
Of that approach to the A site, but
so Gen G does a really good job of flooding and trading. So they understand that as long as we're on the site, that's the only thing that, like, our play is the only thing that could counter us. So then they just hold.
You're noticing as well that the deadlock, I gotta say, it's finding very little value.
Yeah.
The walls, it's difficult to find a good timing to use that mesh barrier, or barrier mesh, sorry, because Munchkin's happy to call a slow round where it just expires. So if you use it in the mid round, okay, that's fine.
Yeah, you can't use it early.
Gen G are probably going to pivot in another direction.
Yeah.
And the
okay, so the timeout from Sentinels.
Null command comes through. There's double stunts on site.
If they have more util setups prepped, traps should change.
Yeah. And Tens, when that hit was coming through, not sure what ended up happening. Even if he had smokes available, I think Null command would have stretched past him, would have prevented him from being able to lock off that anchoring main side. But you can feel it.
So the best way to use Denlock util is to actually set up traps and then force contact there. I don't know. I haven't really seen Sentinels do that at all, though, in their past games. So I don't think you have to be scared for that.
Looking unstoppable on Ascent, as we were all kind of expecting.
I think there are things that Sentinels can adjust here, though. First of all, they could try doing some reclays over towards A main with Gravnet and a Paranoia, something like that. Alternatively, if they wanted to fight over tree control, that would be another good adaptation, I think, because Gen G have been doing a lot of A splitting.
Yeah.
And the other thing they could try to do is tuck Zekken in the box at back heaven with his operator.
Well, you say that.
When the hit comes through, he's there ready to collect.
Yeah, and that's what Gen G's watching for. But yeah, I was going to say the only thing I'd be afraid of is the trip to take contact. That's the only place you can set it up prior to the round. So Gen G doesn't want to go for that. But if you're going to do that, you have to fight for A main control. So Gen G wants to fight that immediately. Yeah, so immediately the Sonic Sensor comes out. Big kill from Tens. Can't get out, though. And the... Oh, everyone got delayed too much. It's a nice try. Everyone got delayed too much. This is Gen G straight up trying to hard read.
To be broken. Doesn't even stop the bullets as well. Still with those sight lines just being set by these Sentinels players. Second's got it.
Yeah, just collect orbs.
Great adaptation from Sen.
Ooh!
Surely Gen G can't recover it.
There's no way.
I mean, John is stuck here.
They know where he is.
He's trying to hit it. Doesn't quite go deep enough.
Will be a dead man.
And he has called for the reinforcements. Two players ready to at least swing off of his contact. Dart is broken here.
Meteor's waiting for it.
Finally delivering a reset from Meteor. Not enough to see he can at least find a way to pave his way to that victory in the round. So Sentinels are still alive. For now, it feels like
okay, so you checked the early aggression contact for main, but you didn't end up checking the trap and tree. So Sentinels probably plays Sonic Sensor again on tree. Gen G's not going to know that for sure.
Could he have been cleared? Absolutely. Should Texture have maybe waited a second for the fragment grenade to come through. Yeah, also. Yeah. But TenZ does get the value from his positioning there. And on top of that, there are
but you know that Sen most likely will not do this, and even if they do, you can at least force the sonic sensor out. So Gen G should pressure this again.
Like I said, this is
just to deny that control. Now, what they don't know is that this trip is still here. The sonic sensor is still here on tree. That's going to allow Sentinels to be okay not having a main control. Meteor takes contact just to push them back from B main. You're not confident if it's the op or not, because you still haven't heard the op. So you oh, you don't know. Oh, you just used drone. Okay, I was about to say, yeah, you used drone to clear it. Okay, so no op. I mean, it could have ran away to lane, I guess, but you didn't hear them running, so. On that side, but just trying to force the shift. Charon should have heard the sonic sensor being planted on A main. And then barrier mesh on tree to fight. This is a very good adjustment from Sen that Gen G does not know about yet. Because this, you should get value. Although at this point, like one of them should be looking main if I was Sentinels, but either way. Yeah, they're going to run into that barrier mesh that they had no idea about. This was a good timing on the barrier mesh. But it's about to expire. Perfect timing. Sonic sensor, though. Paranoia. Not going to hear it. TenZ doesn't hear it. It's not called out. And you know the ops heaven as well. You know it's already here. Meteor is holding tree. No ults to worry about. You have Odin. So you just keep them at bay. Yeah, wait for the second peek. Good re-clear from... Then, oh, everybody's tagged from Gen G. You have to be ready to fight. Everybody locked onto the sides here, but the one way they good one way from Charon. Charon just needs to wait. He needs to trust Lakia to clear literally everything. Well, now you can't. Munchkin said. Oof. Just in time here for Sentinels, I believe.
Yeah, only about a second on the clock, though. Whoa.
Exactly a second.
Yeah, right on the money.
Yeah, wow.
A good round from Sen there in terms of how they squeezed Gen G. That pressure coming through, double swing over towards heaven, making sure that they dominate that angle. The Gen G players in the post plant couldn't hold it, ended up giving that up and tucking into positions like Dice and Hell. At that point.
So if I'm Gen G, I try to take some early space again. Force that wall early, you know? Force the trips early. Like you've been letting Sen kind of do their own thing. Okay, there's the timeout. So
coming in round 11 of map 2.
I think you need to get a reaction out of mid for sure, but I think you take either both A main and B main.
6 rounds is already astonishingly good, but it must be said
or something more, or a play in mid, but mid's a little risky.
Better on attack.
Just because, again, like tree, you can't fight early because of that sonic sensor. Mid, you can try to pressure it.
Much like they're trying to do, at least Sentinels, on their own defense.
But now you've seen the sonic sensor in tree. Does it still go there? Who knows? You can tuck it in, though. You can tuck it into the left wall so it doesn't get shot immediately.
There's a lot of footage.
But it will still pop it.
Possibilities as well if John QT has been doing his homework, at least with the annihilations and whatnot. Grab net re-clears.
Yeah, and I just want to say for a moment that Zekken has rebounded from bottom of the scoreboard to the top. If you look at him all year long, Zekken has been amazing. Like I said, getting better and better all year. TenZ has been consistently at the top, even though they didn't make Shanghai. Zels has still been good. It's actually been John who's dropped off in terms of his fragging, his output a little bit, compared to his astonishingly strong Madrid performance where they lifted that trophy.
So the one-way comes out. Okay, now there's this early 0 point set play to just punish A main. So trap him. Because Sentinels has been pushing out. It's good, it's hard control. And then you just clear tree. Very good. You need to fight it though. Okay.
Only gets the one down, which was textured.
Pretty sure Charon's gotten a kill every time he's been grav netted.
Locked down by Meteor. This is
Okay, you've seen the darts come out. The lockdown is a bit early though. So you ideally have another plan.
Should allow a great plan. I mean, this one also planted for short. If they wanted to send somebody on a wraparound.
Very heads up.
Yeah, I mean you have the op now too, so maybe you do go for an early lurk. All the way, a flank all the way around. Lucky's too late to do that though. He has a lineup for the dart, so... But it's Munchkin with an op. But the guys in hell just need to hold. They just need to stay alive. Well, I take that back. All they need to do is get a kill, apparently, because that should force a save.
Already the players have repositioned. Spike is ticking away, and Sentinels realize it. Has to be that save, have to back away.
How many rounds do Sentinels need, even if they were able to get pistol their first of the match and be able to carry some momentum forwards on their attack half? I think anybody that wants to see Sen recover on Ascent here, gotta be hoping that they get this round 12.
Yeah.
It's looking dire without it.
Yeah, you need 5 for sure.
Not unusual on Ascent, but it's usually the other way around, where you get your defenders in the lead.
With how dominant Gen G have been on the pistol rounds, you know, if it follows the same course, you're looking at like 8-4 turning into a 10-4.
Yeah, and at that point, it's just curtains.
Yeah.
There's no recovery there. Zelsis coming into this
Okay, so you wait to see if they're going to push out of A main again, but now you take mid control. That's good.
Of the Op and Odin.
It's a weird buy. Bit of a mixture.
Second hasn't been able to really walk in front of these smokes. Keeps getting pushed back and back. But he is
Trying to clear all the early
getting
trips.
the kills. Take flight.
Force them back. Basically, so what Gen G has just done is they've taken control both on B and at mid. Right? You cover smoke on mid, then you pressure them away from B as if you're going to go into a pinch to B, and then you drone it to push them back further, which draws out the wall. So you know the deadlock is on this side. The timing's still a little off on a couple of these. What a shot.
Can't quite manage it. I mean, it's Caron.
And the stun does
Trying to find the deadlock. Don't find it.
Back and away. Gen G
Sonic sensor.
down, getting quirky with these timings. There's a stun. They can hear the sensors. Texture.
Yep. There you go.
One of them.
Good clear.
So much uncertainty. Rapid into their heads. They spot the player. Texture shoulder just peeking.
They're waiting. They're waiting for Tree to peek.
Squares up to it.
Gen G's waiting for someone to peek from Tree.
Options thoroughly opened. Gen G.
Did they check? Well, now they know. Oh man, Zekken had a chance. Munchkin down to 25.
Doesn't stand it. And leaves it to just 2. Munchkin is low. Could be an opening. Lakia will fall. This is a movement in play.
So doable for Sentinels. The health advantage
Yeah,
is
this is bad. Dying to that Stinger was not good.
Should be clearing at least a portion of it, but you don't know there's blind spots. Munchkin peeks.
Oh, he's found.
4 seconds until
But the smoke has made them commit to heaven. So he's just gonna hide behind dice. Caron's just buying time. This is all for Munchkin. Huge.
Peak in timing, off of it, only 5 bullets left, but a tap from Sassy as well. It's all so unlikely for him, and he needs to hit the second.
No time.
Time ticking, forced to stick it, and time not enough on Sen's side.
It's an 8-4 half.
Okay.
With Gen G
So
on the attack side,
Sen
will
has to use their util early. They have to do Gravnet clears for main,
on Ascent here at Champions.
or they have to do like drone clears and immediately keep that space and then try to go for a pinch. Mid clears are always going to be tough.
Really are the best in the world on this map. Yeah. There wasn't so much an exec in that final round as they just walked up with an operator.
Still found the openings though. I mean, listen, this team is so good at picking apart all sorts of it. And for the pistol round, that's what we're looking towards. Gen
When
G,
is Tarek playing?
indomitable so far.
All right, halftime. Commercial break. Oh. Yeah, I couldn't do it. I couldn't be part of a team. It's so draining. I'd rather shout for 6 hours across 2 matches. The emotional damage is too much. As long as Gen G doesn't give mid for free, this should be a pretty easy half. Easy map. No. I mean, that's what I usually do in watch parties. No, this is fun. No, it's fun. I'm just saying that it's a very committed thing. It doesn't act well. I mean, it's tiring, but it's not like actually hurting me. I am having fun. Don't worry.
If there's any chances for Sentinels, of course it has to start on the pistol. I feel like I say that often with a lot of different teams, but when you're up against Gen G, who are not only trying to, make a name for themselves in their home country this time, it's home soil, but also looking like potentially one of the favorites to win the whole thing, it's another question.
I don't know if you push out mid on this pistol if you're Gen G against the double sentinel. I don't think it's necessary. I mean, taking the flank would be nice against the barrier mesh, but I don't think it's necessary. So they're not going to do it.
And stomped through Shanghai. That's a scary, scary team on the other side of the stage. And they're 8-4.
Nanoswarm to delay the door. See if you can get a pick. If not, you can at least destroy the door ASAP, and they can't swing out of it.
Let's take a look then.
And then push out B. Okay, so you're going to push out a side. You're actually going to go for a crunch onto B, which is good. Because I was going to say I want to see them push out, but just going headlong would have been very risky. So just going for the pinch.
Yeah. Against this comp, though, I don't think they should be too happy to play retake.
Yeah.
You're going to be running into...
No, but you have the flank, then it's okay. Then the retake's okay. On pistols, it's a little tough, but generally it's not bad. Oh, don't give him the easy kills. Okay.
Barely the 2 shots off, not enough to drop care on. So the trade is there, but Zekken taking a cheeky peek.
Oh, this is a good barrier mesh though. What a wall from John. That's actually ruined the pinch because Meteor couldn't reposition.
Nice and easy. Karen trying to at least split up the site. Create that timing and opening for Meteor potentially there. He's already out though, and the players are straight through and out. The whiff might cost them still. Dart forwards. Forces the issue out of texture, and they do clean it up. So Sentinels.
It's a pistol done.
A pistol round under their belt. Maybe something to work with.
First of the series could not have come at a better time.
The green screen so I can just sit next to the coaches.
Probably would have been game over had they lost that one.
Yeah.
Beautiful dart as well from Sassy. They immediately dominated those smokes that Karen threw out there, which I think is the correct play. The dart forced somebody in. Sassy deals with them.
But once the buy rounds come out, really what all Gen G needs to do to first figure out how far Sentinels is willing to go, because you have a little bit of margin, is just go for the standard one way on A main, see if they util them to clear it, and if not, you can really just hold that for free, and then just do a delay on B, right?
Take a little bit of extra space.
Because then they have to use early util. Ooh. Good on John. I don't mean to praise the opponents, but good for him. He's had a rough second half of the year, like the caster said earlier.
Making sure that there's no waste.
And any Gen G pushes on other parts of the map.
At this point, Gen G, okay, the barrier mesh comes out. You know it's A. You just hide and get whatever picks you can. As soon as the smoke blooms. Oh. Can't quite get through. Now he's mega stuck. But they can't close the door either. Oh, no, he does. Oh, he was just waiting us out of the smoke. Okay. But Meteor's here for the trade. This is actually, I don't... Dude, surely Sen doesn't go for this. There's literally no reason to. Okay, good baits though. But it is Gen G. I don't know if you give them these. Oh, dude, good thing Zeus has won that duel, because if not, I think Gen G wins this round.
20 seconds still. They don't know where this guy is, but the door's going to be closing. Nobody stepping past it. Just spots the feet. Breaking the door, trying to take the fight. It's a little bit of
NT.
I mean, okay, they do get the anti-eco, but
Yo, what's up? Oh, bad.
3 of their players, 3 of their guns is not going to be a healthy bonus.
No, there's just a lot of watch parties going on.
Literally, I know it's hot in here.
Also, I'm being biased during Pacific Team games and trying to make calls from the Pacific Team's POV, so maybe the Americans didn't like that. Maybe the free flyers, the freedom flyers didn't like that. I say as an American.
They got a stinger to work with here. It's not much.
Okay, full armors. Oh, nope. Actually, only one full armor. No outlaws carried over.
Maybe even just building up to one of these ults like the Annihilation.
Yeah, so you've already drawn out a Shrouded Step. You heard it if you're Charon.
These are the kind of things that would be a success.
Munchkin's there to cover you, so you just have to hold. Yep. See what else they're willing to spend. See, I don't know if Munchkin... The pop flash there, this is something that you have to watch out for. You can really force them to use their util without having to use yours against this composition. I mean, Charon peeking out...
Yeah, we're seeing Sentinels take
like, it's risky, so you want to throw the flash, I get it, but...
Utility there. Normally with this composition, I would expect to see Sonic
now you're out of flashes. You have the 0 point. Now Gen's behind. Gen G's behind on util. Drone has cleared everything, though, and the trip.
And disguise the fact.
Sentinel's playing this very well. So now they've shaken up mid, and Gen G caught their attention in B, and they have main control. So Gen G's very scared. Munchkin just going for the curveball play. This is the only thing that can really save them, and that's huge.
Of kills, and it leaves it just down to 10s, up and over.
Jeez.
Can't overcome it.
Oh, the link's not working?
Champions Trophy blinks into and out of existence, floating
for the mod form.
The players.
Let me double check that.
Rifles back online though for Sen. An opportunity for them to showcase what they've been working on. We haven't seen them play too much of this map.
No.
But we've seen the Cypher Deadlock. We know that it's got at least some good fundamentals to work on.
I mean, to be fair though, this is individual heroics that win it. It was the win condition after losing so much space on the map, but you know, Gen G lost the map on that round, but they won the fight. So now you have A main control. Okay, so that's your counter to it. Munchkin basically has to stick around so that Karen doesn't get caught, so he can have an exit. But that allows them, because you can now give up tree because you've taken main. So that allows Texture to go over to B. I like it. You've still got the alarm bot. It's online.
For those openings, Gen G. Give them too much though. Shock dart.
Why is it privated? That's my bad.
Very weak alarm bot.
Yeah.
Okay, wall though.
Can't see the health bar, but I'm sure it'll be minuscule.
Be crazy if the alarm bot clutched now. 1 HP.
A bit of spam though. It's going to be exchanged now here.
But you're already on CT. You don't need to worry. Gen G doesn't need to worry too much. That's a big knife. You know that somebody's in tree, but you have main, so that's okay. I would actually almost... You heard the barrier mesh go up. I would rather have Munchkin and Karen double up here, whether it's tree or main.
Wall down mid, but they didn't break the alarm bot. So
is the call?
They've got to go into a B split.
There's plenty of players ready to beat Gen G.
Oh, they're just gonna hit him.
Logs to the corner,
close.
Has to do a lot here. It's running and gunning to trade it up, but they weren't expecting, and again delivers.
Very good hold.
And it might just be an around-winning moment. Indeed, it is a 3-piece to finish it. 10-6 Gen G. Looking on pace now to just take this map away.
Yeah, that's going to knock the economy for Sentinels. Could be the death blow. I love that smoke. Everybody's throwing that same smoke now. Learn it for your ranked games as well. The one-way cross map helps out your players to defend against the B split. Perfect from Karen, and it sets up this crossfire so beautifully. And Lackey is tucked into a corner. The Sentinels players, as they come out, they're checking stairs, wondering if someone's peeking from there. Because Meteor, he loves to play that spot. Yeah. Then they check switch, because you never know. Texture could be playing in that kind of position. There's just so many ways.
Texture has so much to say today.
It's difficult.
Okay, Sentinels timeout. So what does Sentinels want to fix? They want to fix clearing the alarm bot as soon as possible.
Like I said, that could have been the death blow. And
they gave up A main control this time. Right? They made too many assumptions with mid. So basically, Sentinels thought they had space, but they actually had control of nothing other than B main, and even that wasn't guaranteed. So what are they going to do?
Making sure that they can play it slow.
Sentinels will probably hold for the first little bit, and then try to re-clear A main and mid.
And not only does that slow Sentinels down, but it also allows
Because the barrier mesh at market isn't the greatest, because you can still wrap around.
Because his players are willing to contest util. And if you peek back into B main and you see 5 players on the other side, and Meteor,
But I don't think you do any push out if you're Gen G. Don't try to curveball it now. There's no need, especially when they're on stingers.
Just helps every aspect of their game. That constant
Stinger buy. Maybe they will go fast, but I think Gen G. Oh, Gen G expects them to actually. Gen G is expecting them to. But surely they just hold here? Oh, no. Okay, you're just going to plant in. All right, yep. That smoke does make it tougher for Charon. Oh, that's rifles. I told you, chat. They didn't need to get aggressive this. Okay, I mean, listen, you have Munchkin. Doesn't matter.
He knows the tens is lurking. Not long for the world. But again, another high game IQ moment from Munchkin there. He hears the drone.
Damn.
He knows the Sassy is going to be.
I told you, Gen G didn't need to push out, because Sentinels is going to try to wait and trap them into a push out. I don't think they needed to, but it doesn't matter, because Munchkin's just going to find a timing on the drone.
I mean, timing's the drone as well, beautifully. And a situation that was
That's insane.
looking like a potential win
Can you
condition
lip
for
read what
Sentinels.
Texture's saying? I probably could if I really wanted to, but Texture has an accent though. He has a like like the southern part of South Korea accent.
Meteor's domain. Are they going to expect him to be here?
Tripped in and clear.
It's a drone for drone.
But okay, drone for drone, so you know the Sova's here.
He's hiding from
He's going to show himself.
Again.
It's a little weird that he showed himself so blatantly though, yeah? Okay. Texture gets tagged. All this to push them back on B. Lakia is dead. Oh, this annihilation. Is Sean going to use it? They're going to clear this. They have to. Oh, but the sight. Oh, but the sight. It's got. They all died on the site. I thought the site was going to catch enough attention. 1v3? Karen's done so many 1v4s, it's not even funny. They can spam the wall, though. Is Sentinels overrated? I don't think so. I think they're actually just fairly well rated for this tournament, right? I think people want to see them do well, and they have the potential to, but I think everyone's actually pretty level-headed about them.
Realize what's happening and sent a couple players over there, but Sen grouped up, decisive, love to see it. And Sassy continues to have one of the best games that I've seen from him in a long time. Oh yeah. He was top of the scoreboard for a hot minute there on Haven, and now he's back up at least on the Sentinel side with 30.
I'll do it after this game. I don't want to turn away from the game. So sorry about that.
Doesn't get much easier though. This time Texture going walkabout up through mid. Angles being held for him. He's hoping.
This is a Hail Mary. Going for match point for Gen G. Yeah, this is a Hail Mary. But these are the things that other teams don't do. Right? These are the teams. These are the things that teams that play like textbook don't do. Charon, bail him out. Somebody bail him out. Okay. And the drone. You hear the drone as well, so you expect Charon to be gone, but you have no idea what amount of information they have. Munchkin's hiding again. Oh my gosh. Okay, from the shadows is in the sight.
Oh! Charon! He dominates the smoke. He will not be stopped. And a paranoia puts tens in his place.
Holy.
The recon in that position is supposed to stop Charon from
doing that. How does he break the recon and then run in and spray them?
Forced to swing into the smoke.
Dude, Charon is unreal. But it's plays like this. I love it. I love it from Gen G.
Opened up nicely with Gen G's aggression. Which, like I said,
see, those are the things that's really hard for me to call, because like those are things where it's just like you have so much confidence in yourself that you're like, this is the play. Like this is the play to break them. And if it doesn't, like, whatever, it conditions them. Like, that's such a mindset thing that's real. Like, those are the illogical plays that a team like Gen G does. Oh, he gets the refresh. Seconds all alone.
Just absolutely unbelievable form.
Texture hasn't cleared Boathouse just yet, but I think he has an inkling.
Left to stew and simmer.
No, he's got op.
Knives back out though for Zekken.
No dash, no updraft. Oh, huh?
Texture reveals his position.
Just the bucket. GG.
A 2-0 finish. Gen G looking large and in charge, not slowing down from prior performances. They are aiming and gunning for that trophy.
Revenge for the grand
Well played by Gen G. I mean, a little rough in the beginning, but I think they, first of all, more than anything, I don't think it's even hard prep against what Sen has shown us before. I think it's just, I mean, maybe the comp, but the composition. But outside of that, I think it's just understanding how Sentinels was targeting them. But that's the thing about Gen G. I think that's what makes Gen G so good, is that because they don't change their comps much, they have so much freedom on their mental stack to identify what the opponents have prepared for you, like specifically to counter you. I think that's what Gen G does so well.
I am disappointed that we didn't get to see Abyss from either of these two teams.
Honestly, though, I'm pretty sure I'm gonna say this. I'm gonna say this.
They've been permabanning it all the other times.
I think Gen G left Abyss open, confident that they were gonna get a 2-0.
Because the form from Gen G just ridiculous with the 2-0.
And if it doesn't, like, whatever, we'll show it.
For that kind of delight as we get to see.
But I think basically the idea from the draft was there's no reason to make Sentinels get comfortable, right? So no reason to make them get comfortable because they've lost their split. We lost our Breeze. Lotus is good for both of us, but no reason to make it comfortable. But if we can 2-0 and we leave Abyss open, suddenly it makes everyone question, like, oh, well, maybe their Abyss is prepped.
Like they're going from strength to strength.
They certainly do. It wouldn't surprise anyone, I think.
So it's
if Gen G picked up a trophy here, but it's a long, long road ahead.
Oh yeah, early days.
A good first step along that path, however.
I think it's a good draft.
Yeah, definitely early days, but like you said, it's a good first step to be taking.
And the crowd will be extremely.
Dude, the Phantom looks nice, man.
Things up here. In Seoul,
dude, that double kill. Holy.
But the crowd could not find a
team
to better represent the Pacific region and South Korea, the mecca, the home of
Okay, now that there's no Pacific team in the second match, we can relax and just talk about the game.
Stellar performance, I think, on a big stage for quite some time.
Now, playing other games is a no-no during co-streams. We can like look at, I think we can look at like websites and stuff, and we can look at other Valorant stuff, but like we can't play Valorant either, I think.
Anytime we get to hear from Texture. It's so good.
So I think people can kind of just get around with it, but like technically the agreement says while the event is going, like while the official live broadcast is going on. All right, let's listen to the interview. I don't have to translate these. Yay!
Now massive congrats. Texture, I feel like you guys had some unfinished business facing Sentinels today. They were the only team that beat you at a global event, and you beat them today, you know, right off the bat. So a great start to Champions, right? 텍스 선수 오늘 승리 축하드립니다. 오늘 오면서 유일하게 젠지에게 패배를 선물한 팀이 센티널스였는데 개막전부터 그냥 빠르게 해치웠습니다. 뭐 시작이 좋은 것 같아요. 오늘 경기 어떻게 느끼고 있나요?
좀 재밌게 그냥 저희 하던 느낌대로 그냥 잘 한 것 같아요.
We tried to have fun and play our own game, so I'm pretty satisfied with how it went down. Now, you guys are on a different trajectory, you and Sentinels, post-Madrid, of course. Sentinels in particular, they had their struggles, but you guys went on and won every trophy there ever was. So how does Sentinels today compare to the Sentinels that you faced in the grand finals in Masters Madrid? 근데 이제 젠지와 센티널스가 그 마드리드 이후에 좀 다른 흐름을 보여주고 있잖아요. 젠지는 뭐 있는 트로피들 다 쓸어 담았고 센티널스는 약간 흔들리는 모습을 보여줬는데 그 결승전 때 만났던 센티널스에 비해서 오늘의 센티널스는 좀 어떻게 느껴졌을까요?
사실 뭐 센티넬은 아직도 잘하는 팀이라고 생각을 하고 있긴 한데요. 근데 솔직히 저희가 마드리드 때보다 훨씬 더 성장을 많이 했고 더 강해졌다고 생각을 하기 때문에 뭔가 저희가 더 성장을 많이 했다고 생각해요. 그래가지고 오늘 그냥 승리 따낸 것 같습니다.
Sentinels are a really strong team, but you know, for Gen G specifically, we grew a lot as a team post Madrid. So I think today's win just goes off to prove how much growth we had as a team ever since then. And I think it's our own growth and us becoming a strong team that led us to today's win. Now, lastly, Texture, you've had 13 or 12, I was told, 4Ks since your last ace. You missed one today as well. So how are we feeling
That's a good
about
question.
that ace that you missed today? You know, are you gonna get it the next match? 텍처 선수 에이스 하고 나서 마지막으로 에이스 한 거에 비해서 이제 4킬을 13번, 12번 에이스를 미스한 게 그만큼 많다는 뜻이잖아요. 그래서 오늘 좀 그 놓친 에이스에 대해서 어떻게 느끼고 있는지 리액션은 봤지만 그리고 뭐 다음 매치에 에이스 하면 되겠죠?
에이스 하고 싶고요. 그리고 사실 뭐 에이스를 언제
I
마지막으로
wanna
했는지도 지금 기억도 안 나요 저는.
4월이었대요, 4월.
진짜요?
April.
뭐 하여튼
April is his last ace.
하여튼 언젠간 하겠죠.
April.
뭐 이기는 게 일단 최우선이니까.
You know how many games they've played since April?
아 근데 좀 진짜 서운하네요.
Honestly, I really want another ace, but I don't even remember the last time I had an ace, and I told him it was April, and he said, you know, it's been such a long time, and you know, whatever it takes for my team to win, I will do. But I would like another ace. Maybe I'll get it the next match or in the upcoming matches. But he said, you know, Lakia should apologize to him for stealing his opportunity to get that ace. It's been a while, but thank you, Texture, and congratulations once again.
So
Best
funny.
of luck.
감사합니다.
The forum should be working now for the mods. Sorry about that. Appreciate you guys letting me know. I mean, listen, Tarek's not the golden standard here for what everyone's allowed to do. But like I think basically they don't want you to like full screen games and stuff. And I think basically the hard rule is like while the matches are going on, if you're seeing your co-streaming, you can't be like playing other stuff. But like, I mean, here's the thing: the break shouldn't be that long. Like they'll have death segments, but the break shouldn't be that long for champs. I mean, browsing Reddit like during death segments, I think that's probably fine. But I'm not exactly eager to be browsing Reddit nonstop. This ad makes you want to buy a chair, really? Are you being sarcastic? Yeah, no, you can split screen it and then you can like you can do that during death segments and stuff. It's I mean, listen, the thing is the language, as is any contract in the world, it's purposely vague. So guys, I'm not like, here's the thing. Could I probably do it and get away with it? Yes. Could they also technically do something about it? Technically, yes. If I was the one who wrote that contract, I'd probably be like, well, it does say during the live event and the desk is part of the live event, so you can't have other games going on. So it's like why bait that? It's not like I'm like dying to be doing something. I can just chat with you guys. It's not a big deal. And like Tarek gets away with it. Yeah, but Tarek also like Tarek has a bigger stream than the main broadcast. You know, he gets an award for FPS Streamer of the Year by Watch Partying Valorant, and then he goes ahead and in his award speech says CS for life. Like, you know, it's a big difference. Yeah, but this is not Challengers Korea, though, so like we're okay. Good first game from Gen G, though. Oh. Once the death starts, let me turn up the volume for it, and then I'm going to go stretch and go to the bathroom and such for a little bit. Dude, buy a legit, like, office chair. Don't buy gaming chairs. Unless they're the Secret Labs VCT edition. Will FPX versus Heretics also be dominant? This one's hard to tell, because both of them have been a little shaky. I think this one should be closer, though. I favor Heretics, but I do think it should be closer. Any thoughts on the next step for Saya or what the future holds for him? I do think he should practice more like a different style outside of just opping. His opping is, you know, second to none, but we're not in an age where you can just get away with that non-stop. You know, the weather, you know, Seoul looks so good in cameras these days because the rain is over and then it's like it's really humid and really hot. So the colors look really good on lenses and even just when walking around, but it's like miserably. That looks nice, but you do not want to be walking around there.
On the screen. Huh? The stream that was on the screen. I went there. It's really nice. It used to be a highway until 2003.
Yeah, I saw Mimi talk about that stream. Cheonggyecheon.
Yeah, it's a great park. I read a book for an hour there.
Yeah, a very popular date spot. Very popular date spot.
Really?
Yep.
That makes sense. It's lovely for a stroll.
Oh, yeah.
There's also a bunch of like restaurants and bars like along that stream. So if you guys are ever in Korea.
It's freaking awesome, okay? And Seoul is genuinely one of the greatest cities in the world. Unbelievable place. But let's go ahead, though, and talk about another city that we were in this year, Madrid, because we're about to see another rematch, except this time it's going to be a Shanghai rematch.
Make a move to Sentinel. I mean, honestly, I think that would be good for him. And then you can still hold the op whenever you need it.
It was great to watch.
Here's the thing. There's two ways to do it. Like, Saya could find a team that builds around him, but even then, I think just having a bit more flexibility would be really good for him. And I quite frankly, but the thing is like, the way he plays Duelist, I don't think is as reliable anymore in the current meta.
Who went on to the finals.
Yeah, and they do really interesting stuff. They use a lot of controllers compared to a lot of other teams. Like, it's not just two
controllers. It's really human.
Sometimes it's up to 3, like on Lotus, which we might see here today. Who knows? But they're really creative.
All right, listen to this. I'm going to go to the bathroom.
Wanting to kind of control the map in terms of information. They want to obscure what they're doing. They want to try to bait some util out of you. They want to see if they can get some extra advantages in those regards. But they do struggle against really patient teams. Teams that don't kind of expend their utility unnecessarily, don't give them any information unnecessarily. So that does kind of bite them in the butt in the long run.
If your structure can hold up to the insane individuals and the unique ideas, then you can beat this team. But for me, they are the litmus test of how good your structure actually is. Because they're so insanely disruptive. But what's crazy is that after that kind of, I want to say run, but it wasn't really a run in actuality, they went back to Shanghai for VCTCN instead of Masters, and it was a huge dip. They went 2 for 6 in the group stage, and it looked rough. They were losing to teams you would never expect them to lose to. The team honestly looked kind of boomed. They looked so different than the confident, creative team we saw in Shanghai, but they did recover at the right time.
Yeah, they got to the finals, right? They played EDG in a best of 5. They lost it in 5 maps. They really started to kind of find their groove again, find their form. Abyss, like we just saw on the screen there, was a really good map for them. Life on that Yoru is really challenging to deal with because he's really creative with where he puts those TPs. Like sometimes, yeah, they'll go deep and he'll try to come behind you, things like that, but he'll also put them short just to like cross a 50-50 on you when he's in a post plan or something like that. So he's really difficult to keep track of.
Yeah, a lot of really unique ideas that we continuously see from FPX. But to go back to something that Mimi was talking about real fast and how this team really just struggled going into stage 2.
Yeah.
Very shocking considering how they started this season.
Yeah, look at the contrast to stage 1. They were undefeated. The only series they lost in stage 1 of VCTCN was the finals to EDG. Which is so different from what we saw now. But
where's the Welcome to Korea content?
In this group, which is so difficult with all 3 of the Masters finalists. even if they hit that Madrid
It's
form,
not
or,
happening.
excuse me,
That's
Shanghai
what.
form,
That's what.
Is it enough? Because this is a really tough place to get out of.
Yeah, it's so
It's too hot.
because
It's too hot. If I was gonna do it, I should have filmed it like much earlier. But
you potentially go into again. You know what I mean? Like it just doesn't seem to get any better than
what, the Welcome to Career content? I had been thinking about it. I mean, I know you guys pushed it too, but I had been thinking about it since the beginning of the year. And I'd officially pitched it to Riot, but I guess they didn't want to do it. So then I thought about doing it myself, but with the season schedule, I didn't really have as much. I mean, I could have done it, I guess, like in between the Masters, but
their opponents in an uncomfortable position and maybe profit off of it.
Yeah, it has not been a ban that the Heretics have prioritized since Abyss came into the map pool. They've been going for like a Center Lotus kind of as those main bans that they want to go for. So I expect this map to be
dude, Extros and Sid, yeah, it's sad. But hey, there's still SPG. We'll see how they do at Ascension. Dude, Ascension is stacked for Pacific.
Either on the retake or on the post plant, he's so good.
Yeah, no, I think it's good. I think it's good to have that. I thought they did a really good job doing it at Madrid.
TP across, right? Like they use a smoke to obscure these extra angles. They're so creative in like heat of the moment situations. We saw this in Shanghai too.
They didn't have it officially for Shanghai. They had like I think the teams or VCT China maybe had one. Maybe it was Pacific. I don't remember, but
just really smart and intelligent plays, but that's something you could build upon, right?
Absolutely, and I do really like their comp on Abyss. I think that the ideas they have around the Yoru are really creative. A lot of teams will pick into the Yoru as kind of a solo duelist nowadays because he fills the dive slot and also the flash slot, so it gives you a lot of flexibility. But I think what really shines for them isn't necessarily like the attack side dive plays, it's how they play the defense, how they're using the Yoru TPs to have fast rotates and reinforce these anchors, and how good their fast retakes are with the combination of the Yoru flashes, the fake utility. It's honestly really well put together.
Everything
and that's the definition
here.
of FPX. Creative comps executed really well.
Yeah, I really hope we get to see Abyss.
dude, I hope Berlin pops off today.
To say the least. But
Oh, it was Tai Lu who did it. Okay, I wasn't sure.
Caught up with Life for a quick word.
Hey, Live. Oh, you look so cool today.
Yeah, but I think it was like CN, but it was like paired with Tai Lu.
Many consider the group of death. So I'm wondering, do you think FPX are underdogs, and how does FPX compare to the rest of the teams? We have Luna here to help with some translation.
Did Life's got
很多人都会觉得你们现在所在的
main
小
character
组是一个
energy
死亡之组，那你觉得你们是一匹黑马吗？你相比于其他的队伍会怎么样来评价和描述你们自己呢？
其实我希望其他战队也这样看我们，这样会对我们掉以轻心，我们会比我们上一次更强的姿态迎接这一次比赛。所以说 TH 你们要小心了。
Maybe if other teams like consider us as the underdogs, maybe we can do something unpredictable. Then we can perform better. Maybe TH, watch out.
Oh, I like that. Good luck to you guys.
I like Life, man. He's got good energy. Life actually has like that.
All right, strong words there from
He's got like the. He's got, and it's so funny because it actually works. He's got the best friend that like goes on his own vengeance arc energy going on. You know what I mean?
He's such a talented
And it
player.
works out because Kong Kong's the main character of China.
At times, when I go through and watch the FPX VODs,
But like
as
Life,
good as he
just
can
like
be,
the vibe he
can
gives
also
off
kind
is
of use
the best friend who like becomes the main character
Style
later.
takes a lot of risks. I think that even compared to some of the other CN teams, they're very willing to overpeak, to go for individual fights. And I think one of the biggest reasons for their stage 2 slump regionally was that the confidence was waning. They weren't actually getting success through a lot of those risky plays, and I think that then snowballs. Your confidence drops, you play a little differently, you take risks to try and be a hero. It doesn't work out. But if they can come in and show what they did in playoffs with the confidence, with the risk-taking, and find that success, that's, I think, the kind of condition for FPX to show the
Where is the desk?
at Masters Shanghai.
Yeah, you always like to see a team to try to carve out their own identity and their own unique
It's not the
way,
second floor,
rather
I
than
don't
just
think.
Perform, right? And that is a
They're not
testament.
like the other girls.
God dang it, Mimi.
Is it? I don't think so.
You know what?
Yeah.
Base. Of course, Team Heretics.
It's just on the first floor, though, right?
This is a squad that going into Shanghai.
I mean, because
we were a little
so
worried about.
when we were in Pacific, if this is the audience, Korean Desk was here on the first floor, like this is a ramp, and then there's like a second floor, and that's where the casters and the global desk was. But we had walls, but they could have just taken down the walls. But I think it's just on the first floor here right now, which means that's taking up a lot of seats.
In EMEA, they had such an amazing run in Shanghai. This team is dynamic, and now
It does look nice.
they have their whole roster here, paper thin. Could it be the difference?
Maybe. I mean, I'm not super.
The narrative is
convinced.
true,
It
but it's
felt
also
like
just like
they were a little bit rocky
the expressions
during
he
stage
has
two.
as well. Like Kong Kong, and maybe maybe they grow into that because of the positions they're in. That could also be true.
Level of success, because it felt like at Shanghai.
But like Kong Kong's got that aura of like nothing can stop me. Like he just has that confidence, whereas
literally, yeah, exactly.
life gives off the energy of like I told you so. I told you I could do it. You know what I mean?
All these things were looking amazing, and I'm like, this team is like maybe going to win EMEA. We're going to be coming into, potentially champions. Thinking about, is it going to be another rematch in the finals of Heretics versus Gen G? But they haven't quite looked the same. It just like they haven't found that same form. Miniboo coming back on the knee.
I have Heretics winning this, but
the same amount of impact,
we'll see.
I feel.
That's true. This is the first international that they're playing as a full 5. You are correct. You are correct.
We saw from FPX, where you're coming back.
Because first it wasn't Loot, and then second it wasn't Miniboo.
And having to reintegrate
Look at Mitch and Tom. No, I think this is the second floor. I think this is. Oh, this is the second floor because they're looking straight down.
Yeah, even ending up losing twice to Vitality.
Oh, maybe not. No, maybe it's just raised. No, maybe it's just raised.
That actually makes me think they're going to do poorly at this event. I think that with Miniboo back, the ceiling is higher. The way they build around his Neon is excellent.
Mitch and Tom could just be hanging out.
A lot of good, especially in
They
the
could be
game
recording a
planning and,
podcast. You don't know.
Plays they're known for in EMEA. The question is, have they reset from that burnout, and are they ready to show their best form here in Seoul?
I'm just gonna say this, chat. I know everyone does it, so it's like it's not gonna change. I hate that we call it EMEA. I hate it. I hate that people call it EMEA. Just say EMEA.
That's what they did. They had fun. I mean, Wu was having a whale of a time.
EMEA just, I don't know. It's so easy for that to get lost.
Right? Like, those events are fine, right? Because, hey, you didn't have your full roster. You got something to lean back on. But now this is where I'm like, all right, if Heretics doesn't come out the gate swinging.
True. APAC is read out as APAC. You are correct. But EMEA, the problem with EMEA is there's no hard consonants. So it's very hard to pick out. I don't think it's a good word to use unless it's like an actual word for like a broadcast. You know what I mean?
You have this success in Shanghai, and all of a sudden, all eyes are on you. You're like maybe going to be
like the face of the
some casters and some talent will say EMEA. Like Mimi just said it, and there's other people that have done it.
To come back even stronger potentially.
Is the cushion better than the plush sheep? I don't know. I haven't seen the cushion yet.
Performing out of his mind on the duelist role. You want to keep
we'll
that
see
guy
though.
in somewhere. Put him on the initiator. He's still doing very, very well for the most part, other than like one bad game he had against somebody I can't remember who. He had like minus 17, but other than that, he's been fine. And so like. The pressure can get to you, and when you're playing loose, when you're playing fun, this is something that a lot of teams have been talking to me behind the scenes for this tournament. Is they're coming in with the let's have fun, let's be loose, let's play with a little bit of swagger on there, but no pressure is what they're looking for.
Yeah, I mean, ideally that's what you'd want.
I mean, that's what everyone aims for, but
of course,
you can't not have pressure when you're on this stage. That's impossible.
The best teams right now are the ones who have managed to
or you can have no pressure until it's the grand final, and then you can choke.
Who's had that consistency? We saw it just then with a
I like the Heretics New Jersey actually. I like a lot of the New Jerseys.
Shanghai be the high for Team Heretics, or can they have a resurgence and show that form again here in Seoul?
Yeah, and of course, for the Heretics, this is going to be a trying test for them as they take the stage against an FPX team that can very well throw anything against the wall, and it could very well work. And of course, the vibes have not really been the same over on the Heretics.
Maybe they are on the second floor. I think they're at the very edge of the second floor.
With Miniboo earlier.
I don't think there's enough room because there's a ceiling if you go deeper. It doesn't really matter, but.
To this interview, you said you were a little disappointed. What's going on?
Like in my mind, it's like my typical usual stream game on Ranked. I was tilted. I don't know. I couldn't kill anyone. My decisions were worst in my life. I was cold. I was hot. I was not enough. Okay, I'm chill.
Of Of course, you know, Miniboo wasn't able to make it to Shanghai, but he is back on this roster, you know, with an opportunity here to hoist.
What? I didn't say it was about any other team. I'm just saying that, you know, it could happen that you're chill until the grand finals and then you choke because of the pressure, you know. Maybe there are teams like that out there. I don't know. Maybe they're from Pacific.
And without Miniboo,
Could be.
I think are very distinctly different teams. When they're playing with him, I think he is definitely the player that defines this roster. They play more Neon comps than any other team, and it's not even close. And that's because of this guy. And when you watch them play,
It's Paper X, guys.
we've always known them. For the set plays,
DRX
the
doesn't get to the
ideas in
grand
mid-round
final.
for re-clearing space, those little
They choke before, and they're also not having fun. They're just always under pressure until they choke, or the old roster was. The new roster's a little different.
Side, they're going to have re-clears set up all over the map with his utility. They're going to have him being super mobile to always be in the right place to set him up for that success. I think he gets more value out of his stun.
The final exam.
I've ever watched, and that is so hard now that there's only one of those relay bolts.
And I mean,
No, yeah, you could see it. You could see it in the old DRX roster's faces. You could see that they were all like on the verge of cracking, and then they just wouldn't until they did. Like, you started to feel bad for him, for sure.
Like, you're so fast, you're just miles ahead.
Just sliding in the gunfire.
Yeah, and then the other team just throws a smoke or a molly right behind you, and all of a sudden you're cut off from the rest of your team, right? But he's good enough in those moments that he can take over. We're just seeing it in some of these highlights where he's getting these double kills, these triple kills on his own when he's just ahead of the rest of his squad. However, Heretics does such a good job being right there with him, right behind him. Like, I think back to like when they played Haven with the ISO, like they were
5 out of 7 maps, that's crazy.
They're able to come together at the right times, at the right angles. So that's what's so impressive about it, because a lot of teams that try Neon can't keep up with their Neon, and it just makes the pick somewhat it has way less value.
They're playing Neon, the Agent, on all but 2 maps, which is absolutely crazy when you compare that to the rest of the field.
Well, we literally didn't see Neon the first game of the day.
Oh, yeah, Genji doesn't play Neon.
People thought Neon was going to define the meta, and she's viable.
No, Miniboo's Neon is very good.
In the pool, but
Miniboo's Neon is very good.
Decided to go for it, and Team Heretics is really committed into this read.
Yeah, so I mean, I think it's safe to say though that we are going to get a ton of Neon today from Miniboo, and from these compositions that are going to be supporting it. Correct.
I think the interesting contrast here is that Miniboo, when you watch him play, he is a star. He has those crazy moments. He has the pop-off. But I think what defines him is how he plays in the system, how he's using his utility, how on their attacking side they're using him to scale and take different space in the map. Compared to Life, who is a guy who is given so much agency to go off on his own.
Life plays a little bit on his own,
make his own plays.
for sure.
You're not going to see Miniboo doing that in the same way. The question is, though,
We'll see, though.
Wounded Heretics,
Like, it's
can their structure hold up to an FPX that is so disruptive, that can boom you if things start going wrong?
Yeah, and I guess what I'm wondering is, like, you know, the pitfulls on each side, right? You had a great pickup there when, you know, talking
And the
about
thing
how
is I
FPX
feel
likes
like,
to play
just like in that interview, just because he's so young, I think it's very easy to tilt Miniboo.
the fact that FPX likes to be a little bit too unorthodox and make too many risky plays.
No, I mean, I think you have to stick to what's worked. You have to stick to these fundamentals where you're working with
Hopefully
the
that's something they've worked on, but
you're able to combo the utility well. That's going to give FPX problems with their more individualistic playstyle.
All right, folks. Well, our teams are ready to go. So let's go ahead and bring them down to the stage and get the show on the road.
Oh yeah, we got to do player entrances. The music mixing is very not great. He's got shades on, dude. Life's got shades on.
It's a Shanghai rematch. It's rematch day at Champions, and you love to see it. Heretics versus FPX, and FPX an opportunity here to right a wrong that happened for them in Shanghai. But for Heretics, they have their full lineup. They're at full.
Oh yeah.
To see what they can bring to the table, and oh boy, Abyss
is off the rip.
First map to kick things off. FPX coming in hot.
We already talked about it. They're really good on this map. They've been playing it a lot. at home in the CN region. I think their Yoru Jet comp.
You can be prepped for it though.
But they play it quite well.
I think Heretics' Abyss wasn't bad.
Really good, but this is a map that we have seen from Heretics. They're playing a Gecko Breach comp that I actually thought looked pretty good, but we have only seen it once from them.
Yeah, whether or not they bust that out again will be the question. Curious to see what Mini Boo could do on Abyss as well here. That'll be pretty fun.
Dude, Shades versus Shades, Woot versus Life.
I think both teams bring something pretty unique here. The Astra is one of the things I really look at with Heretics that a lot of teams aren't really leaning into on this map. The ability to control some of those tight angles and the post plants and things like that to maybe even drag people pretty far away, you know, from the angles that they need to hold. Stuff like that is really important on this map because there's a lot of cubbies that you can hide in, and there's a lot of smoke.
Mid control. That's what I want to look at for Abyss.
Stuff, but on the other side, I mean, I think my eyes are going to be on Life's Yoru. That has been really impactful, really devastating to the opponents that they've faced on Abyss so far. They're 2-0 on Abyss. They beat Trace Esports. They beat EDG on it. This is
Heretics is going to change it. Going for the Jet Sova. Okay.
Like, this has been their map. This is their map pick. You know it's going to be really tight no matter what against Heretics.
So we're seeing a change up here from Team
Heretics. I mean, the Sova is very good.
Switching over to a Jet Sova composition. We don't see a lot of Jet from Mini Boo, but in both of these first two maps,
the thing is I mean, Sova is very good here. It's also good against the double controller. So I like this change. I like this change. I think the Breach would have been harder against a team like FPX.
From teams like 100 Thieves and even from Team Heretics when they play their bind with the Fade Gecko, how powerful that double initiator.
Still not a huge fan of the Fade on Abyss, but we'll see.
Combining those tools together.
Yeah, I'm curious to see how they work around this here, right? But of course, you know, I fully expect Rians and Woot to really synergize quite beautifully to be able to maximize on the utility and just the composition as a whole. And it's time to see really what FPX are going to bring to the table here on Abyss. It's going to be awesome. Everyone is locked in, so let's go ahead and send it down to your casters.
Isn't double Sentinel better on Abyss than what? Double controller? I think I prefer double controller.
Thank you so much, Golden Boy, and our wonderful analyst desk.
I went to Waffle University. It's a place down the road.
I saw that the other day. Yeah, you're back where you went to uni. It's good to see. Tom, this is going to be one hell of a matchup. We've heard of
Dude, that screen is very bright.
You've been talking my ear off about them.
It can be hard to rotate, but if you're holding mid, it's not too bad, right? But the thing is like it's not like the Sentinels are guaranteed anchors either.
Now they've had their rest. They're time to reset and.
So I think that just makes things harder, and it's not like Sentinels give you full control of mid either. I mean, Cypher can a little bit with the cam, but it's a passive control, not active. All right, Heretics gonna try to fight for main control.
Going to be a different look. The look that's there for the side of FPX is one I'm always excited for. I think Berlin.
And they're gonna go for a retake on B. They're just backing out. They just want to make sure that they keep this control and this control, and then they have control of B. Oh, well.
Defensive push all the way through.
FPX, you have a choice: either fight or just go into the site. But if you're going to go into the site, you should consider pushing out. Oh, he needs to get a second one. Or he wants to get a second one at least.
He won't dodge it now.
That's
for Heretics, but the site is claimed. FPX knew the ground they'd given up. Life up top looks to take it all the way onto.
Yeah, you got to push out. There you go.
An aggressive one that
You're still watching the flank as well. You don't need to push out anymore. You just need to hold here and bottleneck him.
Playing as a unit, moving as a pack. Leaving Berlin, who hasn't actually been spotted in the corner, but Woot lands the shot anyway.
The Dizzy is wrecking him.
Utility expended needs
yeah, not much you can do here.
Well, he's not going to get a second chance. Pistol goes the way of Heretics.
Yeah, you really see them sticking as a blob, whether it's the A main push to start this off in the defense.
First map Abyss.
They get the information.
Yes.
There's no
FPX picked it though. Not Team Heretics.
Just using the numbers to their advantage in the pistol. It works out, and the few little extra plays that FPX tried. They don't.
But Sunset was banned, so
1-0 we start. Rifles coming through, and I'm excited by what I'm seeing. It's still 15 seconds.
Let me actually change the command. I don't think I changed it yet. Gotta get it in the habit of this.
It's an outlaw on Mini Boo, the Jet. I'm excited to see what he can do. No shields on the other side, so this could be a big farming round for him. Bring him closer to that ultimate, but he's only got one orb on the board, so it'll be a while before.
That's one of the most fun things about this map.
Abyss.
Like you can literally jump off the map and go for kills.
Find
some of the crazy stuff we've seen. I think Smoggy was doing that over on EDG. For now, though, Minibu's just looking for those early fights. It seems more spread from the attack side. Maybe an attempt to just collect some orbs, potentially look for a plant.
Lotus third map is... Don't see that every day.
And they're playing it very safe. But I do think that that dimensional drift is a huge part of what they're going to be going for. Site control, a big part of their game plan. But also, it just allows life to go crazy. And that's something that genuinely...
So Heretics has full mid control. You got Cam to watch this side. You got Outlaw to watch that side. You got double trip. You got kill trips, really. And you're gonna fill? Okay. They want to just get all the kills ASAP. Yeah, but he's been tagged. He needs to back out. You got to respect the toxic screen. Trips are dead as well. Big important kill because it's planted safe. You do want to make sure that you have a numbers advantage even with better weaponry because you have to basically close in on him.
They can get in terms of the kills,
Life
not really
shows himself exactly his position. Good cover from Miniboo.
Make things that a little bit more costly, but you can see Rian's only having a pistol. It's not really going to force any rebuys for the next round other than the player who was already going to purchase anyway.
I mean, there was a decent amount of damage done, but yeah,
just plant and then bail. Get the
no kills converted bar that one, no weapons dropped.
Just get the plant money and then be like, I don't think we can get much done this round. Let's just not give them whatever.
Investment from Team Heretics gets them a Vandal. Everything else
doable.
Is definitely in fighting form. The Bulldogs
Burrow, Bunset, and babies.
You could be facing 10 HP.
Babis.
Babis. And let Miniboo do the cleanup for FPX. Rifles come out and dimensional drift for life.
That's a big one.
That's going to get them into a site.
Yeah,
this composition is going to prefer B. The FPXs. They'll hit A when they have like ults and stuff, which Life does, but oh, he's just going to use it right away. Really, on the buy round. Really. On this site with trips? Really? That's what we're going to do?
They're not going to be able to hold on to that ground, although saying that, seems like they're both still standing.
Yeah, there was a clear idea from Heretics to.
And you're gonna play it safe?
Goes to the A site this round. Traps are here to try to catch these.
The thing is the default plant here, the spam plant on Abyss is actually not as strong because you can get spammed through this wall. So you need to hold this control if you want to plant default.
A lot of players in main, they've lost their mid control, but that's not that big of a.
That gate crash is too far.
Main thing is keeping Life on the site and having the support to cover him as they.
Oh, you've given up so much space. Everybody was watching the flank because they died.
Long range angle. Down an alleyway, already finding Miniboo, and even if they
FPX.
smoke this one off, it's going to be hard to get this.
What are we doing here? Oh my gosh!
Time, but not quite enough.
They line up.
Yeah,
okay.
They definitely came close. I tagged Life as well, so there was potential for them to try.
There's got to be some rules and guide about jumping off, right? No, you can jump off. We saw SPG jump off, the whole team, when they were on an eco. There's nothing against that. But you don't,
I think this was a map that FPX,
you know, I mean, there's a pro and con to it.
They're not going to be massively well prepped. But it seems like for Heretics, they have a decent idea of what they're going to be doing. They're playing this map.
No, the spam, I think, is actually worse than Sunset. But the thing is it's much harder to get that plant than it is on Sunset. I think down the road they'll probably still adjust it, but I actually, because of that, I don't think it's as bad.
It seems like FPX are going to go straight for that middle control. Now,
I do think the spam is worse than Sunset, but it's just so much harder to guarantee that plant.
Utilized early in the round just to try and take this space.
Okay, mid control. Good hold from Woot. Just let him all through. Right, you still have two on the site and then pinch him. Now they're trapped here. Oh, wing! Nobody shot the wingman.
From Boo, he's caught Autumn off guard. Barely any ground to hold on to for FPX, and now down to nothing. Berlin, he's made it to the site. His sneak up through B main is successful. Unfortunately, he's got 4 opponents to take down and a reveal that's going to make him give it away. The steps definitely shown Heretics where he is, and well, I don't think he's getting away with this one.
Okay. Boo is nice. Boo is a nice person. He gets detained. He decides, you know what? I'm actually just going to finish.
Yeah, why is nobody shooting the asteroids?
And even get himself the extra ultimate orb, which gets him that.
I mean, they're probably discussing stuff to do in the next round, but
for FPX is financially a bit of a weird one. You've got yourself Aya with a bit of extra cash. The same could be said for Life, which, hey, again, you put him in the right position and things can definitely go their way.
I have
feel
Gen G
the
Team
problem with
Heretics in this
round,
group
though,
as well.
They wanted to try and go for mid control, but it was very telegraphed. Like, you're using both smokes. Like,
I think Heretics is just more stable than, even when they're a bit weaker than at their peak, I think they're more stable than current Sen and FPX. But obviously, like, Sen and FPX, if they were to wake up, like, whoever wakes up earlier out of the three probably wins. But if none of them wake up, then I think Heretics wins. So.
A shock dart sent through, picking off one, damage done, Berlin down to 62. FPX don't have a lot to work with here. Obviously, still the rifle on Aya, but the rest of the squad just with pistols. And
all right,
well, they are
take the orbs, but it's not a big impact ult.
It's about keeping that economy managed on the Team Heretic side. They can't have all 5 players carrying rifles through to the next round, and at least there's the first to fall. Miniboo with Woot
a little greedy, but it doesn't matter. You're not giving away a weapon.
In terms of economy damage for the attackers.
They already have their ult. Not the end of the world. I mean, it does matter, but it doesn't.
He's making his way down mid. The problem is if his teammate falls, it would mean that they eventually start looking back in the other direction while the cam's
so now you know. Now they're split. Now FPX is split. There's not much you can do. Boo is still holding this.
Is going to be tough.
Look at this triple here, by the way.
Back into a trip, so there really is just going to be so much information. Boo is just waiting for a mistake to be made. Utility trying to be cleared from Aya.
I mean, there's no way you suspect this window, right?
Boo makes a massive mistake. I don't think there's any way that Aya's going to survive.
No, of course
yeah,
not.
there's no way.
An angle you will usually clear, and not one that you can from the position he was in. Free for Boo. Even at the information with the trap being broken earlier, and obviously the steps were loud as can be. Autumn with a chance.
Okay.
There's one, and low HP on Rienz if he can isolate the fight. He wants the rifle, and Benji's guarding it. 4-1, a solid start to this defensive side. Heretics lose their 3rd round, one that they're kind of expected to, where they had the weaker weapons, but since rifles come out, doesn't look like they're breaking much of a sweat. That last round wasn't a big one from FPX, though. This is where the investment comes through for the attacking side.
I think the scary prospect, though, is just bear in mind the Binder's up next. A map that there was a 6-win streak for the side of Heretics until that was ended in OT by Vitality. That was the way that they managed to actually qualify for champions in the first place. So I wouldn't say that Bind
not like this. Oh, timeout. Okay.
The best for FPX.
FPX
so
timeout?
Maybe they've changed things. Maybe they got something new to throw in. But I think their sort of like hidden gem was this map. Not many teams are, I would say, at the top level, like at a good position. Like a lot of teams are trying different.
I mean, what are you telling them in this timeout, though?
Been set. And
right?
if they're going to get, well, boomed, which I wouldn't say they are yet, but no.
I mean, I think fight a little bit more for A main control. At least put pressure on it.
It's not really.
You know, I think you're in your default. You should try to pressure A a little bit and then clear mid, right? Go here and then here.
Considering they've got this like York, which is meant to be a bit off kilter and catch people.
I don't know.
It's been quite obvious what they've been trying to do.
Yeah, Heretics have seemed ready for it every step of the way, and I think even the mid push you talked about, as you said, telegraphed with smokes.
Yeah, selling tickets for the whole day is rough. It's rough. But I mean, for champions, it's tough to sell it per match and
dealing with the man himself. And I think that's a problem that FPX are going to look to solve by, as you said, slowing down this round, looking for a bit more global control instead of isolating just one angle and pushing down there, and then sending late lurks out that Heretics are ready for because they've often got the advantages. Like you said, they're not getting boomed just yet. 4-1, it's an acceptable early scoreline. But we need to see this attacking side find the solutions.
All right, so it is about mid control. They're not going to hit A, but they want to take more aggressive mid control.
Lysor and Berlin's not high impact, but
you have double controller, so you should use this to your advantage. I don't know. You can just send a poison cloud here, though. Or here. Like, just send a poison cloud so you can constantly pressure mid. FPX, they just use both of their own smokes in mid, and then by the time it clears, there's nothing. Like, Heretics just waits, and it's an easy re-clear. So FPX didn't put the same pressure that they think they did. You have a gate crash here, so the idea is going to be from life.
Team Heretics with,
then he pressures gate crash, then the clona, and then go in.
Where Benji came in to prevent this B site push. You've not just got Benji, but Boo here as well. Both of these players
send the clone out.
Now committed to holding the
oh, you're going to do this as a full fake? This late? You're not even... You don't even have control of A main. We'll see if it works. Heretics bit into it. And now Rien's... Okay, so now Heretics actually bought this real hard.
All they have to do on this site is buy time And Aya's done a good job of that. Autumn might not
This
be
is
able
crazy.
to get out of here, but look at Lysor's position. Sneaking up through mid, couldn't.
Oh, I don't know if
His defense-
Lysor
and Autumn's
expects.
even picked
Well, I guess Rian's isn't going to come help.
Almost a triple dip. They
And now they know. Wow, I cannot believe this
What
worked.
seems like a take of the B site, and then throw it back over to A again. That was really nice. Incredibly complicated.
Yeah, this is a little blurry, huh?
You do feel like at any stage, if Heretics managed to catch on, it could have gone completely
I mean,
wrong,
it's
but
just
I
that
like
Heretics
you're
just didn't
throwing
expect
in
it
the
at all.
smokes early again.
So the fake
You're
worked,
going to be
100%.
Using an ultimate and then go.
I mean,
and
I
even
would have
sending a
figured
couple
that
players
you already
into
had
that
4,
side,
so it's like Heretics already made their choice, but when you didn't hear the plant trying to bait out more util, I would have imagined like Rians and Gekko maybe watch mid or something, or Rians just watches the site just to delay. Or
for anybody to actually move on Heretics without being caught or being put in a 1v1.
Well, early on, there's a big fight for A main. Just like the pistol, Heretics want a triple push up. They've
Life is
stopped
already
the operator
weak.
already,
Oh,
and the dash actually caught the wall. That's gonna
oh, the
cost
flash and the
life.
dash. The
Stop
flash
him
and
from being able to
dash.
See exactly where he was dashing to. Well, a terrific start for FPX, and I think this was a response from Heretics to the last round. They played it blind, tried to rotate, assuming FPX were going to be as one-dimensional as they were a few rounds ago, and instead...
Very quick re-clear, though. Heretics' re-clears have been very fast. So now you know you can reclaim control of A main, but you are lower in numbers, so you're going to have to go for an early stack. In fact, I think you just leave A main. You've already delayed it. Yeah, make sure you can support in mid as fast as possible. That's good.
It's a bit of a gamble, keeping both players here, even having a rotation.
Boo. This is hard to read, though, because of the snake bite. Don't know if FPX thinks Boo's not going to be here. Oh, they do. Oh. Good tech from Life.
Utility. Boo goes down. Benji is still here, looking to try and fight on top of it. He almost gets 2. The second player so desperately low, even knows that he's still on
Hello.
this corner. Just
You know
waiting
he's still
for someone
back
to try
here.
and swing around that corner. I think he's got him dead to rights, a second to his name. But that wraparound, they're waiting for it. They're trying to watch for it, and almost getting that information might just give the game away. Berlin still managing to fight back with another, putting thing into a 2 versus 2, but that time has been ticking all the way along. Benji looking to try and get things to half. He's succeeded. But with his teammate going down, it's now left all onto him, surrounded in the end, and FPX, well...
If you prep for this, aren't they a bit reckless with the re-clears? I mean, the drone, maybe you could argue it's a little reckless, because A main, it's... But here's the thing is that if you already didn't see them close, then they're minimum behind the box, so you would hear them running. So you could cancel the drone. But I do think in the current meta, fast re-clears are the way to play macro. I think timed re-clears are not it.
Hasn't worked out. And now from the Heretic side, you know that if you play it slow and rotate in off what is clearly an execute, FPX might fake it. If you go for the early aggression to grab control so that you know where the hit's coming through, FPX might be waiting. This is a very good...
Okay, now you go back for mid control. Cam's not cleared, but it's just hidden.
And the bigger problem now is the economy.
It's hidden on the ledge wall here, so you just check to see if it's a mid to B more than anything. High-low setup with the eco.
If I've learned anything from Heretics is that Benji plays better with the Sheriff. Mark, who's to doubt the other players on this squad.
Okay, everybody
I
pinged.
feel like the darts from
It's a party.
Pinged up the entire team multiple times. I feel like FPX might have to go to the workshop and try and shoot those before they go off. Again, though, FPX just taking things slow.
So FPX is going to pretend that they've rotated, see if there's a reaction for re-clear, right? Because again, that's what Heretics has been doing. But since they're in an eco, they're not going to do that. They're just going to say, hey, the cam can watch for mid. Let's make sure we're 2 and 3 so we have some form of a chance. They have Cosmic Divide and they have the Thrash. So here comes the re-clear. The drone only going to spot 1, but it is a little sus that it's the Euro on that side. There's the ultimate. Since it's the Euro ultimate coming in, you don't use the ultimates here of your own. Ooh.
The flash even thrown through by Wook gets nothing, and the control swinging clearly in favor of FPX. A 5 versus 2. There'll be no pit used this round, I'll guarantee you of that. With a plant on the bridge, this round has become very difficult for Heretics to even find anything in. You're talking about economy damage at this point, and it's one man. Make that no man.
Damn.
Had a hell of a round.
Yeah, no, he just goes running in, takes the battles. Obviously, the space was taken initially by Life. Just, I don't mind committing an ult like that in a round where ultimately you're in a position to.
I mean, whoever wins this is playing Gen G, so.
As said, the opponents can be incredibly dangerous on the side of Heretics with those pistols in hand, and he was able to make sure there at least wasn't a direct stack on the side. Although there was 3 players around, and well, he kind of dealt with those very easily indeed.
We've had a Team Heretics pause called 4-1 in the lead, and now tied up neck and neck with FPX seemingly having an answer for every problem they're presented with. And this is a big round for Heretics. Last time, they had the pistols, like we said. Now,
all right, what's the call here from Heretics? FPX after that, they took some mid control, then they went for a fake after denying mid control, and then from there on out, they've had the advantage. They've set the tempo.
He's getting off to a bit of a quiet start, and we know that he is someone that very self-critical, very hard on himself, and also someone that I think the highs are very high and the lows are very low. And obviously, you have players like Woot, Benji who can pick up the slack. There's no one on this Heretics team that I would say is a weakness. I guess the same for the other team. I think FPX clinically underrated. I think that EDG have their number, but when they come to the international stage, well, the teams they lost to last time around,
Up online.
Team Heretics, where they lost
Full
15,
ults.
17 in the last map.
So this is a good place for a timeout because
Genji. So,
I heard.
And they took a map off both. So this is a team that
there's so
I
many
think,
things you
again,
could
maybe
do,
if you're
right? So it makes it a lot harder for FPX to get a read into it.
FPX in the lower bracket. I would not breathe easy just yet.
Well, they took I think Genji Sentinels didn't earlier on.
So FPX, their response is just going to be to rush into B. They're just not going to give an opportunity.
I'm sure most people would.
Oh man, the ult with the Omen ult.
Berlin already directly into the site. Loves his
Oh, a little reckless on the spray.
Damage done off the rip.
Yes, well, I is extremely low, but so too is Woot.
Big one way.
Still there to be used. Big backside push. Berlin holds the line for a moment, but then Woot on his
Ion couldn't get through. With the Yoru already on its way. Mid still in control of FPX.
I think Rian just had enough. He's like, he's going to be here. I'm going to check. But again, it's an opening left on that A site, which is going to be a plant. Viper's Pit available, and there's nothing that anyone can do to stop this, other than maybe Blind Hunter's Fury to try and deny the plant. That might slow them down a bit, and that is what he's going to go for. It's not hit.
Oh, bit of a miss on the ping. Yeah, they were already deep in. That's a risky one. Yeah, I mean, this is a habit that we're seeing, is that Heretics is being a bit... They're assuming a bit too much. Maybe just because they haven't punished yet. Maybe that punish will wake them up a little bit. Uh-oh. Doesn't tag anybody. Yeah, so this time Woot uses it very far back because of what's been happening.
Mini Boo, I almost expected him to go up top. Instead, he's just running it through, finding one, but it's not the Viper. Now you're down to the Operator. That's not the right weapon for the job. The spray's good to drop the diffuser, and although Autumn falls, the time already too far gone, and they can't deal with life.
Billy's probably not making it out of the group, but I don't know. No, they're probably not.
I've heard the phrase, life comes at you fast, but I've never heard life clutches it out, because he seems to be everywhere. And that's the thing. Like, Aya's been having a great game, but life is...
Can you change it, though? Unless you mean on VLR, then you can change it, but... You can't change the one in-game anymore, I don't think.
And this round, again, was just... the mid-round calling has been exceptional. Like, we have seen different moments where they start one side of the map, they go for these opening picks, and by the time you even notice it, they're back on the other side.
Yeah, no, I think Billy can do damage. It's just that I think Fnatic are going to look really good this tournament, and DRX are looking better and better as well. Miniboo, where are we going to go from here? Where are we going to go from here? Dude, you can't do that. I knew it. He got stuck on the rope. You had to. You can't jump and not share your head and land here. You have to go onto the lower. Oh man.
I think that's going to be in a montage or two.
They only had pistols. At least they only had pistols this round. Right. It's not as bad as it could have been. That's rough, man. That is very rough.
Yeah.
FPX.
GB loves the phrase "from the top rope." I don't think that's what he meant.
From the mid rope, right down to the bottom. Well, 5-4, and it's a 5v4. With FPX having the lead without drawing blood themselves. They've got to be
okay, nobody on that side. You smoked off the bridge.
Technically, it was given, but he wasn't too involved.
And the gate crash in. It's perfect.
No, it's just fear. He saw into Berlin's eyes.
I mean, sure, they're young, but I think the reverse sweep against Paper Rex was a big deal for them. I think it was a big confidence booster.
Again, I feel like we've been saying this a lot. Just an attempt to do
And it is home ground, so it's not like it's not like you're playing. I mean, sure, that could make it worse, but it's not like you're having to adjust everything around you plus the stage, right? So
this is now falling perfectly into place for the side of FPX. 6-4 from what was, correct me if I'm wrong, 4-1. They have now managed to score themselves 5 rounds in a row. There you go. Well, you can see it on your screen. Don't need my help.
Yeah, it's been a very impressive resurgence.
It just, that's the...
he couldn't make up his mind.
Oh, you can see it in the player cam.
Oh. The thing is, it's the worst player for it to happen to.
He's got to not tilt, though. That's the important part.
He's going to be giggling. He's going to be having a laugh.
Laughing away.
I think Woot as well.
The silly little goose.
But Minibu, after having a rough start, I feel like that might get to him. And he's going to go aggro. I think wanted to try and rectify things, but hey, FPX.
You have to hold on to this. If you're gonna use that much, you gotta hold on to the space. No, you're just gonna give it up.
He's willing to play.
All right, so you've used your dash, but now they could have planted safe, honestly, or not safe. They could have planted default, but
the traps from Cypher don't. And for Team Heretics, same old thing. Group up, play this as a blob.
Berlin's ready for the flank. Perfect timing too after they go in.
But the time here is a big problem.
They've had it for a while. They could section things off. There you go. Space taken, but they have to deal with life.
They also have to be quick because Berlin's on the way up behind, and if he finds that space before they've claimed
huge.
the site, this could be an absolute disaster.
Lysor's timing could be big.
Denying this defuse is very difficult. Oh, the run through is good.
What the heck? Holy.
From Autumn. I thought that was going to be a close round, if anything, a guaranteed for Heretics back on the board, but well, FPX
what
just
a round.
FPX things.
The funny thing is, if Benji stood a little bit further forward, he dies to full damage.
He pushes him off.
He literally would have fallen off, but I guess it's a risk. It would be a big risk just to play that far forward, but yeah, the fact he jumps in, sprays ones down, and then gets the second with the shorty, like, and the Cosmic Divide was great, but again, when you're up against a team like this who have no fear, they don't mind playing through your utility, you have to basically body check them into not playing confidently, and I don't think anybody
They wanted to keep the rifles there. I was like, why are we switching skins?
Well, speaking of confidence,
double op.
Ultim's coming into this round with the Viper attack side op. Actually, in fact, so is Aya.
Yeah, I mean, they've got extra credits. I have to assume there's a weapon on the floor in case things start to spiral out. This is the last round of the half.
Okay, early drone. Heretics a little late into the half, gonna take full control of main, but they're not gonna peek out. Minibu's playing a little scared. Holding here, I don't think gives you that much value. Like if you're gonna spend the drone, I think you do. I think you want to hold here just so you can have another chance to hold here. Right? So you take a turn here, then you take a turn here, and then that buys you an extra like 10-15 seconds.
In the late round. Now it's gonna be the same thing. Lysor mid lurk, play to B site, but again, Heretics, all the utils here, and they've got Rians this time.
That's it. His darts have been impressive, and he's got it on
The Prowlers and the Clone just to try to clear whatever. Clone is the surefire way to do it.
In fact, not catching anybody this time. The one time it would have been.
The smokes are making it a bit tough. There's no gate crash either. Classic FPX. Classic FPX. Oh, and Lysor's still going through. Is he going to hear Minibu?
Always behind. The timing's going to be everything, though.
He hears him.
Drops another. He's heard the steps of Minibu coming behind him. He's trying to catch this guy off guard instead, and now looks to switch back. That plant is just about going to be coming in time. And they've still got to worry about that flank.
Yeah,
you got to push in.
Now, and well, it doesn't look like the flank's the main problem. Berlin's holding strong. Autumn's here to support, although he's lost his head. Now the flank going to be
the reload. 8-4.
8-4.
Who do you think makes it out of this group? I have Gen G and Heretics.
This was looking bad. They needed
but I think that's the thing, though. If you had to pick one Chinese team to go crazy, I guess it would be this one. I don't know. I think EDG could get out of their group.
Mid-round switch-ups, more direct takes. As I said, I think the calling, honestly, from the side of FPX has been utterly sublime. And then just those individual plays, like Lysor, bottom of the board, has been an irritant for them the entirety of this half.
Well, nothing but problems for the side of Team Heretics after round 5. There's been no success. They'll get a moment to recoup ahead of the next half. We'll be back in just a little bit.
I think EDG going to playoffs over Paper X is not unheard of. But the thing is it's best of 3s in the groups, which is going to make it easier for Paper X. The best of 5 really kills them right now, but...
Red Bull gives you wings.
You had Paper X EDG? You had G2 getting knocked out in groups? That's insane. G2 looks so good right now. That's crazy. Ba-ba-ba-ba-bum. Talon is the only Pacific team that gets dropped. I mean, Talon's the most likely on paper, but... Oh, you missed out on a great match. Friggin' Reddit. Should Riot have Sentinels and Genji redo Madrid Grand Finals in case it was a big fluke?
After a big streak of rounds from FPX, it's got to be said, Heretics probably not feeling the greatest after that half. They had full control, hands on the reins. Now they've been left out in the cold. For FPX, everything's going right. Every call they make is coming to fruition, and I think for Heretics, this pistol will be essential. We've got Miniboo, 3 and 10. He fell off the map as well. I mean, as far as confidence builders go, this has been a disaster.
It didn't look good. The way they play the Cypher lock is not it, I don't think.
Viper screen down in case they needed to cover mid, but instead they've just TP'd right into it.
I mean, they had some adjustments, but
I want to point out,
I'm not going to say that it looked bad. It just didn't look good. But the comp, it was not maximized. We'll say that. And I do think it's tough. I think it's tough to maximize it.
Some pressure on A, but I'm not even sure if they're looking to commit. For FPX, though, it seems quite clear that there's about to be a hit on that side of the map. The steps, the noise, the utility is now over there. 3 players now stacked up, with Berlin left with the responsibility.
Sorry, I didn't raise the casters back up.
Rotations come through. And considering
I was like, why is the game so soft? And then I realized.
They might start to go quite quickly around. There's a lot of pings here, though. Pings that certainly indicate they're suspicious of a player being around here, and they've caught Berlin. Okay, the snake in the grass dealt with, and Heretics, I think, are going to move into the B site. Yes, they are, and it's wide open.
Yeah, they've been methodical this round. I think they were very
So the mid lurks are gone. That makes things easier. 5v3.
A fair few rounds.
30 seconds left.
Watching it from multiple angles, and while now for the defense, they are going to need themselves a bit of a hero play. Wingman will
I like that you send Miniboo in early and then you plant.
To make it onto the site, but defense are already here. All 3 players. Looking for someone.
So since it's 5v3, you can risk Miniboo losing out on the site.
He faced into Lysor, who seems to be hungry for some
those
kills.
were not the trades that we were looking for, though, and now there's 2 people on site, so you kind of just have to take the fight.
Lysor down, the pressure falls on Autumn. He's
Oh, Miniboo, dude, this is smart. So even if Miniboo gets hit here, you're still concerned about Woot. Yep.
On all sides, and Heretics, everybody put the work in this time. A team ace to put around on the board after quite a while.
try or Trie or I don't know how to say your name. Tron. Trying like every pronunciation possible. Thank you. We will still be doing the video series, and we'll just kind of
an ideal scenario.
Sneak in the live stream stuff as well.
They're aware of what's going to be attempted by FPX.
It helps because at least, you know, it's all this. These teams will be playing against Genji, so. So far though, FPX, I mean, it's Berlin taking, you know, off angles, digging deep. A lot of that. Good mid control after the timeout has really made things easier for them.
Step back onto the map, and then he got shot in the face. But the idea is there. It's just if he can make that work, he's going to look like the greatest player ever.
Heretics. The thing is here's the big thing. I think the big thing that ruined Heretics' defense is that Benji's anchoring had no value on the B side, right? The trips had no value because you have Euroclone plus Prowler, so they all break the trips, or at least they identify the trips if you're not placing them super low, and even then the Euroclone still trip breaks it.
Just looking to push and pull them
And
out
then
get a
you've got
sense
people in the site, and then you just play it safe. You don't push the inside wall, and then you're good to go.
I'm not sure that it'll find value. That aggression you're seeing out of Heretics is only to find the orb, and then they're on the rotation back
I do realize it's cut off half my neck today. I'm also like slouching because I'm tired.
and Life is about to go through the smoke, and that will be the end of him. A site now open for the taking.
I've given up on it for the day though. Thank you though.
Execute on the back of it.
No one there. He can walk into every single one of those trips unless it catches him and pulls him off the map.
The attacking's looking a lot better from Heretics though. The Astra really coming up in spades, I think. Any thoughts on the Sengen game, and who has a better read on the Abyss meta?
Genuinely just be a, well, I was gonna say
Between these two?
Or, you know, there's other ways.
I wish I could mix them.
Oh no, I tripped.
I have tripped and fallen. No. FPX, I think the spike is the likely play.
I mean, if I had to pick and choose,
If they catch someone get an orb,
I think I
none
take
of their
FPX's,
ultimates are
but
even remotely close. Lysor is the closest, and I don't think it's
oh
worth
no.
risking giving.
They
stuff
both
over
have
to the
things I
other
don't
side.
really like about him. Like, I'm not a big fan of the fade,
He is gonna gamble. He wants to try and get himself a little
but I am a big
closer.
fan of the double controller.
So, it's an orb for an orb. Not going to be the worst scenario. Not going to be the best.
And I mean Sentinel and Gen G, I think it I almost said Sen and Gentinel. Sen and say that a little bit faster, and that's a big mistake. Sentinels and Gen, I think it went as I would have expected. Like, unless Sentinels came and played like older comps again and just focused on basics or something like that, I didn't really expect them to be able to outcall Gen G. And also, in the beginning, Sentinels seemed like they had better shots, but once Gen G warmed up, they were mostly outclassing them there as well. So
is a little bit more aggressive than what we saw from Heretics. Boo was.
I like Astra. I like Astra on this map.
Evan or Benji playing towards the spawn with his utility. Instead, Autumn is out looking for a fight.
Because they've got Thrash online. If he's not put into a better position...
So the defender smoke here, so what Astra does is dissipate in front. So you could have someone inside the smoke, you could have slipped in, you could still have someone crossing a bit safer.
We see from a lot of teams. I guess with Berlin now alongside him, it isn't so much...
Prowler doesn't tag anything on A main. Benji has heard it though, so he knows that the fade was still A main. This is a lot of overthinking, I feel, from Heretics. It is their bonus though, so just need one good fight.
On that mid lurk, and we've seen Benji sitting around this position, but only holding to the aggression, not looking to get up in their faces, opening the door at least to cause some paranoia, but well, FPX know there's nothing going on. Life has committed himself to holding down middle.
I mean, there's decent one ways. I don't know if there's too many that only Omen can do, but there's decent one ways.
Although we'll have Thrash going through first, you've still got to avoid those traps. That's exactly what Miniboo does. Updraft dash takes Heaven control, but no punish just yet there.
Yeah, they needed to get that kill because they never broke the trips, so that's big. Set up your own trips. Ooh, 3 up into Heaven. They're all spotted. That's a risk. Does this work out though in favor of Miniboo? No. He is spotted now. I don't think he realized his legs were going to show first because it's a ramp there.
Rians and Benji. A little bit of an angle over the top.
I like Harbor.
The game away. A nice shot from Rians puts things back into a 2 versus 2. And for a moment, it looked like Ion was going to try and jump around, but he's thought better of it. That time continuing to tick. Rians continuing to land every shot. 4 kills for him in this round. That Sova switch seems to just work.
Is Benji? No, it should be Boo, unless it's changed.
Well, maybe the Guardian's working just a little bit better.
Yeah, the thing is like Omen flashes are good, and the TPs are, like Omen's fine. Omen's fine. I don't think Omen's bad. I just think if you're playing team versus team, I think Astra denying cover, denying vision. Like Astra, the attackers smoking off A main just to take full control of A main. You can either smoke or dissipate mid to apply pressure, right?
Put a gun in his hand, and wow, they'll be hoping this time it's not the silver medal. Either way, that has wrecked the economy of FPX.
Does this mean? I mean, there's a risk of it, but it's much harder to plant here than it is on Sunset B. So I don't think you see it as much as why people are worried about it. If you do get it planted there, the spam is pretty nasty, but it's not like Sunset in that sense. At least not yet.
In that case, I'd probably be watching live.
Yeah, I mean, but here's the thing: if you're playing double smoke, then I think Omen as one of them is fine.
Hunter's Fury, one away. As well from
I guess Omen Astra.
For the most part, it's not normally the most impactful, but when you're up against pistols, being able to section off an angle, if there's a stack, could be high priority. Instead, though, Heretics, again, they fall into this passive default. They are expecting...
Dude, Rians has been using his drone without much cover a lot.
No one's really moving.
FPX hasn't really punished it,
40
but...
seconds left. That's when Heretics start to look somewhere else, start to move, and abandon those lurk catches. Well, if Berlin hadn't walked in with his back turned, I think that could have been a different fight. Instead, Miniboo grabs the opening. It does spur them onto the B side where everyone's waiting, and it's iYoung taking 2 headshots at that with the Guardian. And they're in a bit of trouble, jumping across that bridge.
Oh, dude, on the ledge.
Locked in already.
Raises the headshot level.
Fishy left in an impossible situation.
He's got time. He waited so long. Dude, that could have been a sick clutch if Benji won that and then had time to fight the next.
Well, two rounds, 9 Guardian kills. I don't think you're going to find that too often in the history of Valorant. 2 players that can both hit the headshots, but iYoung just doing it.
Oh, man.
First 2 was so disgustingly clean, but let's be real. I think there was about...
All right, FPX, their Abyss is coming online.
The entirety of this round for him. FPX showing the depth of skill. He is 19 and 10. Right,
dude, it's great to see Autumn on the big stage. Some Oceania representation, you know? All right, there's the Team Heretics timeout.
By talking about Miniboo's state. This is a guy that relies on confidence and hasn't had it recently. Bottom of the board, 5 and 12.
They got killed that round.
He did. Great. Fantastic. But I mean, the problem is when you look at FPX now, they have the exact opposite problem. Confidence has got to be sky high. They had a streak around.
Oh, I'm down for either of those, XP. I agree. I don't want it to be like a mid-off that Heretics wins. That's like the worst. That's the worst case scenario for this.
They lose this round.
But that is why I predicted Heretics, because I think if it's a mid-off, then Heretics does win.
I think that the thing for them in this series, though...
But it looks promising enough not to be a mid-off, no matter who wins.
This is the map. If FPX are going to compete, they have to win. Like, I think going into Bind, Heretics...
Dude, what is this music?
It's a map they've got a lot more reps on, in officials, at Masters, you name it, they've played it. So I don't think they're going to be too worried. But of course, coming into this tournament...
All right, Heretics has the Hunter's Fury. You got Cosmic Divide, big ultimates to take over any site. And then you got Nightfall for Aya.
We've already seen 1 grand final rematch. I think most people were expecting a second. This group truly is terrifying.
Oh, and this is the FPX tries to counter this off the timeout. They try to counter it by just pushing out hard and then forcing them to go into the tripwires on A. It's a nice try. Oh.
Might be in a position to get under that. I think it's just about going to catch him. We'll see. Yeah, he's had to break it as he makes his way through, and now they're aware.
All right, so now that you know you've pressured them, you just go back, right? You try to go in for a retake. Make them be concerned. If Berlin had stayed alive, this is a totally doable round, but now it's gone. And they got to save the ultimates. That's huge.
iYoung on the other side. I'm not certain it'll be an easy victory if he decides to go for it, but definitely one that seems locked in.
I believe.
Economy, a little shaky. And for the defensive side, I think it's better to just carry this weapon through to the next. They've made the right call, but that does put Team Heretics with a foot in the door.
Wait, really?
It sort of is.
I didn't know that. I didn't know it was like that drastic.
The aggressive plays either look amazing or they look like that. You try and flash through a smoke, the whole team is waiting.
Oceania doesn't have that many people. Today I learned.
It's going to happen. It's how this composition almost works for them. Like, you have yourself that solo initiator, And because of it, and they do this a lot, they play the double controller or even triple controller on a lot of maps. So you're very reliant on the solo initiator or, and in most cases it's the or, Life to be an initiator with his face. So he's going to go running.
This is also true. Life usually just has to create space and get info. 46 million, okay.
You wouldn't even expect the craziest of duelists to take because of the comps that they're running, because they're more reliant on him to do stuff.
And then it's just Pacific Islands and Australia plus
You lose 2 opening picks immediately off the rip. Round's gonna go wrong. Luckily, with that extra save, with the extra go.
Okay, but now that you still have the ultimates and then you're 1 away from Thrash, they can just do it again. They didn't even get to do their play because they just got early kills.
I mean, you can understand that last round, the early aggression. Sometimes you got to just throw in a little extra flair to your round, and if there's a lurker there, he's dead, most likely. But, well, there were 5 people ready to take the fight. For FPX, rotation comes through. Life now in position, ready to take this B fight. In fact, the decoy is sent straight through, and Life is awaited. They let the decoy
have no idea.
pass, took the main man down, and now the advantage, well, actually quickly.
Well,
Autumn making a
huge double kill from Autumn.
Answers back up alongside Woot.
But they should have bought enough time.
A retake needed for FPX. The spike
I sourced too far.
open. The Thrash online just in case, and there's not a lot to say for FPX in terms of their chances.
14 countries? Oh, wow.
At least they'll have the information to work with, but I don't know what that is going to get them. Maybe point the guns in the right direction. Little lurk around from Ah Young. He's going to go for it. Yeah, but find absolutely nothing. A firing squad waiting for
NT?
him.
Didn't really have much of an option.
Scoreline equalized. Another round on the board for Heretics, and again, I think some more just solid utility. We saw the initial flashes that I think the Gecko flash caught like everybody who was on that site. Like,
I mean, I think you were just thinking if you've matched your econ to buy the next round anyway, you just go for it and you go for a Hail Mary. You tap and force them to try to peek as you jump out.
It was rough on the way in, and I also think the dart. Yeah, you could just see the combination of utility. You had the dart, the immediate Hunter's Fury, and then the Dizzy that just left everybody within that site without being able to see and being revealed. And I think there was even a
I do love Miniboo's energy though. Like you can just tell he's such a kid. I do love it.
Because, well,
it's very
you might
pure.
not be able to hear anything, but you can see exactly where they are because of re-ends.
Well, that 1 round from Ah Young is 4 kills on the Guardian. We thought that might have spurred them on.
FPX is the DK of China.
But Heretics' economy in a pretty tough spot, but now
No, they're better than that.
neck and neck with the attack side certainly getting the grips with their bank accounts, their credits rolling high. Even after buying, they could buy for the next round already. And if they receive nothing, and for FPX, definitely not in the same boat. They're left down to pistols, and although at least they're not at that 9-7.
Yeah, that's right. Don't compare him to DK.
Taking it here means Heretics likely push up to double digits.
Okay, but you are on Nico right now if you're FPX, so that doesn't bode too well.
That's similar to the last half, but at this stage looking a little bit worse for
You got a Hero Guardian and half armor on Autumn.
I think that the problem
No
right now
big ultimates coming online yet on Heretics either. I guess you're 2 away from Bladestorm, but that's about it. It's going to be a B yet again. They're just not fighting for A main. So FPX, the call from the timeout is to just force a fight on A main. But Heretics just isn't giving it to him. Like, they want to use this as a trap play, but, like, how are you going to push them away from B? B's been working this whole time. FPX has no reason, or Heretics has no reason to at least not check for B.
Looking forward. They could also send a Prowler through from the corner. This is an almost perfect trap if somebody walks into it, which they didn't. So now
you have to creep out. Oh, dude, what a crouch peek.
He needs to stop buying the Vandal.
Yeah, waste.
There's no reason. It's 20 and 11. So many of those are Guardian.
Oh, dude, Rubric, really? That's rough.
On the clock. Spike's already made it to the B site. Planted as we speak. Woot. Well, his Dizzy's gone. He's going to play aggressive. He's not going to recover that Dizzy up top instead.
All right, Benji.
To try to
He hears him. He's not ready to leave, though. He's just ready to fight.
Benji's caught one on the flank, but there's a
Yeah,
lot more coming.
he wasn't ready for it.
HP left on Ah Young. That'll limit his impact. Autumn, I thought he had something special up his sleeve, but just the one to be found. Still, though, a 2 versus 2. If Ah Young had full HP, I might even favor them in this position. I might favor them still. A chance with both solo. 10 HP in the difference.
Oh, dude, nice arrow.
And double digits is locked in. This, considering limited investment from FPX, came very close though.
The util king. Honestly, Rian's is having a game. Whether it's his
Dude,
reveals,
10-9.
whether it's the shot
Both of them are
darts, or
playing it
whether
so
it's just
slow,
the
too.
headshots he's hitting. He's playing a wonderful match, and right now for them, it has been a difference maker. They haven't been able to really
I gotta go
do
buy
too
that
much
champs
to deal
bundle.
with him. Again, though, it's a low buy round that just gets so dangerous. Young with that Guardian, another couple of kills. In fact, I think the last kills he got before that were also with the Guardian when he got that 4K. That was when we last saw something from him.
All right, Pit on A from FPX. So no fight there. Heretics is continuing to just see if they push out or not, right? They don't have a big fighting composition for A main. I mean, you could if you like set up stars and stuff, but you're basically not looking to do that, especially now with the Pit. You just want to see if they send anybody out further because the Pit could try to mask that.
Sitting inside that Viper's pit on A.
You just use their recalls, I think. Just smoke out mid.
You're gonna
Gonna fake some mid pressure.
Swinging on you right away, spraying a Phantom, no tracers, and you're already decayed massively. It's a huge bit of control to play with for this defensive side, allowing them to stack that B site.
Buy Genji's bundle? I already have Genji's bundle. I bought it when they won Master Shanghai.
TP from Life, he's there to fight alongside Lysor, and they can take their duels. Heretics will find it hard to.
They're gonna try to re-clear this. They're gonna try to fake it.
So heavily in this
Rians is gonna solo drone again, dude. If Heretics comes up, Lakia better friggin' charge Rians whenever he uses his drone, at least on Abyss. These solo drones are insane. Ever since we talked about it, like the first couple were okay, but like he's just straight solo drones. Like this one is, I don't think it's forgivable because this, like he could be in the pit and he can just literally swing out and kill you before you can get out of the drone.
Actually pinged immediately by the Dizzy, but it allows him to go back into position. Woot though, defending his little bro. That means they're gonna get.
I think the bundle's out, right?
Utility retrieved.
Can someone confirm or deny? I think it's supposed to be out.
Pushed in on his own, and well, he's gonna get double swing for it. A little bit over aggressive, a little bit individualistic, and because of that, the rest of his team are now still a man down, and they've got to be worried. There is the latest lurk on planet Earth from Benji. He's only just made the drop. I think it actually got heard by Autumn, so he's now waiting. That's another kill to their name, putting things back. But again, Rian's so clean, so confident in these late round scenarios. Autumn's just going to try and get in and defuse this, but
On the very edge, there's the gravity wall.
pulled off, but I think he has been. The angle not being able to be kept, and eventually it's going to fall flat on its face. Another round where Rian's the last one alive. And
Rian's 5,800, only one away from his Hunter's Fury.
This round, it makes sense why Benji took so long to get back.
Okay, we have Thrash online. You got Bladestorm, you're one away from the Hunter's Fury. Meanwhile, Dimensional Drift is online for FPX.
The Viper's pit, it catches the tag.
And FPX currently, like this is several rounds in a row where they had enough information to realize it was gonna be a B hit, and they just have not been able to fight against this.
And the response is what it should be from FPX. They immediately rotate in. Your Viper can't just hold a 360-degree angle, but because of that,
You're gonna smoke off mid, but what are you doing off of that? You're denying mid, sure, but
site secured, plant in, time on their side, and Benji, yeah, he plays it super late, but
you're gonna take this control or something, or here, or here. Otherwise, you're just kind of stalling for the first 20 seconds. That's about it.
Now, 4 ultimates online for Heretics in a round that if they win, wow, it will put the economy of FPX in an awkward position. Their ultimates, some close.
Trip's still online for the plant. Oh, doesn't clear it.
Heretics might be able to just run away with it, and as said, this is a map that is
But you do have Thrash and you have Hunter's Fury. No reason not to use it.
Minibu, space taken. He's got the Thrash actually going in behind him. That will clear the back of the site and give them all the space they need.
should even be able to get back over to recover that, but Woot, picking up the kill onto Young.
Okay, clears out Heaven.
Instead, holding onto that control.
So now you could have tried to push up, but there's no smoke there, so you don't really have an option. That's your own trip now. You got a trip to watch the flank. Minibu, now with the numbers advantage, Minibu's going to hold close. This is good. This is good.
There could be some trouble. The ult forces him out of position. He knows he was about to be revealed, but Lysor gets the kill. Now the aggression from Life. Flash. Bit of another. There it is. Popped and ult completed. Not able to find anything. Sending the decoy through. Just buying the space. Keeping them.
You gotta start sticking it.
The defuse starts. Now he'll body block.
Gotta body block it.
Those bullets for his teammate.
Yeah, make it look like it, but the smoke doesn't last long enough.
Just in time. With it ticking away, all they have to do is deny that defuse with the man's man advantage to their back. And the classic kills to close it out. That's 12-9. FPX left in a really difficult spot now. Economy down low, and 3 in a row needed to stay alive.
That's the thing. If you're in a late round and you see Rienz is alive, just run. Just run. Like, it's a little bit unlucky, like the smoke fading.
We don't want people to prey on Genji's downfall, so therefore we don't want them to be winners.
Nice idea, but
that's a crazy take.
It wasn't quite there, just not long enough.
Yeah, I mean, FPX have not been able to figure it out here on the defense.
There at the top of the board.
I think the smoke
Which is interesting to me. Like, you should be able to take, like, I know they tried it once or twice, but you should be able to consistently take mid control and deny main control. Heretics isn't fighting for main control at all.
Into the smoke. An unfortunate one. The 12-9 on the board. Heretics on the cusp of victory. In the map they were 4-1 up in and then lost a streak of rounds, but Rienz is pulling them, kicking and screaming back into this series.
Yeah, it's going to sound harsh, but when you have initiators putting up this many numbers, sometimes your duelist can have a bad game. Like, it really it's so ridiculous how talented these two Turkish players can be.
I mean, now with Life Dead, what do you do? Look at how far spread out they are.
FPX have at no point looked out of this map. In fact, it looks like it was going to go dominantly in their favor at a stage, but the second they got onto this defense, it's been
Smoke out to deny, so you're stacking A again, but this time, okay, so this time it's okay though. As spread out as they were, you've cleared out B main, so you know it's gonna hit. You have mid control. Oh, FPX is doing it.
Available, and Berlin's gone pushing. So is Autumn.
Yeah, they got all the control.
As long as they don't both die to Benji. Sees him late. Okay. So now 4v4. This cosmic device suddenly not having as much value. Huge kills. Massive.
At least giving them a chance in this with low HP, the decay fading, but Boo still on 54. They'll have a tough time in closing this one out. Still stars to play with. Has his grab well, and that is going to be the port of call to start this one off, buying him a little bit more time. A lookie spam could even the odds.
Yeah, they just tap it early to get rid of the gravity wall.
Aware that he's going to be trying something nasty like that.
Someone's gonna stick it though. Someone's gonna either double swing it or make up your mind.
He's seen both. Now he knows it's not even half just yet. He's got a bit more time to play with 4 bullets and not enough to take them
down. Oh my gosh.
The defuse will go across the line for FPX.
Jeez.
They'll reach double digits, but they still need 2 more.
Yeah, I think he was incredibly wary of the flank initially just because those were the players that pushed mid to kill off Benji. So
Valorant, like a country, like a World Cup, a Valorant World Cup. Yeah, Turkey would have a super team for sure.
Wasn't to be. And again, a lot of this comes down to just the initiative. This was something that in a lot of the games we saw from FPX where they were successful on the defense, they had a lot of cool ideas, a lot of aggressive pushes, but I think
that was a bit concerning, but they got through it. Good thing they didn't get picked off one by one. Nightfall, dude, 23-15-1 for my young. Good game from him, doing his darndest to bring them back into overtime.
But as we've seen, they're very good at streaking rounds together.
Someone can talk to screen to continue to hold mid control. Life tries to go for another.
Able to grab himself at least the trade to start this one off. Moving towards the site, we'll see the plant come in from the wingman. Already mostly through. The spray's not quite landing, so they're able to fall back now. 2 rifles, 3. Well,
dude, very fast from Berlin.
Benji Fishy holding the chances of this squad in their hands. They only have 2 chances to close this out, and this one, well, it's not quite their best opportunity.
Lysor, you just have to break the trip. Yeah, you just have to break the trip early. Force him to pay attention to you.
Here comes the shock dart lineup, though. Gravwell already used to start this one off. Flank spotted as well. Lysor won't get a free kill, but with Boo falling, the numbers thin out. They've dealt with flank, but they haven't dealt with the defuse, and the Hunter's Fury way too late. They'll get a tag,
damn.
But that's all, and an ult expended for little to no impact.
They might be able to hold on to their weapons and again make things a little bit more costly, but FPX are not going to mind. They managed to drag this back at the depths.
Give me a second.
To look to try and take this to OT. And again, like for what was invested, not a bad round from Heretics, but just throwing in that ult at the end, thinking that, okay, maybe they've got it half, maybe they've got it close, but it was a lot further along than I think anybody over on the Heretic side had thought. Yeah, it was basically done. It was only if he was incredibly low HP that would have made a difference. 12-11, still having a Thrash available. It's going to be something to play with, and definitely still wary of these aggressive pushes. now, though.
Why does Korea still have the military law? Isn't it void now? Isn't what void?
It absolutely is.
It's because Korea is not in a safe. It's because it's because Korea is always in danger of an attack. So you need a mandatory military.
Well, he's not going to get away with absolutely anything. They really want to fight for heaven for Vens, but they will get nothing. Heretics left down in the dirt. 12-12.
We're going OT.
We're going to overtime on map number 1. This was looking like Heretics had it in the bag, but a last-second resurgence from FPX keeps them in it.
I think it's been both teams now that I've expected it to go.
Well, yeah, because technically the war isn't over. You're just in a stalemate.
Like, okay, well this is done, and now it's gone to OT, but probably in one of the weirdest fashions.
You're just in a treaty deposit.
And the thing is, I don't think Ion had been playing that position.
So you're technically in a always unstable state between North and South Korea.
Ion is waiting 27-16, by the way. It is
It's a tech pause.
are really running the show.
Oh, I shouldn't be laughing, but it is.
The question is, who's going to be able to take it over the line? FPX.
All right, no timeouts. We jump right into it. I mean, in all honesty, this has been a very streaky Abyss. In all honesty, I'm not particularly interested in either teams. It just seems like both teams are just playing their own game and not really adjusting to each other too hard until a timeout comes out.
Going to be much quicker rotations going around, plugging the gap that's on middle, and mainly trying to support this B site. Unfortunately,
it's the same hit again from FPX every time. Now, Boo has done something different, though. He's holding onto the ledge. There's no way they check this. There's no way he's going to wait until the last second. Oh, I almost wish he would have jumped. Oh, no, actually. No, this was the right play. He just should have gotten the kill onto Benji.
I believe uncontested unless there's
You gotta move in while this plan's happening. It's one per. Oh, dude, what a lineup!
Now another man sent in to plant this spike.
Oh, that is sick.
I believe another. Oh, it's a reveal. In fact, not a shock this time. It was sent through and it's caught the information.
Okay, so you know the Omen's not anywhere near here. So you double swing. Now 2v1.
1 versus 2. And they're all going to be diffusing in that narrow.
So if you're not here and you're not going to be creeping up here, you got to imagine that it's on the ledge. Oh no, they're both not.
Diffusing. They'll buy this time just a little
bit
further. In fact, the clock here could prove to be the biggest enemy for the side of Heretics as they start this diffuse yet again. The swing is
whoa, dude! Why was Miniboo? Oh my gosh, that scared me for a second.
13 re-ends with a phenomenal round. That shock dart was perfect.
They're going to be calling for agent bans. That's what they're going to be looking at. It's like, guys, I've had enough of map vetoes. I want agent vetoes just so I can get this man off a damn sober. Bear in mind, last time they played this map, he wasn't playing sober.
Yeah, the official Olympic esports. We'll see what they do with it.
For the game today. And it has been disgustingly good. Whether it's reveals, as said, or shock darts. Okay, maybe
yeah, that bodyguarding was a bit scuffed.
I don't think they're going to mind too much. Well, you could understand the elation from Benji.
I think basically because you still had time, Miniboo wanted to make sure they didn't get collided. I want to believe that that's the case, because then I'll give it to him, right? I mean, I think it's risky, but I get it.
Time to let this one slip without a little bit of extra brain juice expended for Team Heretics. I've got to be feeling fantastic. I will just quickly note that Boo currently has an Odin. I don't think he's going to commit to that, but attack side, they might have post-plan setups with Rien's reveals and Benji's traps on B side.
Does.
It could be nasty.
So there is a, I think I showed you this when it came down to their B side hold.
Nest.
Yeah, he has a nest wallbang that he uses for a specific post-plan. So if he is pulling this in, I would be very surprised if they're not going B, because he has an exact.
Yeah, but they have to plant it.
This.
You know, you showed me that, and I used it in my next rank game. And let me tell you, the things that were written in chat, I'm pretty sure some people got banned. But it's good fun, and I think pulling it out at a time like this will be unexpected for FPX as well. Like
they haven't used it at all.
The only thing I'll say is that FPX have been tremendously cautious about trap wires. I saw it on the A site retake. I've seen it a couple of times where they're going into a site and they're looking.
So Heretics is going to go B, but.
If they make the mistake of not clearing them
this FPX not gonna? Okay.
Well, he's just gonna use, but also he just
Autumn's gonna look to hold back sight. There's no poison cloud here though.
An issue really. It's just gonna be if they
Where is the poison cloud?
Which, hey,
if you're running is it on 8? I think that's a cyber cage.
You should be able to do that, and they have been able to do that
Okay, now you have to just give it up. You have to, yeah. So now the default plan can happen. Oh my gosh. The one time they're going to do it, it's going to be an OT. And FPX just isn't ready for it because they haven't been doing it.
They might not even know what they're facing.
Look at Benji. Look at Benji holding.
You see the stars down on the spike.
I mean, Benji just needs to stay alive, really, until first contact.
Quite a few times, more than a handful of times. But this time, they're not checking it in time. Luckily, Lysor reacts, finds the kill. The defuse started, at least that's as far as Heretics know. Some kills come through, though. They reclaim the space. The Odin takes Lysor. The drop from Berlin is good.
Rien's low.
The one, and Rien's is incredibly low.
Oh no.
Caught up top.
Oh no.
All he has to do now is root out Rien's.
The wraparound, he doesn't expect it.
That's a big task halfway when Rien swings in to close it out. 14 to 12. They push them to the limit, but Team Heretics take it across the line.
GG.
Incredible performance from them in the end. It was a back and forth all the way through a map that we favored.
Listen, I'm to be very honest, I don't think if your team, I don't know if you should be scared of either team's Abyss, to be very honest.
Up next, after the break.
I think Heretics has a bit of a better understanding, but I don't mind Abyss in general so far, just because everyone's still using different comps. But these two guys, they were both just playing their own game. You know what I mean? And then a timeout happens, and then they adjust, and then they're both still playing their own game. It just changes who's winning. It's a bit unfortunate. Anyway, we'll be right back. I'll leave it on so you guys can listen to the desk.
Welcome back, everyone, to Valorant Champions Seoul, as we just saw Heretics take Abyss from FPX, which was FPX's pick in a map that we have praised FPX for playing in a very fun and unique way. But today, in OT, it belonged to Heretics. And Paperton, I know that there is, a lot of conversation about what are the win conditions here for FPX. This Abyss map was one of those for the series.
Once they find,
give themselves a bit of a leg up in this.
I just realized I never changed my stream title, huh?
To pull through.
Yeah, I totally agree. It really does
Oops.
feel like this was a must-win map for them, and it looked pretty good coming into half. 8-4, you're like, okay, yeah, they've got this. They started to really roll some rounds together there. They got a good read on Heretics' defender side and how they want to play it, but then Heretics come into their attacker side, and they look like fire. They have great ideas with this Sova, some great timings with the recon, some great shock darts. Rian's just some phenomenal shooting. So all of a sudden,
No, you can't ban soccer. Soccer's great.
And with a different comp that kind of caught a lot of us off, off guard for Team Heretics, it ended up getting them over the line.
Yeah, I mean, Woot in particular was absolutely excellent in this first map of the series. He had a couple moments where I think he...
If he agrees with soccer, I get him on for dinner. Wait, Australian football is another thing? What's Australian football?
Quite honestly, I thought that was going to slip away for Team Heretics.
Rugby is called league football?
That they started to build in that second half, I think in particular brought on by
Might as well call ping pong paddle football. Still move your feet.
Into these post-plant positions, and the post-plant protocols were really, really excellent there.
Yeah, no.
Dude, I used to get Valorant ads all the time on CS streams, like when it first launched, when Valorant first launched. It was so funny.
That supporting cast, stepping up in such a capacity like that.
Mini whoosh. I don't know. Dude, I mean, I don't know. In a game where he didn't do so hot.
Something you see him do all that often, which is odd to say considering, he's a duelist, but he's been playing so much Neon lately.
Once they find the default comp for Abyss, you think it might be boring? I mean, it depends on what you find boring. Do you find Ascent boring?
Goes to show why this Heretics
Then
is such
yes.
a, dynamic roster, because anyone can step up and pop off for this team.
For sure. I was a little bit surprised by the roster change that the comp change we saw coming out from this team. I thought that the Rays especially was really strong. I kind of got bringing.
Wait, is Australian football like the even rougher version of rugby? Is that what it is? Is that the one where like literally just like?
But again,
it's actually just a bunch of gladiators.
Does not look as comfortable as his other roles, and I think it's
the Waffle House.
In that game. But
Dude, what? How is this constantly
players that can step up in the late rounds to
in a
keep them
knot
in these games, and
every
they don't
time I
just have to
unravel it?
rely
What in the
on one guy to
world?
be that superstar.
Yeah, no, couldn't agree more with that one there. But of course, it's time for our HyperX Reflex moment. We're gonna show you a little ace. You know which one? Round 16 from Ion. This is gonna be, of course.
This was a good ace.
First pop there, and the wall goes down, and it's like just an aim lab routine.
And it's all Guardian too.
Yeah,
it's
really
unreal.
Yeah, absolutely.
Basketball is hand football.
There, unfortunately, FPX weren't able to pull through, but it took Heretics squad.
Currently in this one, Heretics is up 1-0.
Tough one for sure for FPX to lose.
They really had to claw back.
Dude, I suddenly want chicken and waffles.
It felt like to me all of a sudden I was like,
Next time I'm back in the States, chicken and waffles for sure.
Some of these Astra maneuvers are going to occur, what the Jet's trying to do, where the lurks are going to be coming from.
Dude, I don't know if it's just me, but Clinton's shirt is bright.
When it came to some of their decision making and retakes,
Maybe it's my monitor actually. It's not bright on my OBS. But it's really bright.
Setting up the post plant,
Is my monitor in like a different mode than usual? Did I accidentally change it?
So all those things kind of put together just made it really hard for FPX to come away with some wins on their defender side.
Yeah, I felt like on the defensive side, a lot of these rounds, FPX site anchors were dying way too early into things, and then when FPX was trying to play the flood retakes, it ended up being more of kind of like a stumble.
It's not super bright for you? Okay, it's my monitor. Something's going on with my monitor.
For the set retakes, the post plants were just too strong. I mean, this is the new Pearl, the new cringe post plant.
But I haven't changed my settings. I do generally play with a bit more saturation and brightness, but or I have my computer on more saturation and brightness, but
especially when you're playing up against a team like Team Heretics, and now I think this kind of booms the chances for FPX in this series. They looked great on Abyss in China. I think it was their best map regionally, and now they're going into a strength for Team Heretics, and this series gets really scary if you're rooting for an FPX
I don't know if Abyss was FPX's best. That's a wild. That's a wild statement.
That this FPX needed this Abyss. It would put them in such a better position. So now they're going to have to do what Heretics did to them on map 1 and try and claw their way back into this series overall. But let's go ahead and hear from the coach of FPX, see what he has to say going into map 2.
Harbor, Viper, Fade, Cypher, Raze feels like a bit. Hold on. Let's listen to the interview.
FPX, and we have Luna to help out with some translation. That was a very exciting map on Abyss. We're just curious, you know, you guys were able to bring it to an overtime, but why weren't you able to close it out? Can you enlighten us as to what struggles the players were going through?
其实刚刚是非常激烈的图一的比赛嘛，你们能够成功的拖入到+10，但是并没有成功能够拿下，能不能告诉我们是什么阻碍了你们的脚步呢？
我们下半场的防守可能一些补枪细节没有做好，我们补枪没有做好，加上我们的防 rush 的一些细节没有做好，就导致了我们下半场根本守不住他们。
At the second half, we are on defense. We did terribly on trade, and we didn't like to defend it well. So that might be happened. Explained what happened on the second half.
Well, there's still one map left, so let's see if FPX.
He's got an FPX necklace. That's cool. They lost CDG on Abyss. Smoggy
like
just
FPX
styled on him.
identifying those issues. I mean, of course, you know, a tough one for sure, but now they got to reset themselves. Get ready.
Sun looks worse than what you were expecting? Well, do you mean what you were hoping or what you were expecting? I think they look like what I expected. They look worse than what I had hoped for.
Frankly, Paper Thin, if you're FPX in this situation,
So,
do you
where were we? Harbor, Viper, Fade, Cypher, Raze.
off the cuff, if you will?
I am on board with the Harbor Viper, kind of. Although, I don't know. I like the Astra. I would rather have Astra Viper or Astra Harbor.
For me, I
think the Viper's fine, though.
A different comp than what FPX normally runs on Bind. They normally run the Jet.
And I think, I don't know, Fade, I'm not sold on the Fade. Actually, the more I think about it, I don't think I agree with any part of your conversation. At first, I was like, oh yeah, that sounds pretty good. Because the thing is I think the Cypher is like fine, and the Omen's fine, and the Cypher is fine, but
That is very new.
what is this?
I mean, there's a reason people left the Jet in 2021. I don't know
Okay.
where this comp has come from, though. There are some interesting ideas to look out for. First thing I'm seeing, watch how Life and Iron
Yeah.
are going to combo their utility. The audio denial from that Fade and the haunts combined with the flashes from the Yoru can give a lot of different
I mean,
ideas.
dude, Autumn has one hell of a job though.
But that Chamber, I think, is
Dude,
the big
against the Zoo comp, dude, Chamber against the Zoo comp is rough, man.
cool with the Omen. We've seen teams like EG experiment with ideas like that.
Yeah.
There's so much to
I like Sage on the map as well. Saint has sold me on it, and I've actually tried it a couple times. My Sage is really bad because I haven't played her in a long time, but I like Sage on Abyss.
One Viper Molly.
Yeah, good luck, buddy.
They're gonna have to fight. They're just gonna have to scrap. That's all this is.
But
this
that's
is
what
a
they
scrap.
want to do.
Yeah, for sure, for sure.
You know what? That is a good call. It seems like FPX wants to get down and dirty in the mud. Speaking of two guys, who like
The
to get
Raze
down
can be okay. The Raze can be okay. I'm actually okay with the Raze, but I do think the Jet and the Yoru just have like a lot more that you can like constantly use to pressure them and condition them. But I don't know. I think the nades could do a lot of work. It depends though, right? Like if the Sage overtakes the Cypher on being meta, then the Raze probably isn't doing too much.
They've got a little bit, but
He has the power of 46 million people on his side.
And I like it because do I think they would win with their previous composition? No, I think this would be a map that would go the way of Heretics. So pull something.
We saw one game on Sage, but it wasn't used very well.
Autumn is someone who, hey, he can pull out a Clove, drop 25 kills, so let's give him a chance over with the Chamber, and there you go. Pick
Okay.
and out.
A nice start for that defensive side. A little bit of aggression going
damage
down
as
on
well.
A as well. I'll try to get some control, push up behind them early on. Team Heretics, well, they could be funneled into just one angle, but there's always the potential to take that teleporter and bring it to the other direction. And looking for the flanks as well.
Yeah, but no control of showers, so you gotta have to double clear both. Ooh.
Life down, and now Woot's clearing out that angle. They found the second and sent him straight into Boo and straight to the Shadow Realm. 4 versus 3 with FPX now.
Dude, I love the early rotate from Lysor though. I love it. Oh my gosh, dude. The two people get caught, and Heretics just assumes that that's everyone that pushed out of A, which is a bad assumption because you have no control over the TP. You never saw the Omen.
He gives a little angle over to Woot.
If you're gonna rotate, you gotta rotate fast. You gotta like run now. Now you're out of time. So they're gonna have to stick.
Yeah, they've rotated in.
FPX is playing one-on-one.
Lysor stuck in the corner. Off bat.
You have a snake bite. You could play for time. You could play for time. You could have just delayed. You could have just snake bited it and just doubled up.
It's his ghost that's creeping up close and finding them on the spams. The silencer landing a
no way!
For the triple kill and the Red Bull clutch to kick
They're doing it.
Oh, I'd love to see an analytical
They
breakdown
are
of this round because
doing
I think
it.
someone out there, maybe Steel, would have an aneurysm. It's one of the most aggressive pistols I've ever seen. You had 2 players making a push directly at
Wait,
this.
you're seeing
You had
this?
another
Wait,
that took
Paper X didn't
complete
play this
showers
set.
control, which ended up winning them the
At,
round. And then you have this to start it off, where just the patience
Copenhagen, did
from
they?
Autumn, and he's the one that clutches out as well. If he goes down there,
Isn't Copenhagen where they were still playing the Euro Breach?
but that's what FPX need to do. They need to be
I don't know if they ever
disruptive,
played
they need
the
to be crazy.
Chamber
They need
Euro.
to almost push Heretics off their game because Heretics are very happy to sit back and be passive.
Oh,
They're
okay.
not gonna be
No.
allowed to do that.
No, they're not. Of course, it's the outlaw.
Dude, here, okay. The thing is right now it's Eco, but like Autumn should not have. Autumn should never be allowed to just be sitting out on B main alone and take shots on targets when Heretics have like 50 projectiles they can throw.
Australians are known for being very shy.
Yeah, right. Reserved, quiet. Yeah, that's
just like
par
MacMate.
for the
He's
course.
incredibly shy.
Quiet bloke. Yeah, you'd miss him in a room, a quiet room. Well, FPX, they found themselves a strong advantage to play with. Heretics have next to nothing to work with, and even the Ghost is doing work.
Oh,
This is just a chance for, well, I was gonna say
flawless.
Ion to
Wow.
farm, but actually Life stole that last kill away. A great start for FPX. Bear in mind, the last map was incredibly close. They lost both pistols, so they were in a rough spot pretty much from the beginning of both.
I did. I
Being
said
able to get off to
soccer's
a great start
soccer is
here.
great.
That outlaw carried through.
How
a
dare
clutch
you.
For Berlin as well. But this is where the rifles come up. Heretics pretty much always win their attack. Even in matches they lose. When they lost to Vitality, they won their attack. 7-5, 7-3, 7-3, 7-3, 10-2. Like, they are very good.
All right, Judge is where? In lamps?
Well, I'll be interested to see this comp on the attack. But
I love the shift. I love the shift for the chamber, right? Because you don't want them to try to overpower you at long range.
Rian's kind of clean today.
Yeah, Rian's is carrying today. That's
Last much longer either. They've avoided going into Berlin's away.
this is what should be happening with Team Heretics' comp, by the way, is that if you...
Actually, it might just work. Now they think there could be a rifle in
There's
there.
no
Let's see what
way.
we've got. What's
There's
behind
no
door
way.
number 1?
No,
It's a judge, and now it's time to leave that guy alone. You
no.
can have all the space you want in
Don't
laps,
get
but
curious.
to
He
the
can pick up
side
a
to
rifle
lose, and
now,
that's where
though.
the difficulty spawns. Paranoia used to try to keep them back. Again, Rians can see clear as day. The orb going to block him out.
They have
Flash
lineups.
Goes up top. Benji's around the back.
And
Inside
Benji's
the
here,
smoke,
just in
waiting
case.
For them to emerge, and he's caught himself a double.
Wow.
Almost a third, but Rians gets ahead of him, and a clean round from those two. That is 2-1 with Heretics on the board, but that's the round we expect FPX to lose as well.
I also don't think you could expect Benji to be there because of the fact that they are actually throwing Util into the smoke.
Yeah.
So you're sat there going,
That's
okay,
true. Autumn has truly pulled off the impossible.
Dude just sat in there, and there was.
But yeah, this is like if you're all just sitting to try to get cheeky kills on your own, like the Heretics comp, the Zoo comp should never allow that.
Everybody else we've seen them.
Oh my gosh, Autumn's gonna push out.
Especially Woot was great in the first map. This is where things get maybe even more exciting as he's upgraded and now has an operator.
Yes, no shields, you'll notice. This is a glass cannon attempt to get aggressive early on, has the TP to fall back on, getting a little greedy, going around the corners, and there's Boom,
dude.
with the iPad
Dude,
out.
we are back. We're back in the old days.
And now the punish is being delivered.
Sorry guys, I
Dude, Autumn is taking us back to the chamber meta.
Without checking one side. Sorry, I wasn't aware of it. They're gonna try and immediately pivot to the other side.
Dude, T1's gonna pick up Autumn. It'll be perfect. They'll have an Autumn coaching and playing. And they'll have a chamber who's like just actually getting kills when they're pushing out with an op. It's sick.
The dominoes have started to topple at this point. For FPX, everything is working out. Another pick as Rians comes out of the smoke, and the rest of the squad still sat up in hookah. Now they fall back, looking to take it the other direction, and perhaps they'll have a 2v2 on offer.
Yeah, and then they'll all be chamber players.
It's just where it is, though. This is
And then you pick up Ye.
I think they're just going to save them. This is just holding on to guns. Yeah, I was about to say, if they go all the way around, they're geniuses. But at this stage, the economy will be good enough if they hold on to these guns, make sure Boo gets another one in the next round. So it's going to be an immediate response from FPX.
DRX tried picking up a bunch of Jet players. T1 should try picking up a bunch of chamber players. You never know.
Again, you have to be wary wherever you go. The Autumn could have peaked mid, TP.
But like Carpe gets to stay, because not only does he have plot armor, but he used to play Widow in Overwatch, so he gets a pass.
Even just a distraction in the late game, because you're focusing on that operator, and then do you think Life's gonna hide?
Oh, dude, and then you add Devi in there for sure, dude. They suddenly get so strong.
They will be allowed to save, and for Heretics, pretty important.
Yeah, based on what I've seen, even
Are you a Squid Game fan? I watched the first one avidly. Is the second one out yet? Is the second season out yet? I think it is, right? It came out in July?
You know, the idea makes sense.
Oh, wait, it's in December? Oh, okay. I'm like just completely talking out of my ass. I don't have Netflix anymore, so like
they miss a shot, you're already out of there.
That's what this comp is. It's a
Widowmaker is just chamber but less hot. That's a hot topic.
As I said, I think if you try and play regular to the book.
Okay, line up to clear main and the haunt. So you now know the chamber's gone from there, but oh, FPX, you tried. What a spray from Benji.
And wow. Swings and roundabouts. Sometimes the aggression works, sometimes you get triple sprayed down.
Yeah. The fact that these players turn so quickly, the door's open, and, well, they seem to close on the round at least.
I feel like this new UI update
Lysor
is to build towards picks and bans, and also because of the number of agents, because now by adding one, gets all messy.
But for Team Heretics, that's not quite the case. They've got their snake bite, they've got their molly, they've got Rien's, and I think they know the mosh pit was already used, but even the flash to re-execute out for a fight.
I'm not used to the new UI yet, but
a big commitment from.
I think it is better. It's just a little jarring because I didn't realize it was happening. I don't think we'll get agent bans yet. I think we'll have another year.
For future rounds, although, I mean, Lysor is very aggressive. He wants to make it costly for Heretics and at least drop a few bodies. As he fails, Autumn's out.
Yeah, I think Autumn always had the plan, unless his teammate got a couple of kills to just fade away. Everything else they can repurchase. So it's not the end of the world. Heretics do well to weather the storm this time. And again, it's another round where contact is made towards Hookah. The response from FPX is to 3-man TP, which is a bit mental.
Dude, how does he get...
I saw all the assists
oh.
come through. How has Boo got 3
Wait, what the... Dude, Berlin didn't even die in the first spray, by the way. That's insane.
It's not something you're going to see every single day. And while Benji does incredibly well in that scenario. Again, though, the only thing that would worry me for FPX, honestly...
Okay, Autumn needs to keep pushing out, though. He can't play scared. Prowler to set him up. That's a bit of a big tell.
This is not a passive comp, and that's the problem.
It's a big tell. Oh, now you gotta get a peek. Man, the Prowler's too big of a tell.
Gotten aggressive out on B long, at least keeping a foothold for this site that isn't just deep.
And Heretics have a Gecko, so they can always just re-clear with a Dizzy until they get up to the site. Easy re-clears.
This guy, I should have learned my lesson. I thought I did earlier. He always keeps going. He's going back out. No, he's not.
He's thinking about it. He's going to get revealed.
Okay, he's back.
He has his ult as well, though. So there's always a chance to double dip. Especially
Did Berlin just...
You know, yeah,
Did Berlin just shrouded step for no reason?
Aggressive control into the showers means that they don't really have to worry too
I
much
swear
about
he did, unless my eyes are playing a trick on me.
They've already been caught once with Berlin, but Ayung's now on spot. Lysor trying to just see if he can get any information, because at least then he'd be able to slow them down.
30 seconds left.
Okay, got away from the C's. Oh, that mosh. Oh, these mollies. Dude, it's just too many projectiles. Dude, this comp, I'm telling you. Can I just vent? Whoa, hold on.
Life's work is not for
I don't know how Ion got that kill either.
It seems like the advantage will be converted into a round win for FPX. 4-2.
Okay, well, what I was going to say, which is now nullified because life just shot people, is it bothered me that like T1 suddenly couldn't pilot this comp very well this year. I know it's new players, but like you should have the playbook. They came up with this comp with a Sky.
Again, he's the reason they win the round. Like he is fully the reason. Like the re-aggression to start with.
Right, and yes, the harbor for the brim, but like the core idea stays the same. That you can keep reclearing, and then you throw a bunch of projectiles, and then you get in, and it's a bunch of mollies. And I do think the brim works probably better now though than the harbor.
The 4-2 defensive side starting to build a lead, and I like the fact that Heretics are taking a very early pause here.
The best part is when Ayung threw that reveal, there was probably the thought that if Life can just hold on a second, it'll help him get a kill, and instead he just runs through the smoke and takes 2 blind. So, you know, when you've got a player like that, I mean, you know, you got to let him off the leash, and that's certainly what they're doing on FPX. Remember, one of the main factors of success for this side so far has been Autumn, able to find those early picks. This round started out with Heretics.
How did Team Heretics come back?
Him down, but the response was immediate from Life on B long. He got aggressive. They didn't punish that, and then they lived.
I mean, FPX was like, "Hey guys, want to fight A main?" And Heretics was like, "Nope, we're going B every time."
Like they're gonna have prepped for.
And FPX was like, "Okay."
They knew what was coming. They knew that it was likely to be picked by FPX.
And then they lost.
They knew that they play this aggressive game. If they prep for this, they have somehow snuck into their opponent's scrims, because I don't think there's a way you could have seen this coming. And that's why I think taking an early pause, giving Neilzinho an opportunity to sort of go, okay, they're trying to push everything. I thought for the most part they were going to try and double up, but I guess the idea is...
Okay, so you're not even going to rendezvous out. You're just going to op, and then this is just a reposition later if the site gets taken over.
Remember, we had it in the last round as well, but no chance.
It was because of COVID, I remember.
Miniboo's got the showstopper. Ready to
Because he was in... Oh!
Picked off in the last round. He'll take 2 first bloods in this one to make up for it. That is a
dude, he flicked down to Boo, who was crouching.
Walking through the Viper utility. Oh, the timing. The judge.
Well, one of them was going to... Okay.
Versus one emerges. Good luck and condolences for the round to Benji Fishy.
40! The power of 46 million people!
They know exactly where he is. Flashes and... Well, we talk about how aggressive this team can be, but both players falling back. They want to try and group back up with Autumn, and like, he's not falling back, but honestly, with what he's done in this round so far, I can't really blame him. A collapse to start off the round. The
what a round.
That this man is pulling out, well, I'd say it's about 90-odd% successful.
Yep, and the worst part about it is you're seeing him just with global control.
I wonder if Gen G would be bothered by this comp from Heretics. They're definitely not bothered by the Autumn comp, the Chamber comp, but at least not the comp. They might be bothered by Autumn, but I don't know if Gen G would be bothered by the Zoo comp. On paper, it should make things tough. Well, actually, I don't think they will be. I don't think they would be. Although the mollies would make their timings a bit iffier.
You have the utility to be able to clear out an operator. Like, you've got yourself a Fade and a Gecko.
But I don't think you're scared to leave the Abyss open against either of these teams.
They did, or the last round, sorry, they put the Boombot through to try and catch him.
T1 used to run variations of this comp. They came up with the first one that we saw in a pro setting last year with the Harbor instead of the Brim, and Sky instead of the Fade. Like, and then they just started getting bad with it this year, and they kept trying to change out one agent, and it just like wouldn't work. I just don't understand.
We talk about that operator. I think the judge is just as scary.
Yeah, you have to check these corners. I mean, there's something weird about this smoke too, because it's not a one-way. Oh, nice cover from Woot. Very good.
For Heretics, even with the weaker weapons, if they can keep these trades up, and they're doing exactly that. 3 versus 2, and some weapons to be recovered with a plant coming in now.
Dude, where is Autumn going? Dude, where is Autumn going, man?
With Lysor inside that smoke in spawn, it's going to be a tough split. They have to win their individual fights.
Is he going to get revealed? I don't think he was. The wingman didn't quite reach. Boo has gone looking.
Surely no time, though.
Back towards long. If he goes to swing this again,
Unless they all swing out immediately, one after the other.
Operator. In fact, he might not even check. It's going to be a free kill, but they've already managed to clear out Lysor. Around looking all but over, as him getting into some of these closer range positions is going to be impossible, and Rian's even there to close it out once again.
Oh.
A low purchase and a victory alongside it for Heretics, as they will get their third onto the board.
Yeah, a good start from Wood as well.
I guess you have the tour de force, so.
The damage can be done. I think he would have had a relatively easy time finding the first, and then, well, you're running through a Viper or close range against a Judge. It's not going to be a very pretty scenario, but the reveal up top was
Calm down.
perfectly to at least land them that opening.
Someone's got to get him fired up.
Around Cascades with the trades. FPX, though, it's a little
Nightfall available as well. You got Dimensional Drift. This is all very good. Are you going to push out?
They have a chance to continue this.
Oh, he uses Tour de Force right away. With a Vandal. Okay, Thrash taken. Dude, Life just sits there and takes the fight. That's, dude, Berlin's just spamming suppressive fire for him, and he just sits there.
Ready for them to try and use the Thrash. They literally put a firing squad to deny it.
Holy.
And they took 2 kills.
I mean, you don't expect that. That's a curveball for sure.
But Life, time and time again, just surprising us with the individual skill. Berlin dropped
Berlin dying is a bit unfortunate, but
it's been so clean.
But as long as you keep hold of this, right? You've already cleared out this. So yeah, just don't give showers over.
And again,
look at the push up as well. Like, they don't have to.
Autumn's very aggressive though.
It's like he's so far up at this stage that unless they're gonna go through the spawn, and even still, if they don't step or hear them, Ion perfectly placed, but loses the battle. Still though, it allows 2 players to be here, but you have to bear in mind how low Life currently is.
Autumn spot allowed him to keep B long control now, though he's abandoned that trap to move for the flank. Lysor does well, landing that one, but Benji's got some fight left in him. 50 HP, and the shot.
Dude, that second kill from Benji.
No, he had a radar this time. 6-3 though. FPX find the round in extraordinary fashion.
Yeah, it always seems to come down to these late round clutch scenarios. But
holy.
You put Autumn in those positions and he's going to win it. I think good work as well from Benji to at least make this one look competitive.
Dude, Benji's so good, man.
All the way through, they had so much space.
Dude, what is that reaction?
Side, but yeah, from Benji's POV, it looked crazy. From his POV, maybe not so much.
Yeah.
I'd be more surprised if he missed.
I'd be surprised if he misses any of his shots from what I've seen so far. Even the collapse landing. Now, Autumn's been very impressive. This chamber's working out. The disruptive play has put Heretics on the back foot a number of times. This time, Lurk sent out by Benji towards
All right, so Berlin has finally given up on holding lamps. Good for you, because you have this toxic screen. You don't need to hold lamps. You can hold showers, and it's free.
Sheriff's in play for Boo and Benji. It's the rifles on Mini Boo and Rien's that have to do the heavy lifting, and instead.
Oh,
okay, there's one missed shot. It's remarkable. Now, if anyone peeks him here, I'm not sure they'll be quite as lucky.
Dude, Woot gets away.
Be a little bit more careful. No get out of jail free card this time. I think he was a bit lucky that the player he faced off against was the player that only had a classic. Otherwise, that could have got dangerous. Again, still no escape.
Mm,
doesn't get cleared fast enough. He has no exit. And now all the mollies come out again.
But there is an immediate swing encounter. It was an ult or two invested by the side of Heretics, but you wouldn't think it.
You really wouldn't. I mean, the decay that came in, though, from, I believe it was Ayung.
Dude, Ayung's on one today. Dude, Ayung is on one today.
Boo and Co were down to like 1 HP, and you saw everyone on the side of FPX just spraying at the bodies here.
Yeah, I mean, when he's good, but he's been getting more and more consistent throughout this whole year, and today is one of those days.
Matter either way. 7-3. A big lead now in the books for FPX, and the half isn't over yet.
As said, that every single time we've seen them play, even going back to G2 at Masters, they won their attack. They are not winning their attack, so they've already broken what has been a running streak for the side of Heretics.
Aye, that's without the one-way, bold. Are we still not going to check?
Going to be the 1-for-1. Berlin, he's revealed his position as well.
Heretics.
Although there is a player looking to come in from behind, Heretics this time are going to get the afterplant with an advantage.
Ooh, style points for that one. Nice clear with the trade potential. Yeah, Heretics advantage to play with. Got it locked in. But last time that we saw Autumn picked off, it was Life to step up for a massive round. We'll see if it's going to be
Still got a Molly, still got a Dizzy, still got a Seize. Seize is here.
Fighting it for control over Lamps, and he's found it. At least to begin. Things are going well. No flashes left though. Leaves the dry peaks in Berlin.
Oh man.
1 versus 2 after his initial. Already
Molly on its way though, right?
Looking to get it half, but Molly comes in. Smoke soon to fade as well. He's peeking out on the side of it, but they know he's not defusing. There's no need for them to swing, although Rian's obliges eventually. There's another round on the board for the attack.
Colleen, now this map goes OT.
They won't be keeping their streak of winning their attack, but there's at least a chance to make it close.
Yeah, and there are definitely arguments that like running a chamber is going to be a lot easier on that defense. We'll see how it's utilized by Autumn in the next half, but I do think it's important for Heretics to get this final round, otherwise a pistol could put them in a pretty awkward spot going into
Dude, all I can think about is the fact that
I really like the post plants though from Heretics.
I'm not gonna say it, but I think Pacific's in good hands. All right, Pit and Showstopper online for Heretics. It's enough to try to make it 5, but the Pit Dimensional Drift is online, so Life has to actually this time he has to like stay alive.
If they do get there, I think it could be ropes for FPX.
Yeah, it'll be very tough to.
I don't think so. You mean doubling up on the snake bite? I don't think that works anymore.
The Showstopper Boo bypassed that utility, and the Seize has actually caught.
Oh boy, yep.
Oh. With Mini Boo going up and over, the shot doesn't land from the Showstopper.
Yeah, that's dude. Mini Boo. Why did Mini
on the site moving back to clear Boo, who luckily wins the fight?
I think just clearing showers would have been good. You don't need lamps. Why are these both teams so obsessed with lamps?
Only the one to be found.
Keeps things even.
I think he just assumed that, well, that guy's too far gone. I've been blinded. I can't chase. He probably, I don't think he would have gotten the kill in time, but
so he knows that they haven't made it.
I don't know.
Towards Hookah just yet. Actually, just this patience from the side of Heritage.
No, there's been a lot of stories and narratives this year for sure. And it helps that we have so many new... Dude, everybody just has these shots today on these two teams. Like, the game is kind of messy overall. The match, the best of 3 is kind of messy, but like every one of them has had these shots. What the hell?
Just to cause that little bit of paranoia for Rienz. And in fact, the ult is used straight towards the spawn. So
just to fake him out.
Where this opponent could be, in Autumn's a mystery as well. Does manage to get the plant down in the chaos though, not deterred, but shot in the head.
That's a tough one.
Heaven, Berlin caught him jumping over the box. That's 8 rounds locked in at halftime for FPX.
You think Woot is... I mean, listen, Woot was a very good duelist, but
just disgusting from Berlin.
I think it's that... I think they need to figure out some way to get Mini Boo to have a stronger mental, really, because when he was good, he's good. Like, he still is when he's good, but seems he's very shaky when he doesn't like how he's playing, right?
Absolutely gorgeous stuff.
Yeah, but then Woot also, like, I think this is also like a team decision where Woot doesn't want to be playing duelist all the time.
We're about to jump off, but we'll be back with half number 2 very soon.
Probably because he doesn't want to deal with the pressure, I guess. I don't know. Yep, Heretics got New Jersey. So you always have to consider there's multiple layers to this.
Red Bull gives you wings.
Yeah, it does feel very 90s NBA. I kind of like it. Does that make me old? Is it not Gen Z enough? Wait, what was the Cartwriter announcement? I did not see it. Where can I see what announcement? They're shutting down global and cross-platform. Holy. Wow. Dude, what a fumble, man. If you were going to focus on Korea, dude, they've really shot themselves in the foot in so many different ways. If you were just going to focus on Korea, Taiwan, then You should have just never changed it. That's insane.
Struggling on the attack side, which is a rare sight for us. But they're one map up. All they've got to do is recover this on the defense, Tom. But
a Toronto Raptors jersey. FPX's New Jersey looks nice too.
And how strong it can be. We saw it, right? Autumn's opening picks from posting up and TPing out. It will be harder to make that work here on the attack.
For sure, but I think that's where you're now going to look to players like Life to sort of... Well, I don't want to say...
Dude, that's messed up that they're shutting down Global. It's a long letter from the director. I mean, listen, I'm sure it doesn't feel good for the directors either, but like... Damn, I'll check it out. I'll check it out.
It's also going to be their own fundamentals. Can they turn this back? I think with both Woot and Miniboo being a little bit quieter, looking for a bit more from Rians after his first map performance, a pistol definitely wouldn't go amiss.
Yeah, you know, it's not even that they're being quiet, it's that their opponents are being so
You want to know
loud,
something crazy, chat? If we go to Lotus, we'll have seen 5 different maps and 2 best of 3s.
It's tough to play against FPX from what I'm seeing.
Don't see that every day.
A chaotic squad that will put you on the back foot. They're doing something you're not used to. And while those adjustments have to be made on the fly, Heretics 4 rounds on the board.
So pressure A showers.
A fair bit of weight for them.
Clear hookah.
They're going to struggle to get back into this half. And we
Still have paranoia. So still have one more way to get into a site.
Lotus with a triple controller is something
Oh, very fast reclear. This is so good from Heretics, though. They just use the Dizzy as well. But Autumn has heard that. So he tells them you have to pick the speed up, and FPX just starts charging in.
Looks like there's going to be an attempt from Woot to maybe try and deny the plant. He's around the edge, but unfortunately the Haunt doesn't find anything.
Usually we see Lotus
Autumn was left lurking outside B.
Okay.
There's one player
I like it. And then you still leave the lurk of life.
Could get him out of dodge, but Berlin's already on him. The push from Rian.
Berlin needs help. Autumn Berlin needs help. That was not the help he needed.
Dropping a few, giving Woot a chance. Shuts him down and Boo.
Dude, Life is like, oh, I can't wait to kill the last guy behind his back. Meanwhile, Boo is just... There's no way. There's no way. Like, oh!
Although it came a little close, just the 1v1 left with Lysor's position unknown.
This is tough. Yeah, on the tube is tough.
Just looking for that fight for the 4th. A fantastic pistol round from him, and as said, it would have been a welcome gift for the side of Heretics to be able to take that over the line. Again, though, you just see these rounds where they go for these late rotations. I love the thought process of FPX. Is like, you think you know what we're doing. You think after we shoot your horn deep within the site, we throw our utility in. You think that you're in our heads, and in fact, the quick switch up, Benji left in no man's land, and sure, again, Rien's, he did what he could. It was bullets that held him back. It's not enough.
It wasn't.
Still gonna pressure showers again. One way as well. That's the Omen pick coming through for FPX.
To take it across the line. We said that FPX
Gives them so much ult orb control.
They can take it in the last 2, but here we are.
Dude, and the TP is hit by Lysor from far. Oh, man. I mean, they're on an eco, but here's the thing is that so stuff like that is going to now tell Heretics that if they want to control this orb, deny this orb, they're going to have to invest a lot. But to do that, to really secure it, they need TP control, which means they have to counter Autumn's chamber on B main. It's a bit of a headache already for Heretics.
It's wide open.
As you said, though, like looking at this map on paper, like this was a map that... Okay, they lost the last time, 14-12 in overtime to Vitality, a team that needed to win to qualify for Champions, whereas Heretics were basically already qualified because of the points that they have. So, and we were talking about burnout and all these excuses. We had so many different things when it came to Heretics as to why they didn't win that match. Maybe, in many cases, not giving Vitality the credit they deserve. Even still, that was a 14-12 loss. Right now, FPX... You remove all of those excuses from Heretics. They got a bit of a break. Okay, I'm not going to pretend like it's a massive one, but the same break that FPX got. And right now, on Bind, they are putting themselves into a considerable...
I mean, I would consider... I mean, 10-4. Yeah, I guess you want whatever ult orbs you can get.
Whether or not there's any orbs or any cost. And of course, for Ion... He only has a pistol. Even going down isn't that much of a problem. He wants the extra orbs to try and get closer to his ult. Benji will take exactly the same thing, and the rest of the team, the ones with weaponry, are just going to fade out of there. And everyone else dying to the spike.
10-4.
Yeah, Lotus, I mean, I think Heretics should be favored, but...
A strong position from FPX with so many weapons saved over. And for Team Heretics, this needs to be a flawless
The
climb.
score we expected after 9-4.
Well, yeah, not at the start. I'm casting it back to...
What script are you
Well,
reading
you know,
from?
when I saw Bind, Tom, remember I said to you backstage, 10-4 FPX, I can see it happening. I don't know anything that's going to happen after that, but 10-4, I'm certain. Now, for FPX, yeah, they're expected to win that last round. Is that better?
Lystor still 3 points away from the ult.
Built up as a result of these weapons.
What's
being
the
saved.
skull on
Sure, there's some
Benji's?
weaknesses. You've got a Guardian, which has
Oh,
not
I
been
think this is it. I think this is the top fragger of the game.
on the Spectre, but for the most part,
It's
they're
crazy
able
that
to
they
go
just
blow
kind of
for blow with
ninja'd that
Heretics
into
in
the
this round.
UI and it
But
just
if
sits
Heretics
there.
don't find this, well, they're going to have to start drafting up that
Yeah, it's top fragger.
triple controller setup.
It is cool.
Yeah, I hope they already had it drafted because I think they played them on it
Subtle.
before.
Or we'll have questions about Neil Zinho's nomination.
Yeah, that's true. That's true. No, well deserved. His coach in EMEA has been fantastic throughout the year, but it's safe to say that
Bit of an all-in stack in hookah. That's not where I would go with this composition. Yep. Okay, so you're just going to leave the chamber in there, Autumn.
ended up making a run to the final and played the other team who beat FPX. I think they've been, as said, clinically underrated.
It is a little soft, but I like it better that way.
Showing why this is a
There's like a slight glow to it, rather than it being like in your... There's already so much stuff going on.
Now though, 35 seconds coming up.
Smoke online. Dude, very far out Paranoia to allow the drop.
Now it's all on him, but the flashes.
That's an important one to remember.
Rians is doing an amazing job on the backside.
Rian still gets 4, but so this... Dude, hold on.
Kills as well. Snakebite went down. Berlin swings in, thinking his teammates are with them, but they've got to wait just a little moment. 10-5, locked in that round. An essential victory for the side.
So that Paranoia is from outside of B main, and all the way in through Garden into the entrance of the toxic screen. And that's to counteract exactly where Benji was sitting, which is where Lakia plays if that's going to be a B hit, right? He plays around the toxic screen and the snake bites to catch them as they come out on the drop from window. So that Paranoia is literally built to just allow for a quick short drop instead of having to go deep.
In fact, if you look at every opening duel he had, it was reliant on him putting
Oh,
down
nice shades. Tacked a bear.
posting on an angle they couldn't be on just
We got one too.
just peeking out. And then
Over
just waiting.
here.
And they have to push you because they're the attackers. They have to attack. Now, that's not quite the same. And catching Heretics out will be a big difference.
Miniboo looks a little tired. He's got to wake up.
When you're up against a composition that is double initiator.
Gotta chug that Red Bull.
Like you don't really need
Are we really?
to be pushing. You don't need to be taking mass amounts of aggression.
Are we really keeping that?
Hasn't already been cleared by
Really?
some sort of piece of utility. So I think, yeah, sure.
The Masters Trophy keycap?
Okay, they've taken a pause. Let's try and take some.
I mean, I guess you're not using those keys, but
But when you have yourself all of that utility, all the finances behind you, and Thrash, if you're doing that without any utility,
does the broadcast team have a whole bunch of plushies? Yeah, but we don't get to. The talent don't get to take them. You have to buy it. Those are like strictly for official broadcast use.
After the last
Or like sometimes like on Pacific, I think a couple of them just like production and like talent, whoever bought them, like lent it for the show.
FPX still up well above their opponents. Miniboo getting
But the ones on the pillar desk, the players probably bought them.
shut down early on. FPX have found an easy opening duel. You talked about no need to push, Tom. Well, it looks like Heretics missed the memo.
Yeah, I don't mind the idea. Like, the supportive utility was there, but it's definitely put them in an awkward spot. As I said, after a pause, a lot
Woot
of
needs to hold on.
take a gamble. But when
Ah,
you're
he
10-5
smoked off on
down,
both sides though.
that gamble hasn't paid off, and it's not getting any better.
I guess he doesn't have a choice now.
Big clutch player for the squad. A lot of utility that's going to help you to get back into a site. There's not a lot to hope for except
Works out.
finding
Ooh,
some
the
semblance of
C's?
hope with a quick pick. Clearing out the space towards Bath, finding one player. He knows that's probably an isolated duel. What he's happy
Nice
to take.
from
Even
Woot.
with the decay, with the vulnerability, he is still able to win that duel. We're back to a 3v3. It's winnable for
The positions aren't great for FPX, but you do have the trademark.
Fishy.
Oh, and the dimensional drift. That's big.
Trying to get something. The steps will have been heard. And the TP has been removed, but they're still wary of where Life is going. In fact, he's going all the way around the back. He's in there.
Autumn's not going to miss that one.
Picks off Benji. This now becomes so much
And now the drop from heaven. They're pressured. They have to rush through. It would have been nice if Berlin stayed alive for just a bit longer.
Trying to find anything that he can with Autumn, just buying as much time as possible, just baiting them as much as he can. And they're only just getting onto that defuse. He needs to try and find the shot. Is there going to be time for it? Is the question. There will be.
Wow. Heretics have done one hell of a job getting back into that one. I think Autumn going out with the classic. He thought he could.
There's nothing stopping you from walking over to the stadium as an unregistered talent and just stealing it.
Started it out with confidence, getting
except for maybe the security guards, but yeah.
The recovery is there. Now they're sat with rifles. They're sat with Thrash, and this puts.
This is their fifth international.
Anything to work with, and Woot's the man that pulls them out of this abyss that they were in.
Because you have to remember, they were the only other team that was like doing anything outside of EDG for the longest time.
I think also just the confidence he had in Boo, because if he lets go, this becomes a much closer round. Like, you hear a second tap and Life doesn't have to swing, but it forced him into a position where eventually there was a lot of time left on that clock.
NT. Thrash online for Rians. You're going to want to use that next round, but you're also so far behind that if you need to use it, you should be using it just to secure the round.
I'm going to clear control to collect up the orbs. They're putting it onto Life, which is interesting because he is not even remotely close to his ult.
Time to jump.
I guess you want to farm it up early. Strange, I guess. You can see like a Nightfall for next round, something like that, especially with the death. But, well, maybe they just know that
That Prowler? I don't think it did.
Tap someone in the head with, he's probably going to get his ult off of it. Fair play.
Okay, draw attention onto A short. Do they push out of showers on this moment? Not yet. Oh, they pushed them into them with the paranoia. That was a good paranoia. Weaponry's so weak.
They don't want to lose too many more players. Keeping the economy healthy early on is a big factor. And Spike's gone the other direction. Pressure's on
How's the
for
screen
Benji.
still up?
The problem is they haven't got as far forward as they probably would have liked. He's going to wait, almost play the bait. Just hold on while they fight his teammates. It's all
nice
too
and
easy
quick.
For Benji. On out for Lysor, if anything, he just needs to make sure he dies. Not wanting to just hold on to a pistol for the next round. He's going to go swinging. Already has the ult, so it's not even going to be for the orbs in the end. Heretics have brought this back into contention. 10-7. Not too far away now.
Here we
This is where you kind of
go.
expect for FPX to have more of a response.
And again, ult dedication.
Oh my gosh, that is a wild thing to say, chat. Calm down.
I mean, a relatively big factor, honestly, in a round like this. 10-7, economy's on the line. Autumn's going in for another glass cannon. They're so willing to play without those shields.
I mean, this is what you have to do.
Fire a bullet back at him, so I suppose it doesn't really
If
matter.
you have the chamber, you have to. The op is more important than anything because that you're building your entire team around the fact that the chamber is controlling a part of the map 100%.
Sends through the boom bot, it finds nothing, and on the back of it, I expected aggression. If it was Life, you'd see aggression, but they backed off.
Okay, one in garden.
And it's actually the
FPX
spam
don't need
through
to
the
fight
orb
that.
that
You
ends up
could
taking
just
down
wait.
Life.
It's a
That's
poison
not what you
cloud.
wanted to lose early on in this round. Because that said, like, you look at the other side, what have you now got? You've lost
Nothing. You don't have anything.
You have a double control.
You don't have
single
flashes.
initiator, and a
I mean,
chamber. Like, this is not a space-taking composition if you lose the Yoru in the early stages of the round.
And not just that, for the round that's in it, economy on the line, Heretics about to build up a massive lead in terms of eco if they can avoid losing too many. This is a round that FPX don't want to be pulling any punches.
they're just going to
and
creep
losing
up,
one of their
waiting
big
for the
entries
toxins to
is definitely gonna
draw
hurt.
out.
Benji not going
Autumn's
for it.
not been able to really
He
get any
might just hit online,
space.
But he knows that risk not worth it at all. Thrash sent in, and Berlin's already pushed way too far forward. Perfect timing from Rienz on the ultimate. The snake bite keeping them back. in as
Oof,
they
dude,
attempt to
Rienz
fade through
is
the orb.
going at
Rienz
it.
gets another blind through the smoke. The spike recovered by Lysor, soon to be gifted to Heretics by the looks of things. But the op comes in, the shot fired, lands nothing, and now they'll be much more cautious. In fact, the molly gets him. Oh, it's a disaster. 30 HP for Lysor. He's at least got 2, but 8 seconds left. Spike to be planted, players to be dropped, and even saving is impossible. Miniboo's got him sectioned in.
gorgeous interplay. That was the
There's
combination of the
15
two
players as their first international?
Like, just whether the orb was going up to just...
That's actually not as many. I thought there would have been more just for this year, but I guess not.
The cover that was there when the ultimate was being used to make sure that they couldn't properly close him down. Like, it was just perfect from these two. And okay, that was the only
15 out of 80, not counting subs.
Rians was just about quick enough, and you can see.
I guess that's reasonable.
Working as a team, and again, I said Rians had been
Only
a little bit
one
quieter in that
Americas.
first half. He is now 16-12. He is climbing up the board and putting them just 2 rounds away after what was looking commanding. Like, this was, again, I think it was both pistols going the way of FPX this time. Again, a very good first half where they ended with a pretty hefty lead, getting that second pistol over the line, and now they've lost 4
All right, what
rounds in
can
a
they
row,
do
and I think we're
here?
starting to see
You got Pit
the
online.
holes
That's
where this
important.
comp is just not as good on the attack.
That's it. They really need to find a solution there, and I'm not sure that's an easy solution to find. Like, 4 rounds in a row, it's not the end of the world. We've seen so many teams recover, and a lot of the times, that's going to be necessary. You'll lose the 4 as you're learning. What are your opponents
Yeah,
doing?
that's true. Lock-in's always a little iffy since you didn't qualify for it. You were just invited. Everyone's just invited.
Those gaps are hard to plug with limited utility. I need to see Life not going down early round, and I'm not sure I can blame him for it.
You
like,
need
it
to
was
see Autumn go for a
wild
glass
spam.
cannon rifle. It's because he's getting tour de force if he gets 1 orb, but it's definitely a.
I mean,
if he just dies.
You just have to play with full confidence, though. I don't know. He's gonna bail out of it and just go for the headhunters. Okay.
You've got a big gun, a big sniper. Makes a bit more sense.
I'm not gonna lie, I kind of wanted him to do it.
I didn't, so I'm quite happy with where we've ended up here.
I'm rolling with the chaos.
Okay, so after the timeout, we got a lineup from Lysor to try to put pressure onto A. And waiting for a push out. Nothing happens, though.
I actually think this is over then for Heretics, to be honest. I don't care about Autumn's ultimate. It's iYoung's Guardian. 3 headshots is a minimum. He might get 4. We'll see.
Yeah, the only thing that will stop him is if it's through a wall.
Yes.
There is a Nightfall from Woot, and you have no control over anything right now at the minute mark. FPX. If they think they're just gonna explode onto the site, that's so risky. Yeah, just try to go for execute. Okay, the audio delay plus the double smoke keeps them at bay, and then the pit. And Life, where's he going to stay? He's going to stay outside. Okay, Nightfall for Nightfall.
Everything being placed into this round by both teams, but they have been able to buy quite a bit of time. Miniboo playing a game with
Oh, this is, yeah, that's tough for both sides, but
to deal with this man, he goes for a little bit more. They've also lost the pit. This is a bigger problem now. Life has at least been able to recover 1, but it's left onto iYoung, and there's a counter pit in play. He has to make a play into it, and they're watching for this. They're ready for this, but he managed to bypass them. It didn't matter in the end. Benji was waiting, holding.
I thought he had a chance.
And now the difference down to just 1. And as I said, Mitch, they committed quite a lot into that round.
Well, yeah, they committed a hell of a lot. Getting themselves in, counter Nightfall, pit that then got counter.
Are we going to Lotus?
Well. I mean, this was big investment from FPX. And then we look at this round as well. The fact that their economy was put in. The next round, we'll see light shields and rifles for them as well. How Miniboo gets the second, I don't know. And a quick trade from Rienz drops the pit. At that point, the round is lost.
Dude, I gotta open my windows tonight. My room is so stuffy. That keeps making me yawn.
Pushing through lamps for the first kill.
All right, Poison Cloud to control main again.
And certainly fair to say that
FPX is starting to play scared because of the showstopper.
I don't think that's an issue right now. He seems to have found.
They don't want to give Heretics that momentum shift.
As I said, that was always going to be.
But it's not happening.
A streak of rounds, and this would be both maps now, where the FPX have found themselves.
They keep thinking Heretics is going to push out, but they've no need to. They can really just delay you forever before they flood retake.
A crushing way to go into that lower bracket, and of course have to face off against Sentinels. I don't think there'll be many teams that will have had to be eliminated from 2 tournaments only playing against Masters finalists. That would be the brutal way to go out. Life, though. Here is that ult, something they were looking for, but there are multiple players ready and waiting. The utility is so good, though. It's fantastic to support him.
Good timing. Goes in, and then it's just a crossfire.
His own bit of util out, the Dizzy to try to get space, but he's denied it. Boo and Woot left with a tough decision. Do they go for this? They've got plenty of cash, so I see no reason why not, but it'll be hard to find it. Okay, player in the corner, but Autumn's clean on the first
Autumn actually
shot,
gets
and
the kill there.
leaves Boo in the
Impressive.
corner. Autumn can post up, and that's where he's found most of his success in this series. 11-9 now for FPX. They found a
Sen versus FPX Fresh Lotus. I don't know. It's not looking likely. Miniboo's still got that showstopper.
Yeah, you can see why they want that dimensional drift so bad. Because when Life has that, he uses it to basically pinpoint where the paranoia needs to go, has his own pop flash.
Yeah, you got to use a timeout here.
At the back of the site completely blind,
And this timeout should, now FPX should get scared and they should hold passive again because there's a timeout coming out. And there is a showstopper online.
When it's not there. And I actually think
So
that,
I'm curious how Heretics
I
get
understand
space
where there's a
after
pause,
that.
You won 5 rounds in a row, you finally lose one, you're 2 away from this map slipping away. But I actually think FPX would have been really happy to have a pause here as well. Because you're now going to sit there and go, okay, we used the ultimates that we knew would work. We were literally farming orbs when there was 1 orb on Life, and I don't know how many, it was 6 or 7 on a teammate.
Yeah.
And now, well, we don't have that. What are we going to do instead? Sure, we got Tour de Force. We got Berlin from the shadows, which I'll be honest, on Berlin I actually think could be impactful. He's a bit crazy sometimes.
Woot equals GOAT.
Heretics are more looking just to get back into the swing of things as they were over the last few rounds, because the 5-round streak is pretty clean. I don't think there were too many scenarios where it looked like FPX were even going to challenge them at all.
All right, so do they hold? Where do they hold?
A streak of rounds.
Bit of a ballsy hold, but they're gonna look to just hold near A on A main.
Like we said, Life uses ultimate. This is a game changer in that round, but you're not going to have that online for quite a while. Now, though, we look at Autumn. I believe he's activated.
But Heretics, I love that they're not gonna do a push out with the showstopper because I think that's just too telling, right?
Challenges them to a game.
Huge dizzy value. 2 tagged far back.
The dizzy just reveals a
One
player's
way.
outside the site, and with the ult in play, you do not want to go checking who it is.
Straight away. On their TPs has had to be used just to get out of the seas. I think they are trying to deny Life farming up those orbs. We've seen the singular buy round they've managed to win come off the back of his ultimate. And again, 3 players ready and waiting. It's allowed by the aggressive position over in Hookah that's being
Smoke
held.
on Heaven. You do have an opportunity to fight for Showers control. Winning that is huge. This should give them map point. This should give them map point unless Rians pops off. Unless Rians pops off. 2v3 with a showstopper? It's doable for Heretics.
Needs to pull his rifle out pretty soon because there's a peek coming in.
Oh, but Iong's one step ahead.
And it was not expected with the Tour de Force
Huge round.
landing a
Huge
shot.
round.
It's 12
Well
for
played.
FPX.
Gets you to map
3
point.
chances to close this out. The same position Heretics were in on the last map.
Yeah. No, we are seeing a lot of similarities, but this time the streak ended a little bit earlier, and FPX now in that driver's seat. And I like a lot of the
Still big ultimates, right? You still have the showstopper. You still have a thrash.
swinging off the back of it. You
Even
know
the
that
neuro
somebody's gonna
theft
try and shoot that
for
to
rotates and
not reveal
such.
the position, the patience of Autumn. This was the value of having him on that operator. That was what they were looking for the entire time. When space is made, re-aggression coming in, being caught, and the fact that he gets the last player as well. Ultimates still in a decent spot though for Heretics. They could respond.
Oh, that kill is huge. I was about to say, Autumn, if he can clear Hookah,
It's not looking pretty. Life
that's massive.
It's another Lysor trading out some of the disadvantages, but Benji's
Spike
done
getting
well.
dropped
His
is
2
rough,
picks
though.
Puts it back to neck and neck, and now an opportunity with the spike dropped right under their nose for FPX. Look, if there was any 2 players you wanted to put in a clutch position, you probably would choose these guys.
Yeah, I was gonna
Autumn
say,
and Life have
send the
been
thrash
very
again.
impressive. Having to dodge the thrash and just about managing the
Okay,
TP.
he gets
Although
hit.
He gets detained, he's at least safe around the corner. They get to reset, and thrash won't be recovered.
He's been caught by absolutely everything over the last couple of rounds, but he will be able to hold on. It's unfortunate because they actually cleared the B site, but just didn't realize that singular kill on Taboo was enough. Ran the spike into A. And of course for Heretics, they're not just sitting pretty. They're going to go walkabouts, going to go looking to see if they can reposition. Now taking the TP would actually find an open site. The timing not working out great for the side of Heretics, and they're going to have to take the long road all the way back around. Now it might not be expected though for them to have pushed this far up so soon. The problem is I think they're a little bit worried about full sprinting just in case someone still lurked in mid.
Well, I mean, conventionally speaking,
It's a lot of re-clear.
Already started the rotate. I think that's what FPX are playing for.
But the thing is, it's not planted. It's not planted for this, right? So while that is tricky, if Heretics can pick off life, then
the long play, but with the positions FPX are
it's doable.
They don't really have to worry about that.
You only have the mosh, though.
Exposed to. It's just life, but now he's got the info, and the shot landed to start this one off. Big swing to get the trade, and
GG. All right, map 3, here we go. I mean, this benefits Gen G, so I'm down with it.
We were counting them out of, and of course we were. This has been a stellar map for Heretics, but not today.
No, it's another scenario where a team has come into their map choice.
I mean, started off strong and then a couple good adjustments.
And it's gone the other way, and that means that we need ourselves at this side. A Lotus.
Yeah, no, today's a very good day. Today's a very good day of VCT. All right. Quick break time. I'm going to lower... Oh, actually, I might see if I can grab something to eat as well. So I'll just leave the volume up in case the desk comes back before I do.
Hello, I'm joined by Benji, Fishy, and Autumn, and today we are going to be playing Agree to Disagree. It's fairly simple. They have got some, well, I guess, cards, and basically I'm going to ask them a statement, and they have to tell me if they agree or disagree. Very straightforward. We're going to be starting off talking about our newest map. Abyss is the funniest map created so far.
Funniest?
Funniest. Have you had any laughs?
Yeah. Oh, for sure. Okay, when do we count down?
Go for it. No, just go for it. Straight away.
Agree. Yeah, not as strongly, but it is good. Like, bro, the amount of time, especially when the map first came out, bro, everybody was just dying. Like in scrims, bro, you just see someone die off spawn, bro, just to jump off the map. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, same with me. I think I've fallen off the map a few times, and even on ecos, like sometimes in scrims we just 5-man jump off.
Yeah.
Just not getting many ult points, stuff like this. I think it's definitely funny.
Okay, statement number 2. Aspas is the best player of all time. Oh. You know, if you disagree, I'm going to ask you who is.
Nah.
Okay, agree. Who is then, Benji?
Who is the best player of all time? FNS, bro.
FNS. What is it about his game that you specifically like?
He just is aura. He just is.
Oh, come
Come on.
Just his aura, bro. Like, like
I see it.
In the you know, I haven't had the honor of playing against FNS. You know, sadly didn't quarter champs, but you know, I would be very intimidated. I would be extremely intimidated.
He's one of the goats.
He's one of the goats for sure.
One of the goats.
So yeah, I'll go with FNS.
Okay. Well, we've had our first difference.
Yeah, I agree because I think Aspas is just probably the most consistent player I've seen in the game. Like he's just always putting up phenomenal numbers and stuff like this, and just the amount of consistency in this game, I think it's really like incredible.
Okay. I think this one might split the decision a little bit. British cuisine is better than Australian.
Wait, British is better?
It is better, yes.
What is Australian food then?
Yeah, I'm just gonna say there's not really that.
What
many
is Australian? What's a
cuisine.
typical Australian
shepherd pie?
A shepherd's
meat
pie.
pie.
That is also
that's English as
also
well,
an
bro.
English thing.
It's the same.
Do you know what a parma is?
A parma?
Yeah, like a chicken schnitzel with like.
Oh, like in a wrap or what?
Chicken schnitzel with like cheese.
I am back.
tomato sauce, like pizza sauce.
Oh, I think I might have had it before. I mean, that's pretty good. Okay, I'm
That's
gonna
a
be.
chicken
I mean, the
parmesan.
thing is,
Isn't that American?
maybe. I mean,
Chicken
it's not really a thing. But that's the thing. Neither is like. I mean, you've got some English stuff, but like, I see Australia as just like a hotter England. To be honest, that's where I see it. I'm gonna go disagree because you know I'm British. I'm not a huge fan of British food.
Disagree.
Yeah, we both disagree. Okay, respect.
Okay. Well, the final and most important question. Tom looks good in his leather jacket.
Right. Strongly agree.
Strongly
agree.
agree.
Okay. Right, we're gonna end it there. Thank you, guys. We're gonna be throwing it straight off to the desk. Just remember that one. I look fantastic. We'll see you in a bit.
I think he handles it okay.
Welcome back, everyone, as FPX forces a map 3 taking Bind, which we all thought was basically all done and dusted. But that goes to show you when it's Champions time, I mean, anything is possible here. And they even did it with a composition that was fascinating, to say the
Why?
least.
What's Brendan going off about?
That's the way I would call that one. Because they came out and I'm gonna be real, I didn't see the vision fully with this composition. I'm still not sure if I did. But
I don't know if they're...
I think Team Heretics in a lot of these rounds overcomplicated things a little bit.
Yeah.
They kept on
The
trying to
cushion's
go for
huge.
these slow
I was surprised.
rounds, and they kept on contacting into players, just holding angles. It was Life holding aggressive on short. It was the chamber and showers. In so many of these rounds, these same early opportunities were being given away. And FPX advantages constantly.
Yeah, for what it's worth, I think FPX had a decent game plan coming into this where they're like, we're just going to kind of play around their utility a little bit, like some of their smokes and the Viper walls and things like that. We're just going to find ways to just hide in corners, hide in angles they're not expecting, surprise the heck out of them, and just knock them down. The rounds where Heretics found some success was like on these heavy execute rounds where they're able to really put together these successful, you know, snowballs into a site, just take over the round, and then their post plan is just way better because they have a lot more mollies and things to work with. So there were those opportunities, but like you were saying, they just kept contacting into players and dying.
But I think this is the classic FPX, where they play a comp that isn't optimal, that doesn't have like the perfect idea.
Why wasn't it on the official list of watch parties? I don't know. It seemed, but they had this problem last year for champs where they were like missing a bunch of people, and then they had to add it later, and it just kept getting like updated nonstop, and it's just like, I don't know.
These are good players.
I mean, I assume for one, I assume I was probably approved late because I got my official approval
Time for our Verizon high-speed moment. We're gonna give this one to Benji
yesterday.
for his 3K in round 4.
But the thing is it seems like all the Korean co-streamers got it yesterday because
still, you know, you get a couple people walking in through the teleporter, you're like, oh, hello.
because I'm pretty sure the email went out together. So I don't know.
So that was great. And just another day of Benji Fishy doing something ridiculous and just shrugging it off. I've been casting him for a while. He does that quite a bit.
I am not down to wrestle Brent oiled up in a random Seoul alleyway. Listen, if I wasn't married, maybe, but I can't get deported. I have to protect my family.
We shift our focus here.
If I was single, I'd consider it, but
I'm excited about. We're about to get some zoom, you know, about to get some neon up on the server, you know.
This should be really interesting. I mean, a map that
Listen, if we could frame it as an entertainment show on a stage, so we don't get deported.
Here for the side of FPX as well, going up against good
Well,
Neons.
consider
They
it.
beat RB, who is playing for Titan Esports over in China. They were able to best them on Lotus. Lotus is a good map for FPX, and Heretics is
No
actually changing it
neon.
completely. No neon.
Wow.
So this is just the default.
No
comp. They're
neon?
familiar with it. Everyone has played this one before, but that is really surprising. This will be 3 maps now. With
Really?
Miniboo playing the neon that defined stage 2, and I think defined Miniboo as a player. But let's talk about this FPX comp. Triple controller. It's a really weird one, but on their attacking side, it gives them a lot of tools to break up the map and scale into very small pieces at a time. Taking A, they're never going to go for the super early fight, but they'll Astra smoke one early close spot, then they'll Omen smoke deeper, and they'll have all these layers to segment and give themselves advantageous duels. And it's
Also the Killjoy?
because you're never in scrims in Europe playing against a team who has a comp like this.
Huh.
It's cool ideas, and FPX does it well.
They're testing your discipline. They're testing your util, and if you are going to be able to hold on to it long enough to wait for those actual executes.
Yeah, well, you couldn't have asked for a better way to kick off day 1 of Champions Soul.
Okay.
Going to map 3, it's Lotus. Let's find out who walks away with the dub. We're going to send it back over to Mitch and Tom for the call.
Thank you very much, GB. Yeah, listen, a 3-mapper between these two teams, I would have said it's likely at the start of this series, but after seeing Abyss, I wasn't so sure.
Did they sit down at the wrong computers? Why
Maybe.
is Woot on Omen? Why is Boo on Fade? Like this.
Oh yeah, that's true. Woot's on Omen as well.
But they brought in some of the same agents,
Oh.
and then just sat down at the other computer. Rians is also.
Yeah, what is going on here?
Again, this is something completely different to what we're normally seeing. They're bringing in that double controller, which I don't mind. I can only assume it's because Woot's going to look to be that little bit more aggressive.
Anyway.
So saying that, Rians is the one that's
Honestly, I do like it though. While yes, no Sentinel is great for Neon, also triple controller is not great for Neon because you have to force fights, and if they just keep putting up more smokes, like you're not getting anywhere because you're just going to be lost.
A few assists coming in. The Fade.
It's going to be very tough for you to choose when to use your utils to fight. So I'm fine with Heretics going for the meta comp. I'm not a fan of FPX just full sending it into B. That's a little crazy. Hey, what's up, Lemons?
The map so far, like, they've been both incredibly close. Okay, one of them went to OT, so I guess the pistols maybe weren't the most clinical thing in the world, but it could have meant that that first map went the way of FPX, and getting off to a good start here for the side of Heretics is going to be so important. I'm excited to see some of these role switches. As said, like, there's opportunity.
Uh-oh, he's getting fired up. He's doing it. He's doing the thing. I do like. Listen, the reason I like the triple controller is because you can take such easy control of Mound. You know what I mean? You can delay that. You can delay any sort of movement by just putting up 2 smokes and faking them. And then you can do the same over on it. Like, it makes you much more fluid. That is for sure. Now, your lurks have to be good, but, I mean, the Viper is usually going to be good for that. And then, again, so can the Astra. So it's not a big deal.
Letting them run about the map and do as they please. No control over Rubble, which is a big part of having to catch myself. A big part of Boo's gameplay is what
You know, I realized I wasn't doing Preds today during the Gen G game, and I was like, I should do it for the Heretics game, and then I forgot again. We'll do it for the next one. The next streams.
Controller of the year in EMEA, right?
He
So
got
it's just like,
yeah, that's true.
Oh, I'm going for Initiator now, lads. I'm going for the Initiator of Champions. Because why bother? Why bother playing the controller anymore?
We gotta focus on the game. We got a game on our hands.
Look at it, mate. Got 100%.
All classics spotted. Dude, there's so many walls. I hate it here.
Get those trades. Now, we haven't really talked about it as much, but the thing I love about this attack side triple controller,
They're gonna get the plan.
Use that Viper screen.
Whoa, whoa, whoa! Whoa! Why are we sending tracers against the Phantom?
Now, any extra cost here?
Why are we spamming classic tracers against the Phantom? I mean, you're not winning this round no matter what, but it seems a little crazy.
Just the same, finding the second shot onto life, and well, with those connections, that is a 2-0 start. FPX though doing some damage. At the end of the day, the main heavy hitters.
No, I forgot about it, but then I was like, oh, for the Pacific matches, it's probably good, so I can just focus on trying to call from the Pacific team's perspective. But I was like, I should do it for the Heretics match, but forgot.
Most of the time, Autumn is going to be playing it at different ways to cross into the B site. So he's going to make it so that he can
Every wall. That's not a bad idea.
So they can isolate in by going through the broken door, and then also it's
Well, I wonder what the new agent's going to be like.
So it makes things quite awkward for B-site defenders, and also means that you can basically go in, and if you go from mid, you can fight a singular angle. It's quite a nice Viper screen, but one that you can't
Ooh, dude, right before the smoke blooms too.
allowed. Is Mini-Boo doing that?
Well, you think that when you commit life to holding an angle, that'll be enough, but Mini-Boo's off to a flyer. Started the first. Rifles for the most part. On the side of Team Heretics, not that many weaknesses. Odin
And the thing is what Heretics, what this is going to prevent now is even when this one way, you realize that they are willing to push out. So unless you do something like a Gravity Well or a Nova Pulse here, you're not going to feel very comfy jumping in. You'd have to like spend a lot of util. I guess you could get away with trying to just send a Dizzy, but then you wouldn't know how many for sure. Good alarm bot.
They bolstered this A-site defense, and with 3 players
And the paranoia. They're trapped. Oh, well, nope. Heretics is trapped in there with them. Give me 1 second.
Yeah, the call was clearly made to face them together. Can't quite account for those shots landing in that fashion. FPX now only facing off against a weaker weapon in the form of Benji, and Mini-Boo, who has hit a few nice shots. We'll see if he can find a bit more. He's gone down the rope. He's on the site, round the corner. They're not expecting it. The angle's open. He finds his one. Nade thrown, but he has a player around the backside. It's Aya on his way, and Ayung not even needed, really. The kill was going to go either way, Autumn or himself. It's only about who gets the orbs. Luckily, with Ayung finding it, he's 1 away from a thrash, which could be valuable coming into round 4.
Yeah, I think they did well with just the slow pace. Like, the weaponry really wasn't that weak in this round for Heretics, but the double swing, just being patient around the angle, and actually a little bit disjointed. That was the bigger problem. Like, Lysor is the one that gets both kills, because I think Rians is just a little bit late on the swing, and that's enough for a double kill to come through for the Omen player. Another one who likes to switch things up away from Sentinel and plenty of other roles. And this early fight, well, fair enough, Wood. I guess you can just play a duelist initiator and everything in between.
Yeah. A man of many talents, that's for sure. A jack of all trades and a master of most as well. The Odin spray from Boo. It's stylish. I like it. A little bit of damage already, but Mini-Boo goes out to see if they're still there. Well, the info is at least found. Unfortunately, the advantage is lost in the meantime. Woot! Oh my goodness! 16 HP left on Berlin. 35, in fact, bit of decay in play. He's not going to be too healthy in any future fights. Thrash leading the way. B-site to be cleared.
All right. My wife just got home and she has to do some work on her PC as well, so I had to put up the green screen.
Viper screen could delay even further. That's going to be the problem of getting in on this retake, is you almost have to disrespect some of the utility that is on the FPX side, otherwise you're just never going to get a moment. Paranoia is still available for Woot, but does he use it up top? That's the real problem.
Yeah, he does.
Oh, it doesn't get both though. That's a good double up from FPX.
I believe Thrash, yeah, it's just now back online. So the
Whoa.
chances of this round going the way of Heretics next to none with 3 ends.
I feel like both sides of players are just now coming online.
That is a nice equalization, and for FPX, the ball is most certainly rolling on this attack.
Yeah, getting the hang of things. And again, we've seen this where a lot of the time...
What if the thorns are basically a molly where you only take damage when moving? That would be cool. That could be cool. It does have a very Zyra feel to it from League of Legends.
I like that we're seeing a lot of the early fights actually be taken by the Omens. Like, again, you're playing a double controller, so it's not nearly as bad as your solo smoker.
I mean, honestly, the Omen is good for people who are good at taking fights into their own hands. Honestly, especially on Lotus, because oftentimes you're kind of just set up and hold the lurk on your own.
Weaponry's not ideal, but if they can delay, there is a flank coming, and you have to take into consideration there is no Sentinel online for FPX.
Young's lost.
That was a C9 jersey, yep.
A spam through the door with the Sheriffs. And a push up from C. Lots of information. Yeah, I think FPX definitely expected a bit more aggression from Heretics. Remember last round they took...
Okay, they're starting to abuse the no sentinel quite a bit more though. Like there is oftentimes a lurker, but there's no way to identify until you get contact.
On a player in the air. Now, they're much more cautious of that early aggression. Dizzy to be thrown through.
Oh, you want to show yourself here if you're Heretics. Because these guys are waiting for the rotate. Just hiding with 3 people with pistols seems a bit rough.
There's not much to be done on the side of Team Heretics. Just Woot and Benji left to try and clutch it all. 2 versus 5. The best they can hope for is damage.
Well, yeah, I mean, even with Cherisi, there's not much you can do here. Try to pick up. Okay. Oh,
we know how dangerous he is with this Sheriff. Looking for a little bit more. 3 kills already. Another one comes up for Wu as well. It's now somehow left on to just Berlin.
No. Oh, confirmed. Paranoia pushes him out.
But it hasn't connected. It doesn't even matter. 2 players survived. After what was every single man standing for FPX, somehow Benji and Wu pulled off a miracle.
Dude, that thrifty noise coming on late, super loud is annoying. Dude, Benji, how does it... Okay, the first one, totally reasonable, but the second one, crazy. This one, man, how does he stabilize for the headshot? Look at this guy.
Assisting on the kill. That is a Benji.
That's the MasterCard thrifty noise. This happened in one of the Masters too, where like the first couple of times they would turn on late and would turn on super loud as if they just like never tested it.
That has got to be infuriating. And that's the thing. We talk about this with Benji. One of the funniest things was that up until very recently in EMEA, he'd never got an ace.
Yeah.
Do you remember the gun he got the ace with?
It was a Sheriff on
Pine,
wasn't it?
It was a Sheriff on Pine.
Yeah.
It just seems to be where, I don't know, maybe he puts like 85% of his practice. I know that's not true, but somehow just looks so good when it comes to the pistol. And that as I said,
They're good with the Sheriffs, that's true. Some of these teams.
You're in a very powerful post plant. I don't even think it was...
Yeah, I mean, this timeout, part of it is probably just to cool them off, but I think the other thing is
group up and stay together. He's never winning that, but to critique them trying to...
The post plant was really messy. Like, you were playing up against an eco. You didn't have to get messy.
I'll tell you what, Tom, if you were the last guy alive in your rank game, I think you'd critique them trying to fight a Sheriff. That's for damn sure. But
maybe if it was Benji Fishy, but unfortunately, he ain't in my rank games.
Unfortunately, yeah, well, I think you should be pretty great.
Miniboo's got a showstopper.
The 3-2.
Maybe let me win.
I did get watch party perms, yes, yes. It's just, apparently I'm, like, not on the announcement, but I think a lot of people aren't, so that's, like, it's whatever.
And when they were in the 2v5, they certainly weren't. They're given a lifeline to keep the lead early on, deny FPX the foothold on this map. The attack side left with 2. Rifles bought up. A lot of the credits are down to their last, down to the wire. And we don't. Okay. Don't want to see any crazy risks taken by FPX. They've got to be cautious in this round. It was Woot that got aggressive.
So after the timeout, you're waiting to see if the showstopper push happens, see if anything else happens. You were trying to see if they take action through the smoke, and I think he just gets spammed.
Did he just wrap a couple of bullets through it? He was still towards the A site. Maybe it is possible, but even still, it must have just been a pixel shot that he connected. I'll be happy with that because the early aggression definitely didn't pay off. Still have a showstopper available and actually gambled back towards the C site. 3 players. Come on, Boot. Maybe a little bit lucky to be alive. He's going to fall back with the smoke shutting him off completely and that control going the way of FPX. The only problem is they don't have a mass amount of time to only be getting this control now. There's still a lot to do.
If they switch back to B, they could be in trouble. I think that's going to be the play. Usually when it's low time left...
Heretics is ahead of this, though. Because they have the showstopper, they don't mind just going for a retake from above on A.
Down to 20 seconds. And Team Heretics now have rotated in.
Okay, now you've pushed them out. You know there's one here. But Benji's just chilling. You know that was just one, because you know you pushed people out of blue room.
Yeah, I don't think they mind that, though. Having the lockdown available and the showstopper. In fact, the showstopper committed immediately.
Yep, make sure they have to push out. Oh, that's a good timing from Lysor, though. You hear it before you hear him flying out. Peeks out.
Who has managed to get a response, but it's whether or not they even want to commit the lockdown. I think at this stage, it would be, an oversight to put that into play. Benji, well, he pulled off an impossible clutch moments ago. This one might even have to be better, and Lysor's not going to give him the time of day. And
Oh yeah, I probably should have.
We're level again.
Probably should have. But just a heads up for anyone who's here right now, I won't be watch partying the next 3 days because tomorrow I have a content shoot with one of the Valorant teams, and then the 3rd and the 4th I'm working on the Korean side for Tasteless's Stormgate event. So I won't be able to watch party live, but then we'll be back. We'll be back for the next games.
Maybe you have a reveal come through. Instead, he's just peeking it because they don't get contact early. They don't have the wall. They're just assuming that FPX aren't going there. So in taking the space, he loses the fight to Autumn. Not an easy player to face off against on those shift peaks. But now we're neck and neck yet again. But the problem is the Heretics only have, well, Sheriffs on most players, Tom.
Yeah.
No, they couldn't possibly do anything with those.
They should have the read, though. They pushed up C. They put Prowlers through B. So they basically know that this is going to be that early A control. So they can stack players up here. Bit of spam from either side, but they have to be wary of a potential.
Arky just released their last video of the season.
Immediately broken. And actually going to try and push into Rians. I was about to say, going through a snake bite would be an incredible risk in a round where it's not necessary at all.
Especially with things like this now. Orb into
Thrash. I think it caught some vision of both. So you don't need to force this. Okay, well, Life jumps in. Dude, so much space created by Life. What a... Dude, what is that spray control?
Yeah, still a little bit of damage across players, but not anything to write home about. 4 of the last 5 rounds, and well, we know what round 5 was. I don't think we need to tell you twice. Actually, Heretics are going to take themselves a pause. Understandable. This is one that seems to be starting to get away from them a little bit. A team that has had their ups and downs on this map, no doubt about
Heretics
it.
timeout?
Loss to the side of Vitality, I think, has called in this mass change in maybe not so much compositionally, but more so for
It's so hard to figure out on paper what to do against this team, though, with FPX right now, because it's triple controller. So it's a very... Like, they have infinite util even in the post plant, but they play it aggro. So it's like you don't want to just give up the site and go for retake, because they'll still have infinite smokes.
Sure, there's ultimates online for both sides, but my eye is drawn to FPX, to the Viper's Pit, to the Showstopper. Cosmic Divide, less so. It could be online for this. It's Life.
No, this is... Chat, this is why you do the in-game pick'em. Because you don't actually have to guess the match correctly.
Like, you're playing a solo initiator triple controller. Like, a lot of the rounds he's going brute force in, and that's the way they need to play.
This match,
he will be a sacrifice.
it doesn't matter.
Happy to do that. That's something I love about Life in this.
As long as Genji beats whoever moves up, it doesn't matter, because then there might be a rematch.
Looking at his stats, looking at the numbers.
No, you just have to guess which order they go out in. So even if you lose, you could still go... I mean, if you put one of them as first, then yes, you are screwed. But I mean, that'd be insane with Genji in the group.
He is also a boom bot. He is a boom bot with wings a lot of the time. He's been having his Red Bull. Well, for FPX, 4-3. Strong position, like you said, having lost the...
Oh, if you put FPX... Oh, actually, that's true. Did I put FPX fourth? I think I might have, actually, because I gave hope for Sen. You're right, you're right, you're right. No, it does matter. I was just thinking about who moves on. No, you're correct.
The lockdown for Benji Fishy leaves them with a much more passive hold of C. Not in terms of utility. Alarm bot just there, revealing there's some players. But it's not like they want to hold on to this control with their lives when you've the lockdown.
I think also just FPX hadn't gone C. They waited for that shot.
Oh, Benji. Getting hit by that Dizzy. Oh, dude, the Nightfall. Holy.
No one aware of that flank. He might have used the Nightfall. I think that caught everybody, and then they just didn't hear the sound behind them. What a play.
Yeah, second and third doesn't matter until the decider match, but you're right. First and fourth does matter. First and fourth does matter, yeah.
They are close by.
Oh, they absolutely are. Lysor knows that, having already heard the Prowler go around the corner.
I think that was the same for me. I think I put EDG in third.
That door's going to open. That's a 1v1. No, it's not. Okay. Yeah, Boo's playing it smart. If he opens the door, he gives him an avenue back.
Look at them in the smoke, man. That's insane. No. Holy.
Close enough. There may be a hole in Mini Boo's earphones, but he's still rocking and rolling with most of his HP. FPX not going to keep the lead for too much.
No, he almost did.
Up again, neck and neck.
I thought.
Because the thing is,
We all thought.
Go towards the C site at all, and the initial entry was fantastic. The combination of utility, but then Boo just uses the Nightfall, and no one
That way they only lose to Jenner. Dude, how unfortunate would that be, though, for FPX?
But the way that he just
Here's the thing, is if Heretics clutches out this map, I think Sen matches up better against FPX. I do think so.
Either won their rounds off hero plays, actually just really off hero plays, or it's been the pistol.
But anyway, attacking op online for Light. Well, not anymore. It is gone. Dude, he didn't even get to scope in as far as I could tell.
Team Heretics, 4 players early on A main, now start to fill in the rest of the space.
You're gonna ult from that corner? Surely not.
Takes on B or C with a lockdown in play. No worries really. It looks like the B site retake will be necessary. Paranoia used. I expect Boo to fall back. I see him stood on the edge of that wall though, and I'm thinking maybe he's gonna go for a little.
Okay, the pick to deny that exit because this Cosmic Divide denies the rest of the site. This is good. This is good. And the lockdown to make sure they just have to leave the site. I mean, it's a big investment, though. I don't know about doubling down on the lockdown. Oh. Lysor has made things a little crazy.
The players sneaking in inside the pit, they could already be defusing.
Berlin's gonna jump out. Oh, the reload.
Berlin, put them in a good position with the wall down. Benji has the line of sight.
Dude, Benji's so good for these.
Bring it across the line. That was a chaotic round, but I have to say, I like what Team Heretics.
No, I'm very happy with how Gen G won. No, you know what the funny part is I think Sentinel, even if they're not playing the Sentinels, even if they're not playing the deadlock very well or optimally, I think they would actually play it well against FPX.
Into a lockdown to try and destroy it? No, that makes it impossible. So the only place they could go was try and push into Boo, who was ready for it. And then it's just like,
what a
okay,
clutch,
even then
though.
you have that control. There is no line of sight onto the spike. There is no. You have to go running through a smoke or fight back in.
It was a good heaven fight. I mean, it was good because here's the thing. Even if they don't win that round, it was good to see from FPX because they recognize that if we just leave here, we're like done. The round's done. We have to create space here so that this hit from Berlin matters as well. So it was a very good understanding from FPX of the situation. And they almost pulled it off.
Well, it's not long ago. I remember him using a Nightfall to win them around. He's one away.
I mean, that's the problem with this group is that there's just everything. All of it is crazy, but all of it is possible.
Immediately on the players emerging from the spawn, deleting life. I think it was Miniboo that did that. This time, Miniboo's on the C site, pushed up on Rubble a moment ago, or on Mound, to find that little bit of control, spotting out that no one's there. It's got the
Minute mark. Berlin's trying to create space on Mound.
on this A site.
If he can push Miniboo back, that alone would be helpful.
Is in an absolutely disgusting position. If they come through, I doubt they clear this corner.
Oh, he's going to look for the timing, and it doesn't quite work out. At least gets a little bit of information. Now, the reason they've left this solo C site is, again, FPX have been there once, and they got killed from behind. So they haven't need to stack up on this side of the map. The late rotation.
Only 20 seconds. This is tough. He's got to time these stars perfectly. Right-click the nade. Yep. Oh, dude, Berlin just eats it.
It's just sat within this smoke. Rotation of the spike goes back, but he gets shot. He gets denied. Now they have to go in.
Dude, only 10 seconds. What is?
Drop the spike on the ground, but he gets
caught. Dude, can you plan it?
Is the question. Running in onto the site.
Oh, I think he got it.
Got this plant. It's going to be incredibly close and just on the
wow.
That's Viper's pit to defend.
No way.
This was down to less than a second, but now the advantage is clearly in favor of FPX. Sure, some of these players are low, but everyone's going to be low on Heretics once they get near that spike.
Oh, good reposition from Ion. What a timing.
That would have been a death sentence, but Berlin putting up a fight.
Uh-oh.
29 HP,
Oh.
that's his third kill of the round, and I Young
He was already in the jump.
easily taking down Woot, jumping up above. Neck and neck yet again, and it seems to be very hard to separate these two teams.
Well, yeah, that round came down to what, like half
Yeah,
a
second place
second.
is very open in this
The
group.
end, I think if he swings a millisecond later, and you can't really blame him for it. Berlin winning a fight.
But the good news is Heretics and FPX look like they're warming up.
This was his round. And, well, a little bit of
Sentinels wasn't really given much of a chance.
That was just so to the wire. And as I said, you understand why Heretics only left a player there. There hasn't been any successful C-takes, and there's only been one prior to that round. It's
Thrash online.
normally you see
It's an eco from Heretics. There's only 2 rounds left, though. You'll have the Cosmic Divide the next round.
For FPX so far, it hasn't been a big part of the
I mean, if FPX could use the Thrash to bait out the Showstopper and the Nightfall, that'd be huge, but Heretics should hold on to their ults at all costs. Well, unless they like get 2 kills for free, but
Brought out by Benji Fishy.
maybe just I mean, that's also true. Genji probably just makes a lot of people look worse, but oh, he dodges it.
Has managed to get close, but the first shot doesn't
Oh,
land. The second does. A chance for a little bit more. He's dropped.
Okay.
Bucky isn't. It's Bucky. Boo now.
Round 2.
2 bullets left, and he's out of here. Maybe a chance to reload as well.
Wonderful. He's got the skin for it, at least. One of my personal favorites, but can't say I'm expecting much from the Bucky from this point onwards. Boo does have his ult, so does Mini Boo. But I don't think they're going to want to commit them here and more with Boo already dead. The Bucky might find another player. It has. Brienz has got one, but they're in fact going to invest the Thrash. Just trying to make sure that this round doesn't fall away from them. It's still a 2v2 scenario and not the cleanest from Ion, but he'll get the job done in the end. Lead taken
Well played.
from FPX. This
Not enough credit is given to FPX. You mean just in general, or you mean today in this match?
Come on.
I mean, I can't speak on this match. I don't know what other people are saying, but in general, I mean, it's very similar to when Paper Rex was on a tear, right? Everyone said, oh, all they do is W gaming. And it's like, well, it is more than that. However, I would say what's different that, well, I guess technically it's kind of the same. It's just, it's less top heavy. It's much more everyone's strong now. Whereas back then it was really only the top couple teams that knew how to combat it. But there is more to it. But is this a reliable way to win at the top level? I don't think so. Unless everyone is on. Right? In some weird way, I actually do think Triple Controller is more stable than some of the crap that Paper X pulls off, but also Paper X, I think, overall is just more cracked, so they get away with it. And again, when I say get away with it, I don't mean that they're, like, cheating their way out of it with just simply flicks. It's just that they can do more risky plays because they can pull them off more reliably, but... Oh, I hope you feel better, XP. Headaches are never good.
I think if you watched the last map, you wouldn't have expected to hear those words.
So I totally agree that generally they are underrated. It is also hard to tell when they're playing in China because, like, both of them playing well and not, like, because the other teams look so haphazard as well. It's like, how much of it is what? But they definitely have ideas. Oh, okay. Oh, good course correction. 20 seconds, spike down. Just buying time.
It's only going from bad to worse for FPX. Slicer, 1 versus 4. He'll find the first, but 10 seconds.
Charge.
Planting this spike is impossible, and more so now because he's dead. 6-6 at the halftime.
Yeah, this I would agree. I actually think Benkai's Paper X had a pretty decent strat book.
Like we've got to go a little further.
Yeah, I think that it probably deserved to go in neck and neck. I guess you could argue with Heretics winning the pistol, maybe FPX should have come out slightly in front, but we've seen it back and forth all the way through. I think this round was much more of just that passive read after what we've seen over the last few rounds of this slow rotation. They tried to sort of hold on to it in this case, and it's worked out for them. Either way, we'll be back after the break with the second half.
Yeah, I mean, here's the thing. Any of these comps that are off meta, the advantage is, as long as there is logic behind it, the advantage is that you know your win condition really well, and the opponents don't know it as much, right? You can study the tapes, but it's always very different. She sneezed. I blessed her. It's the AC's been on for most of the day in this room, so I think it's just a bit colder. We just turned it off. Yeah, so it's like you're playing to your strengths, which generally, like, that's what PaperX eventually figures out on the maps they're good at. They play to their strengths. They figure out comps that play to their strengths, right? So that doesn't, like, it can be off meta. It can, comps can be not as reliable. They can be not meta. They can be comps that not everyone should be copying. But that doesn't mean that the team itself is bad. It's just, again, you're not as reliable, and that's, you know, like, there's a limit to it. But
and now, as we move on to Lotus, half two, FPX's defense, Tom, where's your expectation? I don't know what to expect from Team Heretics.
Korea is very humid, and it's actually really hot right now as well.
Six as being enough for FPX?
I think it can be.
Is FPX defense win rate on this map good? And it is better than their attack in recent times. Which is not surprising, because you can actually control the pacing a bit more on defense. However, it depends on how much Heretics chooses to respect it or not. Because you're not going to feel as good pushing out of your smokes for 50-50s as often on defense. But on attack, you kind of have to, and therefore sometimes it's a bit more risky, but you're taking that risk to even out.
Pump the brakes with a three-man firing squad waiting for that B main.
It's very humid and very hot currently in Korea.
Concretely locked in favor of the attackers, and FPX, the remaining players, Ayoung, Autumn, and Berlin, have it all to do.
Positioning's not that great for FPX. There's not much they can do about this. Not much repositioning they can do. Oh, wow, I can't believe Autumn actually gets that. That helps a little bit. B-site's only not feeling so good. You still have 40 seconds. Heretics. Okay, so they're going to plant for Waterfall and they push out because you've already lost. Oh, Ayoung knows he's ready. Oh my gosh.
Even still, a 3 versus 5 turn 3 versus 1. Boo has to try and turn it back.
No, man.
Such a deficit. FPX have turned this round.
Dude, Ayoung, what a read.
Like the kind of round you end up calling a pause after. A lot of individuals scattered across the map, destroyed in individual fights. Trades aren't there. But ultimately, you have to give credit to FPX for being able to pull that back, even given the opportunities often won't be enough.
Yeah, and then Southeast Asia is like always like this, so I can't complain too much.
Not adjusting in time, and then obviously Berlin on the Woot, another one of those individuals. They've got to be feeling good now with the lead locked in. It has been back and forth so far.
No, the confidence is coming up.
A little tougher for Team Heretics to upset.
5-man buy. 2 SMGs, 3 rifles.
After both going one team's way, and for FPX after bringing things back to even.
So the thing with the smokes is you can put like double one-ways, you can do this, you can fake smoke on C, like you can really slow things down. So there's a couple ways Heretics can combat this. One is you either dump util early to take control of one of these spaces 100% and then go from there, try to draw out, you know, FPX for contact. Or you disrespect the smokes and you take contact on the initial one. Maybe not so much this one, because this one was just a nightmare to get through on Mound. Dude, what is going on, by the way? I just assumed this round was going to be over. But you can disrespect it and then go from there, which that's probably that should be your end goal. But initially, you're going to want to try to just util dump a couple times. And start the war of attrition early against him. Dude. Also, what is this? The thrifty noise game.
I mean, I thought he'd wait for the defuse, play the time. Instead, he's going out with his knife when he still has ammo. Okay, 7 and 7.
That was.
Did he just emote on him? Is that what I've just witnessed? Yeah. He just decided to do a little dance to almost just flex in a round where, yeah, they had nothing. They had a few sheriffs, and he had a classic.
That's.
And they had 2 bullets left. And I don't know. I said it. Rian's post plant, it equals win. I don't know how. I don't know how they're managing.
Oh, that's that dude. 5-man buy. FPX just completely blew their lead.
A split pistol for once. And well,
and now you know that they have to push up, right? It's either that or they just blind stack a site. Well, there's one guy. There's a one-way over on C Mount. Paranoia comes out. Benji?
Well, that's not ideal. Benji's down immediately.
I think he just assumed it was a 5-stack, dude. It's getting late. People are getting tired. He saw the Paranoia come out, and he just assumed it was a 5-stack.
Opportunity for FPX.
Just sort of running towards Mound.
Well, I was going to point out that Heretics can build up a lot of money because they're only against pistols, but well, they've already lost one, and now there's a rifle in the mix. Things get a little spooky.
Oh, Heretics is trying to figure out their positioning. It's not great either way, but that's a good hit. Just make sure that they can't open the door. Okay, this is a good adjustment to it. So I didn't like it when they were stacking tree, but okay.
Still, that time has been ticking, and the rest of the players on Heretics haven't just been sitting there. They've got into advanced positions.
Uh-oh. Oh, no.
Now they're both trapped into the corner. This could be
Oh,
huge.
no.
Autumn's found another. Wood's got nowhere to go. Nowhere to escape. He's going to jump and just about
Oh,
survive.
what?
Trying to do everything. All on his lonesome, but he won't quite be able to. Left completely blind. It doesn't even matter. It will be a Red Bull clutch with the spike ending the round.
Dude, what in the world?
Crazy game. After all you told me about FPX, Tom, but this, I mean, Heretics are matching them. They're on the level. What in the world have I watched in the last 2 rounds? My God.
No, I don't think you can jump, but I think what happened was that you shouldn't be able to jump it, but I think what happens is you jumped onto the incline. So I think he jumps onto the incline and he's sliding down here, so this pop doesn't count. I'm pretty sure that's what happened. So I think his feet were on the incline and not the floor, which is crazy that that's how he dodges it.
They probably would have hoped for a win, but they can take that.
Well, technically, you're not above the pit is the problem, because I think if you're jumping over the mosh, you still take damage. But if you're on other ground that the mosh doesn't cover, then that's when you take damage. That's crazy. Yeah, I was trying to figure that out in my head, but that's the only explanation I have.
That doesn't normally happen. Boo almost caught, but he's going to deny any further aggression. Still FPX trying to find some way in and delay. And you can see again, these double smokes, there always comes a point in the round where you have to almost disrespect them a little bit.
Oh, Young had an angle.
Hey, Benji still holds mid.
They were watching as he swung out of the door. Smokes go down, but I don't
And FPX is aware of this. FPX is aware of this possibility.
moving towards B. Prowler clears it. They won't waste their paranoia.
Smoke, though. I like that Miniboo doesn't commit to a deep jump. Oh, can't plant for waterfall, though. You don't have enough space. Life has been spotted. No.
Lighting them up. It's Heretics on the back foot. Out of absolutely nowhere. FPX have got control. And they're starting the defuse already. They've got to go running at them to stop this. And there's no stopping what started here. What a round from Life. That is unbelievable.
Dude, how does Life get 3?
I don't even know.
3?
You saw someone do that in one of your matches, you'd report them for cheating immediately because he
I mean, first,
he's got
dude.
just spinning around. Benji's got to be almost.
Oh, the spray transfer onto Boo is insane.
That's insanely clean.
And then just the whip around, the awareness.
One team seems to take advantage, the other comes right back again. 8-8. As said,
That's, dude, I mean, Heretics should have been able to run away with the half after they thrifted him.
3 rifles available. And oh, you can already see the amount of space that's already.
Life has 0 mans. I'm dead.
Back and forth we go.
Okay, just trying to delay him. Good read from Berlin. And here's why they can get away with this, because you have triple control. You have so many pieces that delays. Oh, wow, he got the dink there. You can just kind of preemptively do it if you think it's a rush. Yep, the detain. Oh my gosh.
2 versus 1.
Woot does have ult.
Round in here and now with the showstopper if they wanted to. They're just 56 HP, and that call's probably being made. Woot is low, has his ult, and Spike's right in front of him. You're right, he can take that teleport from the shadows. He'll emerge on another site potentially.
He's not expecting Mound at all.
Maybe realizing it's a tough
Nope,
win anyway.
doesn't realize it at all.
Did he use it just then? I feel like I almost thought I heard something for a second, but maybe not. I think he just got caught by Lysol.
Let me know if it's better. I don't think I lowered it, so I think something's going on with their mics or their
problem in the end. I think the only real worry was
their
just
volume.
how much Riens was able to do. It took an ultimate to actually shut him down.
If he got killed like right as he clicked it, might not have, but I think it did for this one. Yep.
You're right. Yeah,
He definitely clicked it himself, but sometimes if it's like instant, then how it registers is different. But
I want to know where he was planning on going. He's using
yeah, okay, that was much longer. Yeah.
I guess we'll never know.
Maybe to try and go back into the spawn and reclaim other ground, try and find a gap. But yeah, didn't know his opponent was there. It's not the biggest ult in the world to lose. Like it's not the end of the world. I don't mind him. I said I didn't mind him committing it to rotate straight away. Though aggression from either side. Life's got to be careful.
Who's gonna get a kill here?
He does have some support. The flash.
Who needs a kill? Oh, the Dizzy wrecks him.
And while that pressure
Oh, FPX is on. Their firefights are just better right now. In the past couple rounds.
With just Sheriffs, Team Heretics have done this before, and the Spike not down in a spot that's easy to defend for FPX. They don't want to take too many risks, although now the attackers are split. Benji's holding onto the space, presumably so the Spike can come back to him. In terms of utility, Benji hasn't used up any of his. But the Prowlers are gone for Boo. If he makes his way, he's going forward with the Spike. I thought he'd go back to the B side.
I keep seeing Boo on the Omen, by the way. That was Woot.
As a team, as a duo. Instead, even if he does that, he's now down to just 49 health.
What can Heretics do to remedy this? I mean, for one, you're losing all these fights. But FPX is also smoking off areas in a way where you can't just like disrespect it and then gain space afterwards.
30 seconds left. Heretics, they were hoping somebody would make a mistake. It's arguable that Berlin tried his best, but now the patience might just pay off. Benji looks like he might be about to be greeted. There's still plenty of utility to play with, but he is going to get the fight that he wants.
Oh, dude, what a setup.
Now this becomes dangerous. The Nightfall committed, but it's only going to connect onto one. Boo looking to try and fight this one, but he's run out of ammo at the last second. A very nice try, but ultimately the outcome is as expected.
Just a few bullets shy of a successful round, but Young's the one to bring it across the line. Double digits locked in for FPX now. And again, you see what we mean.
Oh boy.
Sheriffs, they almost made the
dude, this is not looking good. This is not looking good for Heretics.
Well, he would have had a few more bullets.
Dude, rounds like this where you use that ult and it's your own blunder that loses the round, it gets to you.
Just about able to take it across the line. 60 HP.
I love the slow-mo fan reactions. So good.
A timeout called by Heretics, and this is the last chance for the EMEA Coach of the Year to have a word with his team, unless FPX call a timeout later.
Yeah, or unless we end up in OT again, which honestly, at this stage, I wouldn't be particularly surprised by.
Well, it's not even so much about getting to the site where the Viper is, it's just the initial smokes, right? I think Heretics, but that's what I was saying. I think Heretics needed to util dump first to push away the smokes and then disrespect him. You have to make FPX scared first of the initial wave of smokes, and then you can start to disrespect it, take contact, and then like util dump, right? So basically what I'm saying is, you know, 2 rounds you have to util dump to disrespect the smokes here, and then you take contact here, and then you util dump the next step, right? Once you get them accustomed to that, then you go, because right now, FPX isn't scared. They'll fight you.
I wouldn't even be surprised if there's a round where these two meet back up
in that decider game. I don't think it's...
And the other thing is yeah, like they have so many things that are good for chokes, right? I mean, you've got this, you've got this, you've got this, you've got this, you got this. Like all of these are good for chokes and smokes as well. They all double up really well with smoke. So like maybe don't fight immediately at the beginning of the round.
Benji and Mini Boo locked down.
They're just gonna go for even quieter contact.
After his clutch last round.
I don't like this. You got to think about why you've been given the space. There's not a single piece of util has been used by FPX.
Benji's already tagged. Lots of weaker weapons. Stingers in play. But that's where things can get chaotic. Where Heretics will move quicker, more sporadically as a unit.
He gets out.
They use the pin. That's the real question. They should.
I mean, I assume they're relying on their Cosmic Divide. Yep.
On the other side of things,
okay. Brings out the lockdown. Are you going to... You guys are going to push this? Whoa, whoa, whoa. FPX, I don't know about this.
Pushing back in before we've actually seen the plant. And now it has to be the fallback. Never mind, though. Life has been able to take one down.
Okay, but it doesn't break the lockdown.
He's going to be caught. A worthwhile trade. Showstopper. It should be a kill, and it will be.
The movement.
Mini-Boo trying to fight up
close.
That spike still yet to be planted,
dude, pit for pit online as well.
On Autumn, just holding back. That pit still available. Still possible.
Oh, you're going to pop it right away.
Mini-Boo, third kill of the round already.
2 on 2. Do you push out? Okay, you just spray it down, and now you play double up.
It was the low weapons. It was the problem weapons, and once again, it is something that FPX just cannot deal with.
Well, they came into that round 1 away from lockdown, 1 away from showstopper. Pick up an orb for the lockdown, and the overcommitment from Life. He gets the nade.
No, I like that they Astra Wall, and then they just push up to throw the nade. No, I like it. I like it because they can't shoot you back, so you just walk up and you bail. Unfortunately, they don't get the lockdown, but they get a kill.
Well, there's the point of no return. At least that's how it seemed to be. 9 to 10.
That was why I loved them, the plant as well. It really was a domino effect. And look at the economy on the other side now. Oh my god.
Well, dude, every round is so costly.
He's almost got a third.
Oh, now the Odin's ruined it. Now the
Mitchman's very excited.
I like this gun. Ever tell you that, Tom?
No,
I like this gun. It's a nice gun.
I love the Odin.
Gun, and it's one that's given Heretics a real chance. Even up against pistols, you got to be careful. That's one thing that I've certainly
dude, if I'm FPX, I hold on to that timeout as long as possible.
They have found themselves an advantage that's almost impossible to throw away.
I think if it gets to 11-10, then you call it for sure.
2 versus 5. 1 versus 5 now with 7 HP. That is
quite a difference.
Yeah. Get ready.
Dude, everybody hates Odins, man. You guys are all haters.
Supernova's going to be premature. It's going to fade to black. There you go. Boo with a triple kill. And a lot of that was down to those wall bangs. The big guns out to play.
10 to 10. Again, we see a scenario where...
Oh, I love the funny guns. It's in the game. You know what my favorite part is, though? You know what my favorite part is about, not everyone, but a lot of people that don't like the Odins and Judges? The ones that vehemently hate it the most don't know how to use it well.
FPX, because last time out, as said, it ended in a 17-15.
Right, they're like, oh, it's so easy. You just sit there and spam it. So, well,
eliminated FPX from the tournament.
Shockingly enough, I haven't seen you get a kill with it.
10-10, double digits in the ones, and they're gonna have to try.
I do dislike it when, like, you know, in lower ranks, if it goes to OT in competitive queue, just like everybody buys Odins, because then I'm like, well, you're bad with it, so like, don't do that.
Okay, it's been a bit quieter from the likes of Life and Autumn after the last one. But
it's in the game. I'm just saying. Just saying. I'm just saying.
Down to those late rounds once again.
We're going the distance, and I can't say I'm mad about it.
Listen, if I'm playing a MOBA and somebody disconnects on the other side, and you know, the game doesn't allow timeouts, or they didn't call a timeout, I'm taking that kill. I'm getting the extra gold. I'm sorry, it sucks, but like, sucks to be you. If I disconnect, I expect you to take me down as well. You know. If it's happening in the game, it's happening in the game. Don't know what to tell you.
I don't think that's likely. A lot of players grouped up and ready to take a fight around this area. Perhaps some rubble control to be sought.
will it be a pace change?
You can't do that and tell me about ethics. That's insane.
So they do something completely out of the ordinary. It doesn't always work.
Okay, so FPX has a lot of ults. They use the pit on C. And he's positioned here, so worst case he can still bail out and they can still go for a retake with the Thrash. And then you realize that they haven't pushed A, so you get to save a lot of your util, and now you're going to hold on to Rubble.
Hit the site elsewhere, not giving a lot of information.
Now Heretics should know, yeah, to clear Rubble because the pit went up on C. So you know that they're going to look to try to just, you know, hold this easily and then take contact a lot earlier.
Look like Heretics are deterred. In fact, Boo's moving around to presumably throw over the reveal. Or perhaps not.
No, that I agree with. I agree with people just like assuming that, oh, it's the dumb gun, so I'll just use it to win, and then they don't know how to use it. That I agree with. I agree that's dumb.
Look like it's a B hit to keep those rotations dragged in the other direction, and it's Lysor that will have the pressure on him. He's conscious.
Lysor's thinking so much. He might be overthinking this. Never mind. Dude, wait, what was that?
It's caught him on the right. Miniboo can't see a damn thing, and shooting at the tracers.
Dude, was that Life's paint shells?
With Life stepping up to delete Boo. This one's looking done.
Oh, Nova Pulse? It was Nova Pulse, I think.
FPX's hands as they push up to 11.
Dude, what a distraction.
Incredible work by Lysor. Like, he picked his moment. That was the thing. There was so many points in that round where you could see he was tempted to use that paranoia. Seeing the Viper screen go up and basically just
Mini boost paint shells? No.
That the side of Heretics were there, and when he did use it, it was spot on. Like, he's
Surely
able to
not.
push back out of
Oh, we're not going to see it.
on his feet, get a second kill, and then at that point, everybody is focused on that Omen player, and Life can take the gap. And again, you give this man even a split second where you need to react, you're already dead. You don't have the time for it. FPX, after the pause, are going to respond once again. Well, there is a lot.
Okay, so now you have to use your util again to try to force this out. Oh, that's a lot of crap. No, it was a Nova Pulse, so it's the same location. It was just instant. Okay, but very fast push. You gotta shoot. Oh. Despite having so many people here, you're still in a plant default? Oh no. Okay, well, you've missed out on that, and now it's plant default, so Team Heretics this round this is rough. You do have Nightfall and Odin.
Nightfall is available for Team Heretics, and it may well be used.
Okay, yeah, using it early just to buy time, I'm fine with.
Now they start
to
realize
comes the Thrash.
all those steps are heard, but it's because
back
Thrash
out.
is going to lead the way. It's going to take the point of contact. The seize is good. It keeps them in position. Showstopper used.
Huge, dude. The fact that he connects onto 2 is massive. Just getting the Showstopper alone is pretty big. No time. Heretics just needs the round. That's all they need.
So low that FPX are running for the hills, not even escaping the spike in some cases. Neck and neck. I'm getting sick of saying that, Tom.
Well, if it doesn't go to OT, I think that would be the biggest surprise of the game so far. But honestly, Miniboo's reaction there, I love it. Like, sure, the initial fight.
Karon's Astra is also very good. That is true.
So his choice
We just haven't seen it in a while.
Okay, I can surprise them. They're going to be looking to hunt down these guys.
Oh, the Seize was so good.
Try and take them down before they can get anything done. And again, solid utility from Boo just to set him up that little bit more. 11-11.
There's a lot of emotion in the arena today.
The deadlock. It has been like this throughout the entirety of
okay, distract him on A again. It's going to be the same idea. It's going to be the same idea from Heretics.
Still trying to fight for this early control of Rubble, and again, it's the same. So much utility being expended, Wook being caught by all of it.
Yeah, this time I think it was the Gravity Wall in front and the Nova Pulse in back, but either way, he still gets away. They won't. And FPX was ready for it this time. They break this and they just spam it. That's a bit haphazard from Heretics.
There's no stopping the ball for FPX in this round. It got rolling and it's trampled Heretics, left them flat on 11. And now 1 round away from locking in this series from the upset.
I mean, honestly, I don't think it was a bad idea to try the same thing. But
nobody expected it.
They didn't.
If that map
like the tell was a little too quick. As soon as you backed out and there was like no util to fight back, there was no reason to for FPX this time to just chase through, because they're like, oh well, let's just make sure we don't give up the same thing.
That could be a turning point to at least get them in overtime.
Again, And we're going to see this control fought for.
Oh, just a single blast pack to
The majority of rounds, Boo is
force him away. Okay, you drew out the paranoia. That's huge. Drew out the paranoia and the boombot. That's Matt. Oh,
they do. That's a big kill. Berlin going down.
Oh, Berlin.
It was a risk that I don't know if it was worth it.
That is unfortunate. Backup is fast.
Seems so, especially with that showstopper.
I don't know about.
Mini-Boo.
I don't know about the pit. I mean, I guess it doesn't matter. I don't know. I would have probably preferred Benji Fishy to get it, but
here, they're likely to use it to open the site. That's why Autumn has fallen back so far. He doesn't want
no, team's here in time, but there's a minute. I do wish Heretics had just cut audio for longer and kind of reset to B main, but I guess if you're just going to win fights, it doesn't matter. I guess it was just long enough that also Lycer had gone all the way back.
And now there's a showstopper for the 5v2. It's fired in blind in case
oh, it just wants to clear out pillar. Okay.
It looks like an overtime is already locked.
I don't like Heretics' positions though. That's not good.
In so many rounds.
Oh, it's really not good.
Goodness, it could do a lot. Lysor, he's conscious of a player up close.
Okay, well, firing range. He's already inside it.
Trying to find a way through the smoke, and now, well, a 1v4 to Ace. He's been unbelievable, but this would have to be the best of them. It seems like OT is inevitable. And
dude, if he clutches this.
The way this map has been going back and forth all the way.
I was going to say something silly, and I got really scared. I was like, if he clutches this, I would definitely oil Russell Brand in the streets of Seoul.
Seemingly going the distance. Who knows where it
And then I was like, maybe not.
Was what, 15 to 17 in the end? So we may have some distance yet to go, Tom. That opening pick was fantastic for Mini-Boo, and like I said, just keeping that showstopper, holding their corners for the re-aggression,
OT again.
To not sit on site, to not give them free kills if the rocket was popped. It wasn't needed in the end. Round number 25 about to unfold. It's been pretty much neck and neck the whole way along. Even when it comes to rounds,
Berlin.
It's hard to separate these squads.
Berlin was a little ahead of himself.
There won't be ultimates online from the get-go. We could see slower play to farm.
I think Astra's fine though. I mean, she's hard in solo queue, but I think Astra's fine.
Certainly doesn't seem to be the case. They're much more spread out.
You could argue for some quality of life stuff to smooth things out, but I actually think making the gravity well faster would suddenly make her too strong. FPX wants them to use. They want Heretics to use more util to re-clear rubble, and Heretics just says nope, we don't care about it, right? And this alarm bot helps a ton. This and this turret solves all the problems for Heretics right now. Oh, they actually get out of Baby Door. Oh man, Spike dropped is rough. Okay, turret breaks just to ease up the pressure that allows him to get the spike, so that's good. And because you haven't been pinged, FPX thinks they can creep back in, but the thing is Team Heretics has just straight up said we ditch C. Is this alarm bot still online? I think if he goes, yeah, I think it's not online here, but maybe it is. The way he's walking makes me feel like it is online, but
perhaps a push through their own spawn from the stairs, and they're covering all their bases, ready for these fights.
So creep out.
Berlin can't sneak his way in, but they have at least managed to find the A site. A plant to be found.
10 seconds left.
But a 5 versus 2 retake. Team Heretics, even just trading at this point, will be more than enough.
A new agent that pressing a skill button wins you the game.
Try and remove this.
Can Autumn do it? They're weak. They're weak.
There it is.
Dude, the timings that the FPX guys have on smoke spams is insane.
Alongside him, but not for much longer. With 15 HP.
Dude, Boo's got to get here faster.
I think all the miracles are gone from this round. It will be Heretics to take that advantage. They now need one more to end this series.
Then if both teams have it, we can see who truly has the fastest reaction time.
An OT victory to send them below.
That is funny.
That's where we end up. Yeah.
Dude, we should get an agent where you go into the gulag, just like ISO, but then you have to go. You have to do a typing simulator. Whoever types faster, whoever types the sentence faster and more accurately, wins the duel.
They're standing up, Mini-Boo's activated, and this is what we've been waiting for as well. It's not like he's
All right, timeout.
what we consider to be normal Mini-Boo form. He hasn't got 30 kills. So
I don't know what you tell him though. You got to pull out a play.
He's starting to get that confidence, and that's all we needed to see.
You got to play. You got to pull out a
That's the more
playbook.
important thing. When it gets this late in the game, the numbers don't matter. You can have 30 kills or you can have 10.
Yeah, players are diagonal keywords. What? Oh my gosh! I thought the stream died.
You can have 30 kills or you can have.
Well, it kind of did, but
if
it's
you're
back.
the one that wins an OT round, no one gives a damn. And that's the thing. He had one of the highest impact rounds to even get them there in the first place with that push on the B site to double up. And that's what we're looking at. The same can be said for Life on the other side. Is it his best statistical
FPX
game?
on the
They've had
defense.
They've had opportunities and.
I think they do the same rubble play. I think you push out with the nade.
To make their money on either side. Maybe calm the nerves. Maybe even calm them down after standing up and shouting across. We know that that can backfire. Benji's had that.
And then you just try to hold C,
Munyan
right?
won't forget. But back in we go. Defensive side.
Yep, you go for the same play just to funnel them out. But I don't like the fact that they... this is where the no sentinel really hurts. I would have just liked the Viper to hold here with Snakebite and then have the Astra here with extra smokes, but they're trying to funnel them in. Oh, they didn't use the paint shells though. Okay, so this is a variation. They waited. Oh, this is much smarter. Okay. Huge.
Grabs a kill for his trouble. They were sent back and they were smoked off, but somehow
now you have all your util. So you make it look like with the early stars that you're going to go for the same play. They respect it, and now you have. Well, you have util still a little bit to try to hold them off when they come into B, but your teammate dies a bit too early.
See on the other side, Boo is waiting for a response, waiting to see if there's a re-aggress. An attempt to try and take this fight, but for now.
So you know they're not. But here's the thing. FPX knows. FPX knows it's. Oh, gravity will already use Snakebite to buy time, but there's still 50 seconds, and nobody is here because they might rotate. FPX got to reposition. You got to find a good timing for it.
Still running into a pretty heavy setup here.
Berlin's going to try for it. Oh my gosh, Berlin's trying for it.
That's his third already. Damage done that Autumn converts on. And they're not letting it go just yet. Another overtime
oh my gosh.
required. 13 to 13. There is no split in the difference here.
Dude, what a play from Berlin.
Again, just look at the scoreboard. That tells you all you need to know. The back and forth has been truly astounding from these two teams, neck and neck.
Dude.
If anything, we should maybe give them both a chance to play against Sentinels or
tanking the boom bot
against Genji, because it really does seem
this
like
is that's a classic Berlin play though.
Could or should deserve to go marching on in the upper bracket.
Oh, Berlin op, let's go. Attack op Astra. Okay, so the conditioning's coming through
for Rubble
from Heretics this time, just to force him to respect it.
Benji will mean he can keep this passive hold without needing to go for too much of a fight. In fact, all of his utility is used to that degree on B as well. You can see the turret.
But they didn't clear this alarm bot last time, right? So they have no idea that this is here. So they think this guy surely has to push out at some point to get a read, but this alarm bot makes it mega easy. You still have this turret, the turret they knew about, but it's still online for now. And as soon as they see util coming out against Rubble, you start to shift over. The only problem is Fade and Omen, one of them should be here. Because Rians ain't getting out alive.
And hit by the Snakebite too. Miniboo gets out.
Okay, Miniboo at least gets out.
It's not fantastic for the defensive side. Less players to
no Gecko, so no free plant.
Still have the ability to take this wherever they want. The door is open. It looks like the spike is still going to the A site. They're committing. I thought this could be a fake after
I love the fill in from Heretics. I don't know if FPX is going to read this. The angle's too good. Dude, that angle, you don't check that angle as confidently. You're really concerned about drop.
With an AWP and no shields, like he's got 20 seconds. He needs
I really want my pick'ems to be correct, but I'm so down for Berlin clutching with an AWP.
Heretics do something silly, and wow. Hold it already. Benji, he's not going to repeat that. Absolutely no reason to. They could wait for him to try and grab the spike, try and plant, but they are not giving him anything. A shutdown.
Why did I say anything?
Chance for Heretics as they get themselves to
Why did I say anything?
Again.
Another chance to close this out. moving into their attack side. This was a big gamble by them, the 3-man rotate to the A site, but it couldn't have worked out any better. You can see that from FPX's perspective, you find the opening pick, you have a lurker towards the C side who got absolutely
last time out of the match.
Move around, but they're expecting that Heretics won't have moved quite that quickly into position. They wouldn't have that many players that close by, and perhaps they even isolate a duel, but instead they were the ones.
Okay, first of all, you saw that they were willing to buy an op on the attacking round, so now you have to consider the possibility of them buying an op on the defense. But also, last time they set up for the conditioning of a rubble, but they didn't use their util. Do you expect them to do it this time? I actually wouldn't be surprised.
Playing Sova, playing this Viper, he has been outstanding. Gecko on the last map as well. And then, of course, across the board, the exact same thing. Ayung has been unreal on the initiator. And you're going to talk about life. You're going to talk about...
But against the triple control, it's hard to commit to a rush off the get-go, especially on Lotus, because you have to go through a choke point every time right from the bat.
Any player in this server could be the one to make the difference.
Yeah, I mean, even Autumn last map.
So you wait.
Was really fun seeing him on the chamber. They were getting so
much
value out of that agent. For FPX.
Well, he played double duelist with this team in the past and has recently been moving.
They want to check the box too. Okay, so they're going to wait. They're going to... Okay, so they're going to try to get a hard read on FPX. They think this setup, they're going to commit to it again. You're going to actually try to draw out util by throwing a haunt. So you're actually going to use their conditioning against them. That's really good from Heretics. And then you're going to go in, but this time you're going to plant here and wrap around. That's the idea.
I suppose it depends if the name's runner. This is huge.
Okay.
The spam, though, has been dodged.
It doesn't draw out the util, though.
This previously led to 2 players dying.
And this early rotate from Ayung. Ayung has a read on this.
No damage, right?
And Miniboo just changes it up. Because they didn't get a kill, because they didn't get util, he changes it up. He clears out blue room. That's very smart.
Can't really deny this.
What a call.
Well, yeah, this could be it. A man advantage. The hold from Boo. I don't know if they will have heard him taking that little bit of extra.
I don't like that they're all committed to blue room, but
he's revealed his position. But if anything, that could be worse for them. They're going to have to try and fight for this. Try and get back in.
Somebody's got to push out somewhere from Heretics. They're all stuck in a really bad spot.
Riens. But still the kills going
what a wide swing. What a wide swing. Oh my gosh. They're doing it. They're doing it.
It's left all on
oh, heartbreak for FPX.
Throughout this series, but I think the job is done. Time and time again, you'll see these teams fight against each other, and unfortunately, FPX fall exactly the same way.
Separated only by the overtimes. One hell of a fight put up by FPX, but
dude, that's so rough that it's overtime again.
A little rest. They've come back looking better. Even changing it up. And
that's unfortunate for FPX.
Composition, switching roles, Woot and Boo swapping it over, bringing in Riens on the Viper. Well,
FPX just can't catch a break, man.
But only barely. This is a squad that I think we're going to see a lot from this tournament. I think you can say the same for both, though. FPX, it would be devastating to see them go out down in that lower bracket, but I think they're going to have one hell of a fight there.
Yeah, no, it's been a super impressive performance.
No, there's a couple of days. They'll be okay.
They threw a spanner into the works, came up with a crazy composition that
I think FPX played really well. It's just that's why it's unfortunate. I think they played well, not really well, but I think they played well to their strengths. I think they picked it up, but Heretics warmed up as well.
Youngsters led by Boo, someone who has brought a team of very inexperienced players to some crazy performances all the way throughout the year, and they're able to weather the storm once again. They show exactly what they can do
GG.
in high intensity moments. Some of these youngsters,
yeah, no, the 2v5, that's a big one. That's a big one.
And 22, a serious comeback.
But guess what? My pick'ems are safe. That's all that really matters. We're still good to go for the 100% title.
He's not too bad. He's not too bad. Then even towards the bottom of the scoreboard, someone like Benji, well, if he doesn't end up finding himself the sheriff shots, we don't go to an overtime. Yeah. It's a different reality. Who knows what the butterfly effect
Yeah, Achilles said that. That was Achilles' line.
Definitely thank their lucky stars. They pulled that one across the line. A really solid series. A good display from Heretics. I think they've shown us depth. They've shown us the individuals.
Here's the thing, though. I really think, okay, regardless of how their mechanics are right now, Sen is completely capable of playing a style that can do well against FPX.
in the world.
I firmly believe it. Like their tendencies, etc., are good to play against FPX.
Now, moving through the upper bracket.
Yeah, and they also
We'll
get
see,
a very
though.
early rematch of their Masters final, which will be an exciting one, I'm sure, for Neil. He's going to be having a heart attack here and there because he's not only had to witness that, but now has to be ready for.
Ah, poor
Gen G
FPX,
going
man.
forward. That's not going to be fun. And
Why
I'm
did they
sorry,
have to be
Neil,
in
but
this
I
group?
would like to see this match again, if I'm honest. Either way, we are going to be heading things off to the stage. I believe we have Boo.
What an intense series between FPX and Team Heretics. I have Wood on standby to talk about it. Now, congratulations, Wood, on that win. Just first things first, how crazy was it today? 우트 선수 만나보도록 하겠습니다. 박수 부탁드릴게요. 먼저 오늘 풀세트 개막전 경기 소감부터 들어보도록 하겠습니다.
감사합니다. Thank you so much.
That's good. Dude, that was good. That Korean was good.
How was it today? How crazy was it?
It was really good. Like it's just a default FPX game. Like hard, annoying, but we are always winning in the end. So.
항상 FPX 만나면 뭐 경기가 팽팽하고 힘들기는 하지만 그래도 헤리틱스가 항상 이기기 때문에 오늘도 승리해서 기쁘다고 얘기를 했습니다. Now, first time ever competing with the full roster for you guys, and actually looking through all of the matches that you guys played, EMEA included, this roster actually has the highest win rate. I'm quoting Josh on this. So, what are the chances, do you think, that Heretics has in winning that trophy when it comes to champions with this iteration of Team Heretics? 로스터가 사실 시즌 초에 구성한 로스터 그 자체인데 국제에서는
Who else should be there? EDG is here. Trace is here. Billy is here.
치르기도 했었고 팽팽한 경기기는 했지만 이번 로스터 그리고 베스트 5로 치르는 이
That's true. Yeah, Gen G plays their two Masters Finals opponents back to back.
I don't want to jinx it, but our roster is like on our peak right now. We are grinding every day, practicing every day. So I'm feeling good about it. It's gonna be better.
Good answer. Good answer.
사실 이 베스트 5 멤버가 지금 계속해서 고점을 찍고 있고 너무 열심히 하고 있기 때문에 약간
It's a good answer because I think we all know this isn't their peak. But if you're grinding away and you're back on an upswing, you need to believe that you're already there and you're only going to go higher.
Shanghai on the duelist role. Everyone here is like shouting, "We want to see Wood back on the duelist." I know back in EMEA, you guys were doing that double duelist comp and you were playing a little bit of ISO. That thing's nerfed now. So, is there any chance that we see you on the duelist here in Champions Seoul? 일단은 워낙 임팩트 높은 모습을 상하이에서 보여줬기 때문에 우트 선수의 타격대 챔피언스에서도 한번 보고 싶다 하시는 분들이 많으실 텐데요. 뭐 유럽 지역에서는 아무래도 투 타격대를 기용했을 때 아이소를
honestly, I think Gen G should have a pretty straightforward time against Heretics. However, Heretics grinding this game out might make them come back stronger.
First of all, I'm still same. I want to play flex, but if we need it, if we need some emergency situations, I will. But now, no, I don't want it. Like it's okay now. We are still winning. We didn't lose in Champions yet. If we lose,
We didn't
can
lose.
think, but
We didn't lose in
we didn't.
Champions yet. That's good.
We are chilling.
아직까지도 팀을 위해서 플렉스 역할을 해주는 데 집중하고 싶고 딱히 타격대에 대한 욕심은 없기 때문에 그리고 챔피언스에서 아직 뭐 지지 않았잖아요. 그렇기 때문에 혹시나 지게 되면 타격대를 잡는 변화를 줄 수도 있을 것
No,
같지만
Boo's very good at mid-round adjustments. I actually rate Boo's IGLing quite highly. I rate Boo's IGLing quite highly.
더 집중하고 싶다고 얘기를 했습니다. 그러면 이제 또 젠지를
At Shanghai, his calls were really good. He had some really good calls.
젠지 선수들과 재미있게 노는 모습을 많이 보여주고 있는데 그래도 경기 때는 반드시 이겨야 되잖아요. 젠지에게 한마디 부탁해 보도록 하겠습니다. Now, I know you guys are having fun with Gen G players, especially Texture teaching you a lot of Koreans. You guys are, playing ranked together. But when it comes to the next match, you guys are facing Gen G enemies in the server. Anything you want to say to Texture and the Gen G players?
Oh boy.
Hey, Samchon.
Samchon. Uncle.
I'm gonna take my revenge. You are old. I don't want
calling.
to say the rest. You're old, so your time is over.
He's calling Texture old.
나이가 있기
It's
때문에
crazy.
텍스처 선수의 시간은 끝났다.
This is crazy. It's so crazy to me that they're calling Texture Samchon.
다시 한번 박수 부탁드릴게요.
That's so nutty, man.
Everybody, one more more time for Wood, and that's all we have for today. But make sure you come back tomorrow for more Valorant action here in Champions Seoul.
감사합니다.
Thank you so much, Jen and Wood,
This
for the
pronunciation's
Verizon
solid, though.
post-match interview. And
He's gonna get a lot more Korean fans with that, like just like saying it
bloodied and bruised, I would say.
so lovingly and so willingly.
Bit of a slugfest toward the end.
You know, it's a
Dude, Clinton looks so tired. It's like 3 hours past his bedtime.
This was the most FPX game I've ever
He's
watched.
probably on his like 5th Americano.
He's
like going crazy.
And they also show a lot of FPX silly rounds, but
Oh man.
for them to end this same way in another.
No, I think both of these teams can come back strong in the next match, but I think Heretics might actually surprise people. I think they might play better against Gen.G. I think Gen.G should still win it. I think it should be pretty straightforward, but FPX, yeah. Again, I don't know. Something in me tells me stylistically, Sentinel is like should be able to like their default mindset should be able to play well against FPX. We'll see though. It does. It makes me ancient. It makes me a dinosaur in esports. It like freaks me out. All right, well, chat. I gotta go edit my video about G2 and Lev. We'll have that up by tomorrow morning sometime. Just a heads up again. I will not be able to watch Party the next 3 days, so I can't watch the opening matches for DRX Talon and PaperX live. I've got some content shoots, and then over the weekend, I'm going to be casting like a Stormgate thing that Tasteless is hosting in Korean. So if you want to check that out, you can come check out the English stream. You can come hang out in the Korean stream. Doesn't matter. You can watch both at the same time. You know, we live in the 21st century. That's kind of cool. So you guys can find me there, but then we'll be back. So we'll be back for the winners and elimination matches again. And during that, we'll see how fast I can do it because I'll be at these other events. But I'm going to try to make sure that I put out videos for their future opponents. So for Gen.G, the next opponent that we're analyzing will be Team Heretics and their match today and their tendencies. And we'll figure it out from there. But thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoyed the stream. Hope you guys enjoyed kind of the different take that we had for the Pacific games for Gen.G. We'll continue that next week. And then in the meantime, you guys can look forward to more videos on YouTube. The next video should be sometime tomorrow morning, latest. I'm going to try to edit it before I go to sleep tonight, but we'll see. I'm running on like 2-3 hours of sleep per night this past week. Just like catching all the VODs and whatnot. Because I wanted to watch more than just like the end of playoffs, so I've been watching a lot of VODs as it goes. Yeah. All right. Thank you so much. Hope you guys enjoy the rest of your day / night. Hope you're excited for tomorrow. Tomorrow's what? Wait, hold on. Tomorrow's Group A, yeah? DRX versus Crew and Fnatic versus Billy. It's actually not like as exciting because DRX versus Fnatic would be the sick matchup there. But I mean, DRX versus Crew could get actually really messy and really fired up, actually. So that could be an exciting one. I mean, Billy could surprise us as well. So yeah. All right, cool. I'm going to sign off. Thank you so much. Have a great rest of your day / night. I'll see you all on YouTube. Bye.